We are live at CollectCo, Tuesday, January the 20th, 6:24 p.m. Central Standard Time, on the brink of a snowstorm that will change the lives of many people. I didn't even get to say hi to my staff. There's one staff, Jill. Hi. Wow. You look amazing. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, that's amazing. Wow. And then Laura's here. All righty. Amazing. I can't stop looking at your teeth. Now we got to get back to Vegas.
I know, that's what I was thinking. I was like, man, Vegas.
This time we'll take Laura. She'll be on board. Whole CollectCo trip.
Yeah.
I'll give everybody $10 to gamble with.
Just $10?
$10. But if you double it, I get half of it back. So that means I get my money back. Now, I'm going to take everybody to Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, skee ball championship. Okay. All right. Jerry Stone. Here we go. You ready, everybody? This is for Jerry Stone. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jerry. Happy birthday, dear Jerry Stone. Happy birthday to Jerry. Happy birthday, Jerry Stone. And in celebration, we got 7 crates of new vinyl for your birthday. 7 crates of new vinyl. 7 crates of new vinyl just for Jerry Stone on his birthday. There you go. There is no restream, is there? Dang it. All right, let me pull that up. Jake, where are you, Jake? Jake. Oh, no, there's no comments on the screen. Hold on one second. Oh, no. I just now noticed that. Jerry, in case you can't see it, there's people watching. There's people wishing you happy birthday on all platforms. Twitch, YouTube, you just can't see it right now. What's going on over here? Jake, we got to get this. Let me text him and Tanner and Jake. No restream chat on screen. Hey, John Rob's back. We've been waiting for John Rob. I've been asking, where's John Rob? Where's John Rob? Let me see if I can do this myself without blowing something up. There's supposed to be something right over here, browser. Let me open this up. Is there a way to reset it? Let me refresh. Sometimes that does it. All right. Well, Jake is on. Jake's taking over. Golly, he's fast. I just hit refresh, Jake, on browser 2 there, but I don't know. I'll let you handle it from here. John, did you get these pictures of these Mac Davis records? How much for the bundle? Do you want Baby Don't Get Hooked on Me as well? All 3 of them? So we'll do buy 2, get 1 free. $20 for the 3. $9.99. All minty, and I think one of these is a promo. This one's got a promo label. Let's see. This one's got a promo sticker on the back. That one's got, they're all promos. They might not be promo labels, but they're all promos. All right, so we'll start that. Those 3 sold to John Durden for $20. Okay, and then let's see what else is going on. Okay, there's sleeves. So we got 2 crates of bonus auctions. John's dropped off 4 crates. Oh, I got to sign this for Mother. Here. Oh, man. Yeah, it's supposed to be a surprise. Hopefully she's not listening. Mom, are you out there? Dang it. I forgot I'm being broadcast live over airwaves. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and fill this out right here. Yeah, especially since I've missed the last 3 weeks. Golly, my head is spinning. Okay. I'm good to go. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. I'm glad somebody's looking after me. I'm going to go lay this on. I know it. Like, if I don't have Monsters and Ice, then we don't have a business. So I'm going to go lay this on Ed's desk before I lose it. Okay. My goal is to have a effective sale, get some stuff done, and not leave here at 9 a.m. again. Whew. I got to get to the gym. I have got to get to the gym. Right. Did you get more silver? We did sell some. I got to pull that up. Let me make sure, Kathy, are you watching? Because she's buying a lot from us, and she needs a... let me see if she sent us a message. Hello, Chad. Okay. I was told she did. So I think we've sold 3 more rolls of Morgans. Okay. She wants 3 more rolls, but I'm going to make sure we give her credit for that purchase when she gets on. So Jake's over here remotely fixing the chat. So, okay. Well, I've kept, let's see. Let me see what's market doing right now. Oh boy. Okay. Well, silver has officially went past to where I can't sell this at 95 an ounce anymore. And if you want to buy some more tonight, it's going to be slightly more expensive, but I don't know. I've kept it as the same price as long as I could, but it has now officially went up. So it's now, these bars are now probably, yeah, it's definitely up now. So, but if anybody's interested, I'm not going to spend any more time on that. I'm going to go set it all over here. But some of these prices are now null and void. The only thing I'll still offer is if Kathy wants, if you do decide you want the rest of these Morgans, I'll do that. Let me figure out where to lay this. Right here would be good. And I'm going to stack these back here until she gets on. I think we had all these sold. It was going to be the biggest sell in Coletco history. It still is going to be up there, but we're going to lay all that right there and wait for her just a second. Let me move my chocolate-covered raisins. I'll need those later. And there was no 6 a.m. video, and so, because we didn't have any new vinyl, but I did make a post asking about pre-orders. And I think what I'll get started with is the other crate, which was, let me go get it. I'll show you. Okay. But crazy weather talk, that's the news right now. Oh. Just heard on the news they're speculating gold will hit 5. Yeah, well, it's going to do that. It might do that while we're live tonight with everything going on right now. It might do that during this live stream. But for those that have been buying this bullion at 95 an ounce, you're now all of a sudden in a positive chatter. They calling for Lebanon snow. They're calling for like 15 inches. So John is working tomorrow because he's afraid Saturday there's going to be like 2 feet of snow here in Tennessee. Now, some of y'all in other parts of the country, that's nothing. 2 foot of snow, that's nothing. 2 foot of snow? Come on. You lightweight. For us, that's like, oh my gosh, it's snowing. Oh my gosh. Everybody run. Ah! Ah! That's what it's like when it snows here in Tennessee. That's how Tennesseans react to snow. Oh my gosh, it's snowing. Everybody run, start shooting everybody. Ah. Yeah, that's what it's like. So, just remain calm. You can still buy records, okay? You can still buy records. I usually get here regardless. Last couple times it's come some snow and ice storms, I've still managed to get here. Okay. Yeah. 2 or 3 inches will literally close. That will close down the entire state. 2 feet of snow, everybody be out of business for 2 weeks. Everything will be shut down. It'll be absolutely chaos here for about a week until it's all melted. There'll be people absolutely just losing their minds. It's incredible. Yeah, people will absolutely just lose their minds over snow around here. I just get out and start driving. I just like, okay, here we go. I don't know if I need to do this crate live. I don't know if I can keep up with all the claims. I'll try, okay, because we need to get a warm-up going anyway. So let me do that, and let me grab some bonus crate stuff, and let's get started. So the first thing I have is U2, and I'm going to pull out U2. This is all bonus, unadvertised stuff, U2 and REM. I got one message here. Trying to buy. Usually I start the show by, I'm over here doing 1 or 2 things. I'm usually negotiating with somebody on silver or trying to buy a high-end autographs for either my personal collection or to resell, and I'm doing both right now. I'm looking at silver, and I'm also trying to buy autographs, but I have gave some people the thumbs up, and I'm ready to go. All right, we got REM. REM is an 84 USOG, which is on the purple translucent vinyl, but this is a very low-grade copy. Pretty desirable because it's the OG and the purple translucent, but it's like VG minus, and we're only going to start it for a $5 start. REM is just a $5 start. And then U2, Wide Awake in America, is an 85 USOG VG plus. That's a $15 start for U2. $15 start on U2. So there's our first couple auctions. This crate was posted this morning at 7 a.m. I'm going to pull it up right now and I'm going to tell y'all about some items that are still available and some items that you probably should have already bought. REM has bids for 5 and 5. It's playable, no feelable marks, but it's going to have some noise, a lot cheaper than any others you might can get. This post, I'm looking for the following records: Jazz Live, Freddie Hubbard, Purdue 5 Years of Prestige, Oscar Peterson, Newport Rebels, One Night with Blue Note, Jazz Live, Peterson, Freedom Song, 25 Years of Prestige, Breaking Point, Henderson, Joe Normer, Basie, Garland, Hines, Zoot, Sit, Bob, Ray, Dizzy. Okay, I hope I can keep all that straight. I might need some help, but those are all claims. The first thing here is still available then. This is a 4LP OG sealed box set from 1985, $59.99. It's called One Night with Blue Note. And this is actually sold, my bad. That's sold to Sean Lee Hooker. So thank you, Sean Fairweather. That's sold to him. Next is Freddie Hubbard. This is called Revaluation, the Impulse Years. That's EX edition, $16.99 for Freddie Hubbard. And this is sold to Wayne Bartow. Thank you, Wayne Bartow. That's sold to you. There should be Japanese this week. I just hadn't seen, anything yet. And then we have, here's Ray Bryant. And Ray Bryant's a 1976 US, $9.99 for Ray Bryant. And this is sold to Danae De La O. Thank you to Danae De La O. That's sold to you. REM's at $15 with Matthew Hendon. And U2 doesn't have a bid. It's a final call for $15. We have Statements, Milt Jackson Quartet. Milt Jackson's a 70s US stereo reissue. It's $24.99. That's for Milt Jackson. $24.99 on Milt Jackson, and it looks like Milt Jackson is still available. So that one is available for sale. We had a jazz overload yesterday. The first couple crates got obliterated, and I think everybody went to bed, and they probably didn't realize we had like 20,000 more jazz albums to go through. For the first time, the Count Basie Trio. Count Basie here is sealed, and it's $19.99. And what I'm doing is every time I pull one out over here, I'm checking the comments and making sure no one has claimed it. And this one is sold to Jamie Butler. Thank you, Jamie Butler. That's sold to you. And then we have Dizzy Gillespie Digital at Montreux 1980. Dizzy is 1981 US, and this is actually on red vinyl. Red vinyl for Dizzy. This is $19.99. And that's sold to R.J. Myers. Thank you, R.J. Myers. That's sold to you. And we have Freedom Song, the Oscar Peterson Big Band. And Oscar Peterson here was sold to Danae. And that one is sold to Danae De La O Patterson. Or, excuse me, it's Oscar Peterson sold to Danae De La O. So thank you on that. And then Freddie Hubbard Live, 1980, the Hog, Halen, $29.99. That's Freddie Hubbard, $29.99. And I believe it's looking like this one is still available, $29.99. Okay, nobody bid on U2. That's a buy it now for $15. Wide Awake in America, a VG Plus copy, $15 on that. And then let's jump over here to this, and let's put up the Scorpions. And we're also going to go ahead and put up Talking Heads. Nice. Got some cool bonus auctions to warm up the show. Talking Heads is an 86 USOG specialty press. It has the original on her sleeve. It's a solid VG, maybe even VG Plus. $15 start on Talking Heads. And Scorpions Blackout. Scorpions Blackout's an 82 US club. It's in VG condition, and that's a $15 start for Scorpions Blackout. Okay, here we have the Innocent Years, the Zoot Sims 4. Zoot Sims is sealed, $14.99. Zoot Sims sealed, $14.99. That's sold to Jamie Butler. Thank you, Jamie Butler. That's sold to you. And then Explosions, Bob James Trio. Bob James is $34.99. The Bob James Trio, $34.99 on that. That's also sold to Danae De La O. And then we have Bobby Hutcherson, Conception, The Gift of Love. That's a 1979 white label promo for Bobby Hutcherson. Gold stamp promo, $19.99. And that one looks like it is actually still available. Over here, we're going to have Freddie Hubbard, Breaking Point. And Freddie Hubbard was a 75 US reissue, $49.99. And this one is sold to Danae De La O. Thank you, Danae, on that one. We have Andrew Hill, 1 for 1, $69.99 for Andrew Hill. That's a double LP, $69.99 for Andrew Hill. And it looks like this one is, in fact, still available. It's a 2 LP. Eddie Henderson, Run Into Your Love. And this is a 1979 U.S. Fusion Jazz Funk, and that's Eddie Henderson. $19.99 for Eddie Henderson, and that is sold to Danae D. La-O. Thank you on that one. And then the Don Thompson Quartet with John Abercrombie, Dave Holland, and Michael Smith. That is sealed for $14.99. And Don Thompson looks like it's still going to be available. Sealed, $14.99 on that. Yep. Still available. Okay, so what happened on REM, what happened on Talking Heads, and what happened on Scorpions? Matthew Hendon had REM for $20. That was the final call. Talking Heads opened at $15, and that's the only bid. Ryan Eaton also bid $15. And then here is Scorpions, and this is Blackout. It is a VG copy, and Jay Nutra has it for $19 right now. Back to the Future's new and sealed, $33.99. As soon as we're done with this crate, which won't take very much longer, y'all know what we got to do. 7 crates of new vinyl, plus all the new vintage stuff that John marked. We haven't had new vinyl in the last 4 shows, pretty much. So it's all kind of caught up, and here we go. Thompson is sold to Amenities. Thank you on that. And then we have Prestige Earthy with Kenny Burrell, Alcoon, Art Farmer, and this is sealed for $54.99. That is still available, $54.99. And in a mellow mood, the Joe Newman Quartet. That's a 1982 U.S. Joe Newman is $9.99. Now, Danae put Joe Norman. I bet she meant Joe Newman. I might have even said Norman during the stream. So unless there's a Joe Norman, I'm going to go ahead and give Danae the Joe Newman here. That might be what she meant. We'll find out by the end of the crate. Clark Terry, it's What's Happening, the Veritone sound of Clark Terry. 67 US OG stereo. Clark Terry is $39.99. That one is still available. I haven't seen a Clark Terry comment, so that one's still available. And over here, we have Jazz Gala Concert. That's with Nat Adderley and Stan Getz. That's $9.99. Earthy is sold to Amenities. Thank you on that. So over here, REM is sold to Matthew Hendon for $20. Talking Heads is now at $16, and Scorpions is at $20. Let me show one more, then we're putting up another auction. Black California, which is a comp, a 2LP, Eric Dolphy, Sonny Chris. That is sealed, $19.99 for Black California compilation. Looks like we got a solid crate of bonus auctions over here. What about Girls? 1987. I was about to say 1970. A little bit too early for Motley Crue. Motley Crue is a 1987. It is VG minus. It has one feelable mark on side 2, which will probably cause a pop. It's still very playable. A $15 start on Motley Crue. Newport Rebels. This is sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Thank you, Sean Lee Hooker. That's sold to you. Newport Rebels is sold, and then the Jazz Life sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Thank you, Sean Lee Hooker. And then Impulsively, which is an Impulse label 2LP comp, that is sealed for $19.99. And we have Kai Winding Solo, a 63 USOG EX condition, $12.99. Has everybody hit the like button for me on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button for me on YouTube? And make sure you subscribed, etc., etc. Chico Hamilton Quintet in Hi-Fi. Chico Hamilton is VG Plus, $19.99. Chico Hamilton is still available. And 25 Years of Prestige is sold to Sean Lee Hooker. Thank you on that one. And then Sonny Stitt. Sonny Stitt is $14.99. Sonny Stitt is $14.99. This is sold to Danae D. La-O. Thank you to Danae on that one. And then Earl Father Hines, another Monday date. Earl Hines is a 74 US, $14.99. That's also sold to Danae D. La-O. Going through the 6 a.m. Jazz Crate or 7 a.m. Don't forget, in our private group, you can shop in the mornings just like you're watching a live stream. There's usually a 6 a.m. new vinyl crate. I've got probably going to make a thing where we're trying to post jazz whenever we can because we're going to have thousands of leftovers. And then we're usually got the 9 a.m. vintage crate. So not guaranteeing every night we're going to have or every morning jazz stuff or another bonus crate. But if Paul keeps marking 5-6 crates every time he's here, there's no way we're going to be able to sell it all. I would love to, but this has been pretty good. We've almost sold a whole crate just from a 1 5-minute video. Definitely worth my time to make it. This Oscar Peterson is sold to Wayne Bartow. Thank you on that one. Duke Ellington, the Golden Duke, that's sealed. Duke Ellington, the Golden Duke, $19.99. and that one's still available. And we have Red Garland, and this is called Rediscovered Masters. Red Garland is a 1977 US, and Red Garland is $14.99. That's sold to Danae De La O. What happened over here on Talking Heads? Ron Eaton bid $16. Who was the first bidder? The first bidder was Shane over on YouTube. Shane, I haven't heard back from you on that one. The Scorpions is done. That was sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $20. And then Motley Crue, the last bid that came in on that was Nathan Mosley at $20, okay? Nathan Mosley on that at $20. Duke Ellington is sold to Amenities. Jamie Butler second. And then Blaine Zapnick wants a Gordon Lightfoot. If you could read my mind, I've got it right here. That's sold to Blaine Zapnick. I got one left if anybody else wants one. The Alternative Wes Montgomery. The Alternative Wes Montgomery. That is sealed at $29.99. The first session, $49.50. That's $9.99. And Coleman Hawkins, The Real Thing. That's sealed $19.99. Jared Inc. wanted the information on Milt Jackson. Hadn't forgot about you, Jared. Milt Jackson, this is called Statements, Milt Jackson Quartet. It's a stereo press, $24.99. Now, it's in a mono jacket, but that's how it was made. It was issued in a mono jacket. Talking Heads is sold to Ron Eaton, and that's sold to him for $16. And it looks like we're almost done on Motley Crue. Let's keep pulling from the bonus crate. I'm going to let everybody know if what happened. Amenity said he wanted Gala. Did I miss something here? Amenities got Gala concert. Amenities on the Gala concert. This one right here, Jazz Gala. Almost missed that. Now, let me show y'all everything that's left. He also put Thompson. Did I pull that? He put Thompson, Earthy, and Gala. Let me see here. Okay, there was Thompson, Earthy, and Gala. Did I get you for Thompson too? Let's see, Father, Peterson, Garland, Scorpions, Ellington. What was Thompson? Newport, Jazz Live, this, Sunny Step, Father. Was there something in here as well as Thompson? Sometimes I'm so locked in, maybe not. I'm so locked in over here looking at the chat and over here. Will the store be open tomorrow? Yes. Topographic, it's U2 for $10. Thank you. Okay. All right. Now, Motley Crue was Nathan Mosley. I want to make sure Shane knows he was outbid. Nathan Mosley has that for $20. Okay, here we go. Let's pull two more auctions out over here. What do we have? What do we have? Let's see what this is here in the cardboard. Some kind of, what is this? Interesting. Some Taiwan pressings. Those are always cool. I'm just kind of seeing what we have over here for bonus auctions tonight. That's always cool. And this is interesting, okay? So we have CCR. This is Willie and the Poor Boys, a 69 Taiwan press. Taiwan G plus VG minus. It's very cool. So these are kind of semi-unofficials. They were made pretty much almost as bootlegs in Taiwan. And they sometimes are highly collectible if they're on colored vinyl. They're known for not having the best sound quality. Some of them are pretty solid, but there's a big collector market for some of these Taiwan unofficials. That's CCR, a $20 start. This is Black Sabbath Sabotage. There's some writing on the cover. The vinyl's VG minus, but it is OG, $20 start on that. Did I pull Thompson? I was still trying to figure out what that was. Thompson. Hamilton Winding, Impulsively, Thompson. Let me read through them again, but I don't think there's anything in here under the name Thompson. So in the video, Wayne Bartow, you were second on Jazz Life and second on 25 Prestige. And Charles Owen, you were second on Sunny Step. But everybody else got what they wanted out of there. So here's what's left. Freddie Hubbard Live, Halen, 1980. A 1981 US, $29.99. Bobby Hutcherson, Conception, The Gift of Love, $19.99. Andrew Hill, 1 for 1, $69.99. Clark Terry, It's What's Happening, the Veritone Sound of Clark Terry, $39.99. Black California, that comp is sealed at $19.99. Impulsively, Blue Note comp, sealed $19.99, or excuse me, Impulse comp. Kai Winding Solo is EX $12.99. Chico Hamilton Quintet, a 56 US mono, VG plus $19.99. Wes Montgomery was sealed $29.99. The first jam session, $9.99. Coleman Hawkins is sealed $19.99. And Milt Jackson's $24.99. That's all that's left. All right, let's get into some brand new stuff, okay? So there's 7 crates of new vinyl. I'll be alternating. I'll be alternating as well with some other new vintage pre-owned arrivals that John has marked, and whenever Laura brings crates as well. So all those are still available. Tonight, we got tons of new stuff, both pre-owned and brand new, which it's been several sales since we've had a lot of new stuff. And we just had a claim for Black California. All right, let's go ahead and pull that, Black Cali. And that was for Chad Smith over here, okay? Thank you on that. Let's put that away. Let me move John's full cart of vinyl over here. So last night, we went through about 5-6 straight hours of nothing but vintage pre-owned records. It was a non-stop, because we had no new vinyl, and it was pretty much, that's what we did. And it was pretty epic. So we got advertised auctions. They're going to start here in about 5 minutes. Motley Crue is sold, and Motley Crue is sold to Nathan Mosley for $20. And then Sabbath is at $20, now $23. And the CCR Taiwanese is a $20 start, and that's going once, going twice, okay? Chad, I got my Jesse Lamb of God, came in a separate package. You want you hunting for it. Okay, great. Condition of Milt Jackson. All these jazz records, unless noted, are beautiful. Paul is calling this the Unicorn Jazz Collection, mostly because, one, it's like 30,000 pieces. Second, everything is like sealed or in shrink. I have not seen any Pink Floyd lights delivered today. No Pink Floyd lights delivered today. All right, here we go. I got to get my laptop, but we'll go ahead and start. I went through and ordered one each of a bunch of Now yearbooks, some that I don't think I ever had, and some that maybe some people hadn't had an opportunity to buy. There should be like 5 different ones tonight. I've only got 1 copy each. Now yearbook, yellow vinyl, triple LP, $59.99, okay? Let me go get my laptop because I see Eminem coming up, and I know that's a waiting list. And let me go do that right now. So thanks everybody for tuning in on Tuesday night. Last night was pretty epic. Just a quick update on silver. I'm going to make sure we got some I need to tag for Kathy. I just had a note come in on my reminder on my phone here. And I'm going to make sure she's watching because she made a big investment on silver last night. And I want to make sure I get her tagged for exactly what she wants. And then we owe her an air horn. Later tonight, we can go through some more. We had 3 air horns last night after 1 a.m. So if you go to bed early, you miss out on the air horn silver deals. I think we had 3 air horn silver deals last night. So, and I'm all of a sudden running low. No joke. So, if you still want to quote on anything, let me know. I'm trying to get another guy that's going to sell me some more lined up, hopefully sooner than later. Just FYI. There's Now yearbook, and let's see what's going on. Tommy Call wants the Milt Jackson. Tommy Call wanted the Milt Jackson. Great, I put that right over here. All right, let's update and put some more auctions up too. So CCR didn't get a bid. This Taiwanese press is a $20 buy it now. 69 Taiwanese unofficial. $20 buy it now on that. Let's put CCR away. And then over here, Black Sabbath. The last bid was amenities at $30. That's going once, going twice. So we had a wait list for Eminem stands, or excuse me, this is Soundgarden. Eminem's coming up, but let's go ahead and do Soundgarden. Down on the upside, this is a double LP. Great stuff here, Burden in My Hand. There was 3 people on a wait list. Dusk Gray and Aaron Andrus needed 2 copies. So there's 1 for Dusk Gray and then 2 for Aaron Andrus. Soundgarden down on the upside. So there's 1, 2, 3 sold, and I got 2 extra Soundgardens, $44.99. Now yearbook 1991 is a triple LP, $59.99. So it's a hits comp. Amenities, I think you're one of the reasons I ordered some of the other ones that I have tonight. Some people's missing them. Some people have never seen all of them. This is another one. Yellow vinyl, $59.99. There's 2 Soundgardens left. Chris Cornell down on the upside. Pretty cool stuff here. Burden in My Hand, etc., etc. Blow up the outside world. Black Sabbath is also sold to amenities for $30. We have not sold any advertised auctions. Just FYI, maybe some of the cheaper stuff every once in a while, but none of the advertised stuff. I usually don't run anything until 7 p.m. Central Time. So that gives everybody any time zone. It's still kind of early out on the West Coast. It's what, 5 in California, but it's already 8 o'clock on the East Coast. So that's about the best time to go ahead and get stuff rolling, 7 o'clock Central. We have more stuff, though, unadvertised like this. An 84 U.S. club copy of U2 War, an 84 U.S. club copy, and this is EX Plus condition. All is quiet on New Year's Day. $20 start. Here's Little Richard, a mono reissue, 2014 near mint, classic stuff there. $20 start on that one. Now Your Book is So to Amenity, still got both Soundgardens, and guess what? Here's another one, 1988. A triple LP, that's like a turquoise, whatever the color a cover is typically the color of the vinyl. So like a turquoise blue, there's 1988, and then it's 9 o'clock in wherever Amenities is watching from, Puerto Rico, or what time is it out there? We have War at 20, 26, 25. There's one copy of The Rockin' Roots of the Doors. This was a waiting list. When I went to order this for Sherry Darnell, there was only one left in stock. So let's tag this for Sherry Darnell. Thank you, Sherry. Now, they said 0 left. That doesn't mean that they won't ever make them again. It's just that I couldn't get them right at that moment. So this is so to her. Wig Hot Wig going up. If you ever need anything requested, just keep reminding me, and keep reminding me after 7. The more you ask me, the better, the faster I'll try to move it up into rotation. Next auction is Crocus Metal Rendezvous. Crocus is a 1980 USOG VG Plus condition, and that's going to be a $15 start. Next is Stevie Ray Vaughan, the Dominican Republic. It's 9 o'clock in the Dominican Republic. See, I got to get rolling. Those people are about to go to bed. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood is $29.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. And guess what? Here is another yearbook, 1987, $59.99 on that one. So I have, we just sold 91, there's 87, and there's 88. Those are $59.99. So Back to the Future is new and sealed, $33.99. That's an eye catcher. Last night, I'd say there was 5 or 7 people who asked about it. $33.99, Back to the Future. Michael Jackson Bad is $24.99. Peter Criss is $36.99. And then this is a jigsaw puzzle. Iron Maiden's a jigsaw puzzle. It is $24.99. Now, somebody can break the ice and buy Back to the Future. I've got 2 in stock right now because there's been a lot of people want that. They see that, you know what they think of? My childhood. The most iconic movie of the 80s. I gotta have it. It's the Back to the Future soundtrack. It's amazing. Amenities gets 87 and 88. Those are so to him. Let's go over the details on War. U2 War is an 84 U.S. club, an RCA music copy. This is EX Plus condition. So it's an 84 club copy. It's EX Plus. The high bid right now is $33. $33. Little Richard, the last bid on Little Richard was nothing. It's a 2010s reissue. I think I said 2014 to be exact. It is near mint. It's a $20 start. And then Crocus Metal Rendezvous already has a bid for $15 with Rick Longoria. Rick Longoria on that. So thank you. Let me try to get this sticker off. There we go. All right, and that's a one bid, $15. No new puzzles or blankets tonight, at least. Lamb of God, self-titled. Lamb of God is $24.99. And then here is that waiting list for Eminem Stands. And Stands is the official soundtrack, translucent red and black vinyl. And there should be a waiting list on this. Still never did get around to posting it as a pre-order. I figured it passed, but I figured there'd be some still people want some. M-N-M. What a hard name to spell. M-N-M. There it is. Vlodercheck, Josh Tanner, and Levi Hilton. Vlodercheck, Josh Tanner, and Levi Hilton. These are $49.99. There is 1, 2, 3 sold, and we got 2 M&Ms left. If you don't have one of those yet, 2 M&Ms left. Also, Stevie Ray Vaughan, this is a live unofficial. Texas, 1987, a 2 LP live Stevie Ray Vaughan, $36.99. And then another Now Yearbook, 1992 Now Yearbook. That is $59.99 on that. Guess what? U2 is still getting bids, but Little Richard didn't get a bid, so he's a $20 buy now. $20 buy it now on Little Richard, and Crocus got one bid with Rick Longoria, and guess what? We are selling that. Aaron Andrus wants a Van Halen light. Please make a note. We put him down for a Van Halen light, and we really need to start getting these out. Whoever's watching the sale, we need to get all the Van Halen lights, and we need to physically, because I tell you what's going to happen. I'm going to predict it right now for those buying Van Halen lights this week. I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. We're going to get a message that says, I did not get a Van Halen light on my invoice. So I'm going to cut to the chase. I'm going to cut any room of error out right now. I'm going to grab these sticky notes, and we're going to physically tag these. Okay? We're going to physically tag these. Here's the notes from last night, and maybe we can sell them out. So here's Van Halen lot number 1. This was sold last night to Brent Robley. Done. Here's Van Halen lot number 2. This was sold last night. It was a new buyer. I don't know. Let me see if he messaged the page, though. Let me see if this guy, Dennis, it was the Menace Dennis. I never did see anything come in from him. I think they were just new buyer, maybe Dennis SH HMIED. They're under the name The Menace. They might be a menace. Let's see here. Okay. No, we got his information. Okay. The Menace, you was almost a menace. I got you, though. Okay, so that's sold to him. We got his information. And now one for Aaron Andrus. Let's put him down right now, Aaron Andrus. There's 2 more, and then y'all know there's a 3rd one plugged in. Does anybody else want a Van Halen light right now? Does anybody else want a Van Halen light right now before they're all sold out? And then I'm like, well, I can put you on a waiting list, but it's going to be 3 weeks. You know, it's going to be 5 years. It's going to be 10 years before you get one. It looks like I have one more down here in the box. Okay. I'm cutting out any room of error. So that's why I'm doing that right now. I didn't want no room for error on these Van Halen lights. Okay. And if you want on a waiting list for any others, let me know. I've got 4 in stock at this moment. There are 4. They're $59.99. There are currently 4 in this exact moment in stock, including the display model lit up there. All right, sorry for the delay. We had to take care of that. I'm ready to put up advertised auctions. Wars at $43. And Aaron Andrus also wants the wait list for Beatles. I just confirmed we got some of the back-ordered ones, hopefully on the way ASAP. First thing I've got is from the advertised lot. Let's do House of Lords and Caddyshack 2. Okay? We have House of Lords, a 1988 US Hot Pog OG VG Plus condition. $15 start. House of Lords, that's now up for bid. And then Caddyshack 2. Caddyshack 2 is the soundtrack sealed, a 1988 US OG, $15 start on that. Back to the crate. We have Budgie Squawk. This is a picture disc, $39.99 for Budgie, $39.99 on that. And we have Judas Priest Stained Glass. One is sold to Rock Shoal. Rock Shoal on that one. That is $33.99. Thank you, Rock Shoal. And there's 2 extra copies of Judas Priest if anybody wants one. Up at the top, we have a request for a Coletco light. I'll put it on my list. I have a request for a Duran Duran light. I'll put it on my list. We have 120 requests for lights. We have enough to keep us busy through summer, maybe even through the rest of the year. So about every band you could ever think of and logo and anything iconic, it's going to eventually be made into a light box, okay? House of Lords 15, House of Lords 20, and House of Lords 22. The last bit on YouTube was amenities at 43. McEwen Photo, do you want back in? He said out, okay? Rock Shoal said flag. Okay? I love it when people throw flags because we're about to get something interesting happen. We have Philip Holt on a wait list for Chuck Berry is on top. Are we sure he didn't already get tagged for one of these? Let me pull this up. I think I already tagged him for one of these, but let's make sure right now. Let's pull this up, and this is Philip Holt. And let's see here. Chuck Berry, he's already paid for one. This one's still available, $39.99. Boy, I'm glad I have a good memory, or we would have a lot more invoice corrections than we already do. Chuck Berry's $39.99, and the best of Bob Marley and the Wailers, 30th anniversary, and this is on the tricolored vinyl, $44.99. Rule number 2 after throwing a flag is to explain why you're throwing a flag, and then we'll go from there. We have Primus, Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Primus is $36.99. I've got 2 of those. The reason I put this up, because last night we had an OG Bob Marley that was bid on for 48 minutes. We had 2 or 3 people battling each other for almost an hour. And I was like, hold the fort. We can order those brand new on colored vinyl for half the price if you want one. Of course, that was the OG. But right there, $44.99. U2 is sold. And this is officially sold to Amenities for $43. Let's update House of Lords, and let's update Caddyshack 2. The first thing is House of Lords, and John Kaiser had it for $24. David Howard bid $25. So now that's at $25. House of Lords, shrinking hype. And then Caddyshack, I think, has one bid with Ron Eaton for $15. It does. One bid for $15 on that. Next is Jeff Daly on Primus. That's sold to Jeff Daly. Thank you on that. And we have Rat, and this is Reach for the Sky. This is also sold to Rock Shoal. That's $33.99. That's Rat, Reach for the Sky. Those are sold and sold. And then Rush 2112. Rush 2112 is 180 gram analog remaster, Abbey Road Studios, $36.99. And let me make sure that hadn't already been tagged for TSO Houston. I think it has, but let me make sure. Yeah, I know that one has. I'm going to rely on my memory. Now, let me look up Judas Priest and make sure I'm thinking of the right person who requested these records. I'm pretty sure that's who it was. It was Rock Show, where they requested a Rat, a Judas Priest, and a Budgie. Now, if I'm crazy, go ahead and call me crazy, but I'm almost positive. Rock Show requested a Budgie, which that's not the one they wanted. And then Judas Priest on my voice from the ones I ordered 2 weeks ago. The Rat was not on there, though, and I sent a Facebook message. Okay, so back over here. I don't know how you ended up with that already. That's near impossible. Let me help everybody else with orders, okay? Here's what happens. If you message Ed to order something, he's probably going to order it immediately, or Laura, and they put a special line item, and sometimes it gets tagged. Then if you ask me again, or if you ask me if they've ordered it, whoever's watching the sale will make a note. And we've had some people tag for the same record 3 times because they've asked Ed, Laura, and me, and it's all been wrote down. They all order it, and then you get tagged 2 or 3 times. So I would say pick who you want your source to be. Ask Ed, ask me here, or ask Laura. Now, Laura is typically very busy in the back getting stuff priced in auctions. Your best bet's Ed, but he's going to order it immediately right then if it's in stock. Or if you ask me, I'm going to keep it in my mind, and if I don't know that Ed's already ordered it for you, then I'm going to order it, and then we end up having it ordered 2 or 3 times for you. So for anybody ever doing special orders, I would say make sure you ask either me, and I'll make sure it's wrote down, or you ask Ed. And if you ask me again, you might end up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies of the same record, because it could be ordered. They could be back ordered somewhere else in stock here. So you got to be careful. Juice Priest on my current invoice. Okay. I don't know how that happened. Probably it already came in and they've already added it. So I've got 3 copies in stock now. So House of Lords over here is at 28, 26 with Steve Little. John Kaiser, you're out. Ron Eaton gets Caddyshack for $15. That's sold. Okay? Now, let's go ahead and keep going through this crate one more time. We still got 6 more crates to go. So some of the most rarest, expensive highly sought after records are being requested. I see your request. You know, it is kind of early. That's why people's requesting. They're like, for the love of all things good and holy, Chad, please go ahead and put these records up right now so I can get them for as little as possible. We have Elf trying to burn the sun. Elf is a 1975 USPRC Richmond OG VG++ EX condition. Elf is going to go up for a $30 start. $30 start. Ed, I think, worked on invoice corrections all day today, and he's still not done. Just this and that. A square has been an absolute pain in the butt for us, so I think it's just led to a lot of errors this week, and it just absolutely sucks. I think that's why we're having so many just major issues with that. Okay, so there's that. Let's go through these one more time. Soundgarden down on the upside, $44.99. We have Soundgarden down on the upside. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. Stevie Ray Vaughan is $29.99. There's 2 copies. And then Lamb of God, self-titled. Lamb of God, $24.99. Soundgarden, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Lamb of God. Let's update these other. So we got a request for Clutch, another request for Clutch, another request for Clutch, a request for Down, another request for Down. House of Lords is at 30 with John Kaiser. Elf is at 30, another request for Clutch. Elf is at 35, another request for Down, another request for Clutch, and another request for Down. Wow, those are going to be the slobber knockers tonight. How about 7:30 and I'll put both of them up? Hopefully you got 15 more minutes to spare. Eminem Stands, the official soundtrack. That's on red and black vinyl. Stands is $49.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan Live, 1987, Texas, $36.99. And then there's only one Now Yearbook left that hadn't sold tonight. 1992. That's on green vinyl, $59.99 on that one. Budgie Squawk is $39.99. That's only in print as a picture disc. Just so you know, Rock Show, this is not in print on vinyl. So if you do want a new copy of this, this is the only way you can get that, $39.99. Judas Priest Stained Glass, $33.99 for Judas Priest. And we have 3 of those in stock, okay? And then Chuck Berry is the Chess 75th anniversary, mastered from the analog tapes, pressed at QRP, $39.99. Legend, the best of Bob Marley. That's on green, yellow, and red stripe colored vinyl, $44.99 on that one. We have Primus, Sailing the Seas of Cheese, $36.99 for Primus. Rat, Reach for the Sky on white vinyl, $33.99. David Doyle on Stevie Ray Vaughan. I'm assuming for the live one, right? That's so to David Doyle. And then Rush 2112 remastered, $36.99, okay? And then the last bit on Elf was Steve Little at $37. And we have House of Lords, so to John Kaiser for $30. That is so to John Kaiser for $30. Let's put that away for a split second. Okay. Ooh. Boom. And tuck this price tag in there. All right. So we definitely are going to run Clutch and Down NOLA at the 7:30 mark. And let's go ahead and, boy, there's some other crazy stuff over here too. Let's see what's going on with Bon Jovi, New Jersey first. An 88 USOG with the original sleeve, super nice, $35 start, okay? There's Elf, it's still getting bids, and let me see if I can find Hawkwind, and we'll go ahead and put that one up right now. So that is Joan Jett, Billy Idol, Breakfast Club, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Van Halen, Tracy Chapman, Sid Barrett, Simple Minds, Rock and Roll High School, Rush, Lenny Kravitz. There's Hawkwind. Hawkwind is a 1974 USOG. Lemmy is on this album. That's always the first question. It has the original on her sleeve. It's a $25 start. $25 start. That's now up for bid. And Bob Riger wants a Judas Priest. Bob Riger wants a Judas Priest. Thank you on that. Okay? All right, let's go through another crate. I like to encourage everybody to stay on here as long as possible, you know. I see all these requests, and I'm like, surely these people aren't going to bid on these records and then go to bed. I mean, do you know how much, like, next 19 hours, how much vinyl you're going to be missing out on an opportunity to buy that you have no idea what's even about to be shown? You got to stay locked in here with me. You got to focus. You got to be like, golly, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to spend the rest of the night right here. What else? What else am I going to be doing? I have nothing else to do except right here and see what Coletco is going to be putting up for sale for the next 7 or 8 hours straight. I have no other plans. David Bowie's a waiting list. This is a really cool bootleg, and these are $29.99. I don't know why they didn't get stickered, but they're $29.99. Let's make sure these go in for that. And this is David Bowie, and hopefully we sell out right now. And I'm going to tell you who's on a waiting list. Vladimir, Christina Curtis, and Chris Gornsey. Vladimir, Christina Curtis, and Chris Gornsey. This is David Bowie live in 1974, $29.99. This is David Bowie live, Los Angeles, 1974. A double white LP, gatefold jacket, really cool David Bowie. So there was three copies there. That's sold. That is done. And then we have 2, 4, 5 copies left of David Bowie. Let's update these other auctions. First thing was Bob Riker got a Judas Priest. We got a request for Van Halen. We have Elf at $40. We got Bon Jovi at $35. We have a request for Dylan and Dead. Hawkwind got a bid for $25. Was there any more Judas Priest? Yes, there's 2 more left, Matt. 2 more Judas Priest left. And then Hawkwind, another $25. Bon Jovi $40. Hawkwind $26. Bon Jovi $36. And then we have Matt Nichols put Brownies. JSA autographs to Itt. Bon Jovi $37. L41. What is Bon Jovi? No JSA autographs tonight. No, not tonight. L42, L45. I need one more day of research. I need one more day to get them all ready. Here's a special request. Sadist for Jordan Tregre. Tregre. That's called The Shadow Inside. Sadist is $29.99. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I'm going to make that the last record in this crate. That's a really cool David Bowie unofficial for just $29.99. Let me grab a new empty crate. A lot of cool new stuff tonight. Should be some crates of new releases as well. And we have over here 3 copies of David Bowie, and this is the National Bowl. There is also a waiting list for this one too, $29.99, also for Vladimir. So there's 2 extra copies left of David Bowie, $29.99. And then over here, I've got Johnny Cash. There was a special request for this, The Sound of Johnny Cash. Now, there's a song, $29.99 for this, $29.99. This was a wait list for Moises Echeverria. I don't recognize that name. It must be under a Twitch handle or something. Scott Markheim and James Cohorn. I think they know who that is in the operations room, though. So one for Moses E., Scott Markheim, and James Cohorn. So there's 3 copies, and I have 2 extras left. Okay? Now, let's go right over here and see what's going on. We got Bon Jovi. The update on this. The update on Bon Jovi is the following. Bon Jovi is a 1988 USOG. This has the original on her sleeve, and it's near mint minus. The last bid on this that came in was Sean Sam at $37. Sean Sam at $37. Elf. The last bid on Elf that came in was Nick Bargeron at $45. Those are all going once, going twice. And then Hawkwind, we had Nick Orlando 35 and Michael Hamburger 35, okay? So those are at 35 and 35, now 36. That's our current 3 auctions. I'll start getting to the other stuff. Just so you'll know, keep reminding me of what you want to go up for bid, but I can only keep 2 or 3 auctions up. So if there's 2 or 3 up right now and they keep getting bids, we'll wait until one of them sells before we do something else. Jerry Stone, which Bowie do you need? Los Angeles or the National Bowl? Okay, let me know on that one. Chuck Berry still available from the last crate. Here's another David Bowie opportunity. 9 Inch Nails and David Bowie. The classic collaborations, broadcast rarities and obscurities. That's a double LP, $39.99. Clutch is going to be ran at 7:30. 8 more minutes. Do not leave the chat. Elvis at 46. Jamie Butler has Bon Jovi at 40. Everybody else is out. Hawkwind is at 20. The name of the Johnny Cash is called The Sound of Johnny Cash. Now, there was a song. Johnny Cash is 2 original albums on 1 LP. And this is The Sound of Johnny Cash, and Now There Was a Song. $29.99, okay? Let's go ahead and tag, make sure these go in for $29.99. Los Angeles, 1974, David Bowie. $29.99 on that. Bon Jovi is at $41 now, so that's a new bid. Hawkwind is Hall of the Mountain Grill. This is a 1974 OG in VG Plus condition. It's now at $41. Fred Carnell wants a David Bowie and 9 Inch Nails. There's 2 left. 007 Platinum wants a Johnny Cash. And Nick Serenjenko wants the Chuck Berry from the previous crate. The Chess 75th Anniversary Series. This is sold to Nick Serenjenko. Okay. Also, we have 2 copies of Lamb of God, Strum and Drang. Lamb of God is $36.99. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. And we should have a wait list for Stevie Ray Vaughan, live, Austin, Texas, $39.99, SRV. And the waiting list for Stevie Ray Vaughan was Jamie Sotar. Thank you, Jamie Sotar. You got a Stevie Ray Vaughan live, Austin, Texas, $39.99. Fred Carnell also wants a David Bowie, Los Angeles, $29.99. Bon Jovi, $45. Jamie Sotar also gets 9 Inch Nails and David Bowie. Now there's 1 left. Now Scott Markheim wants a Johnny Cash. That one's now sold out. And that means, are we done on Elf? I think that means we're done on Elf, right? Jamie Sotar bid 46. Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. We're not done on Elf. We're not done on Elf. Jerry Stone got a David Bowie LA. Yes, you did. David Dole also wants this Stevie Ray Vaughan. Was that the Johnny Cash I was on a waiting list for? This Johnny Cash, that particular one I just showed was, yes, and for another one that's coming up in just a second. But yes. Okay, over here was Now Yearbook 1974. That's $59.99. And here's the other Johnny Cash, Longing for Old Virginia, which I found it on Discogs. This is a live concert around 1976 is what I found out. It's a 2 LP live unofficial. James Cohorn, you were also on a wait list for this. So that was a live unofficial from 1976. Danae wants on the wait list for the Stevie Ray Vaughan live in the early years. And guess what? All of these auctions are still getting bids. Bon Jovi, the last bid on Bon Jovi was Jamie Butler at $45. And since then, no one else has bid. No one has set out. And 2 people have asked what it is. It's a 1988 US OG pressing, super clean and super nice, of Bon Jovi, New Jersey. That has a high bid right now of $45. We've lost Nick Bargeron. It's up to him on Elf. Jamie Sotar has it for $46. Nick Bargeron, you're out. And then Hawkwind, Nick Orlando has it for $45. It's an OG VG Plus copy of Hall of the Mountain Grill. Now, 007 also wants this Johnny Cash. Bon Jovi still getting bids. And here's a David Bowie that we didn't have the last time, new for tonight, In the White Room, 1995, David Bowie live, a Parachute 2 LP, $29.99 for David Bowie. Okay, guess what? Bon Jovi has a new bid for 46. Elf has a new bid for 48. Bon Jovi has another bid for 46. And Hawkwind is at 46 with Michael Hamburger. 46 with Michael Hamburger. 46 with Michael Hamburger. Nick Orlando, just so you know, you're outbid. Michael Hamburger has it for 46. Let's see the Everclear. I'll let you see it. If you can convince these auctions to be bid higher and faster, the higher people bid and the faster they bid, the more auctions you'll see faster. We just got to convince everybody to bid faster and higher, and we'll get to all the requested auctions. There's some people rubbing their hands together, and they're like, I'm telling you what, right now, I cannot wait to bid on that Everclear album. I am going to lose my mind if you don't put up the Clutch album, Chad. I'm cracking my knuckles. I'm popping my neck. I'm over here lifting weights. I'm jogging in place. They are ready to bid. I'm going to do, when one goes down, one goes up. Here's the rules. Bid high and bid often. Bid like your life depends on it. We have 3 copies left of David Bowie, Los Angeles, 1974. It's a double LP white vinyl. They're listening to the Rocky music. The Tigers playing in their living room. They're punching a bag right now. They're like, buddy, I don't know about y'all, but I'm not leaving until that Clutch goes into my cart. Till Chad says Clutch is sold to me. I've been eating raw eggs all morning. I've got my sweats on. I've been running upstairs. I am ready to bid on this clutch. We have David Bowie live in Los Angeles, 1974, white vinyl, $29.99. $29.99 for David Bowie. There's 3 left. Another one, live 1990, also $29.99, also a 2 LP, also a gatefold jacket, also on colored vinyl, and 9 Inch Nails in David Bowie, another 2 LP, also a gatefold jacket, 1 left, $39.99. Lamb of God Strum and Drang is $36.99. That's a gatefold. That's a 2 LP. That's $36.99. There's another, now Yearbook 1974, $59.99. That's a 3 LP. That's in green vinyl. Johnny Cash is a 2 LP live 1976. That's a gatefold. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. And then here's a David Bowie that's new for tonight in the White Room, the 1995 transmission, $29.99. Okay? Now, Bon Jovi. The last bid on Bon Jovi was Jamie Butler at $48. Everybody else is out. Jamie Butler is at $48. This is New Jersey. It's a 1988 USOG with the original on her sleeve. The last bid that came in for Bon Jovi was Jamie Butler at $48. Sean Sam says he's out, and that is a final call. That is a final call. Over here is Elf Trying to Burn the Sun. This was up to 2 people, Jamie Sotar and Nick Bargeron. Jamie Sotar went out. This is sold to Nick Bargeron for $48. Sold to him for $48. And then over here, this is Hawkwind, Hall of the Mountain Grill. This was between Hamburger and this was between Nick Orlando. Nick Orlando bid $50. Hamburger went out, sold to Nick Orlando for $50. The only thing left is Bon Jovi, New Jersey, and that's between a couple people. Now, Kelly Vlodarchek, I've already sold you one of these. But if you need the Bowie with 9 Inch Nails, if that was your other Bowie comment, that would be sold to you. And then also I have you down for now Yearbook 74. I've also got Kelly Vlodarchek down for Johnny Cash. And I've got Kelly Vlodarchek down for White Room. Chad, any extra info on David Bowie? Is it both of them or covers? This is where they played live, but also obscurity. So I don't know a lot about this. It's 9 Inch Nails and David Bowie, the classic collaborations, broadcast rarities and obscurities. So Kelly just got the last one, but I can get more. I think it's live and studio stuff, $39.99, okay? Here we go. Let's go to the 2 most requested auctions of the night. Hope everybody's in place. Have you been jogging in place? This album right here, probably when we put this in a hot picture, it stirs up some feathers. It rustles some feathers. There's some people that's like, listen, Chad, I don't know what it's going to take, but I have got to own this album. It is out of print. It is Clutch, the Elephant Riders. It's a near mint copy. The 2016 Record Store Day on red vinyl. It's official. It's not a bootleg. It's a real copy. $150 start for Clutch, the Elephant Riders. Clutch, the Elephant Riders, $150 start. Good luck to all those involved. May the force be with you. High bid wins. Bid often and bid extremely high. That's my best financial advice to you. Bid high and bid extremely often. Both, whichever way you want to put it. Next is Sean Miller wants Bowie White Room. That's sold to Sean Miller. We have a request for Kid Rock. Clutch has a bid already for $200. Okay? Now, over here, we have Bon Jovi. The last bid was Sean Sam at $49. Sean Sam has Bon Jovi at $49. Jamie Butler, you're out. Clutch has opened at $200. Clutch is open for $200. Let's put up the next auction. The next auction is also going to go up right now. Let's find it and let's put it up for bid. And that is going to be Everclear. I've had a few people say, listen, Chad, I don't know what it's going to take. I don't know how many bankers I've got to call, accountants, lawyers, people at the FDA, the CIA, whatever it takes. When this sale is over, when you say sold, it's going to be, my name's going to be put on it. Everclear, Sparkle and Fade. is the 1995 USOG. Let me repeat that. It is the 1995 USOG green vinyl near mint. Now, it originally came with a bonus 7-inch. This one does not have the bonus 7-inch. It is near mint. It is a $125 start. The guy we bought all these from is watching right now, Scott Leach. Shout out to Scott Leach for letting me buy his collection. Paul took care of the deal. Thank you, Scott. These both came from his collection. He just said he bought the clutch brand new and it was only played a few times. It's like near mint condition, which it is. There we have it. Now, are we done on clutch already? That was a fast auction, $200. It's about to sell. Everybody done? It's about to sell. Everclear's $125 start. Bon Jovi is at $50 with Jamie Butler. Sean Sam, just so you know, you've been outbid. Now, there was another claim in here. We have Fred Carnell wants Bowie White Room. I can't remember if I've already pulled one of those. I don't think I have. Fred Carnell got a Bowie White Room. No, because one went to Sean and then one went to Vladarchek. Okay, there we have it. All right. The only thing left in here is Lamb of God, Bowie National Bowl, and Bowie 1974. Good luck to all those bidding. Big auctions. Okay. Clutch is at $225. Bon Jovi's at $51. Everclear is $125 start. Mark Stanley's out on clutch. $220, now $225. One of the most sought after records of all time. I feel like I've said that a lot this week. Anybody else agree? What did I say for it last night? Badlands? Now, that's a true statement, though. We sold it that Badlands last night. I was like, this is the most sought after, the most sought after record of all time. I'm probably going to be saying that a few times tonight, based on as many comments and direct messages. So whenever I post those hot pictures every day about 5 o'clock, y'all would not believe the DMs we get. How can I purchase clutch? Can I buy clutch right now? Please go ahead and just price me clutch. Hi, I'm new to your page. What would it take right now to own this clutch album? Messages like that start rolling in. Plus, you see them sometimes in the comments. And we have to reply to everybody. You got to tune in and you got to bid. You got to tune in and you got to bid. That's how we sell records here. If you're not watching, you're going to miss it. All right. Had to take a quick drink of Monster. I'm back and ready. Let's go through another one. Then we'll go through a quick vintage crate, okay? We got 4 more crates of new vinyl, not counting this one. This is a little short one. We'll go through 1 crate of vintage, and then we'll go right back into the new stuff. So Bon Jovi was at 51. Jamie Butler, you're out. The last bid on clutch that I seen was $225 and then $235 with Nikki Payne. Everclear doesn't look like it's going to get a bid. So I'm going to give everybody one more chance. I'm assuming Brian Hickson, you're passing. So a final call to get a bid in for $125. I guess this is no longer as desirable as everybody thought it was. $125, final call on that one, okay? Now, we have right here, John Grace also requested Down Nola, and then Sean Miller wants a Bowie 1974 from the last crate. You got it. Sell this to Sean Miller. Please make sure it gets tagged at $29.99. Now, Matthew D. Broughton Gnome 6062. I'm not for sure exactly what you're bidding on. I've seen you put 300 and 300 and 200 yes. Make sure over here, if you're bidding, you put what you're bidding on. Make sure you put what you're bidding on, like BJ for Bon Jovi, Clutch for Clutch, or EC for Everclear, something like that to let me know what you're bidding on, and then you got to place your bid. Right now, Clutch, a.k.a. ER, Elephant Rider, is at $235 with Nikki Payne. We got a restock of Megadeth United Abominations. Honestly, I don't know if all the Zeppelin bootlegs came in or not, because I hadn't even got to flip through this new stuff. So here is Megadeth, and Megadeth United Abominations. I still had the following people on a waiting list. 9 people. Megadeth, still got 9 people on a wait list. These are $38.99. Megadeth is $38.99. There's 9 people on a waiting list. Tom Harris, Scott Smith, Michael Miller, Sarah Morgan, Jeff Brindley, Kenneth Russell, Slammin' Alvin, Martin Pryor, and Mike Hilton. 9 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 1 extra copy of Megadeth United Abominations if anybody wants one. Okay? That's sold. That's sold on Megadeth. And then I'm going to pull up an email to read you about the new Megadeth release that comes out this week, okay? So let me pull that up because I'm going to go ahead and give everybody some news right now on the new Megadeth release that's due out this week, okay? Bon Jovi, still getting bids. Bon Jovi's at 52. Clutch is still getting a bid. It's at 240. Nobody bid on Everclear. This is a $125 buy it now. That is 1995 green vinyl. OG, $125 on that. Megadeth is Tom Harris, Scott Smith, Michael Miller, Jeff Brindley, Kenneth Russell, Slammin' Alvin, Martin Pryor, and Mike Hilton. So we need to give one to Dwayne Worley. Dwayne, I got you for the last one. Anybody else want on a waiting list? Here's my first email from Megadeth. From one distributor. Due to heavy allocation on the Megadeth indie exclusive and tight supply of the standard black vinyl, we've had to cut pre-orders on the indie exclusive and substituted them in order for standard. Please reply if you don't want the standard black vinyl. Of course, I replied and said, no, I don't, because I have over 100 pre-orders for indie exclusive. And then here is another email from another distributor, probably my number 2. Hi, Chad. We're heavily allocated on the indie exclusive, and a bunch of them arrived damaged. We've had to heavily allocate them, and right now we have none in stock, and the black vinyl are already pretty much spoken for. So let me go ahead and tell you this right now. The Megadeth pre-order, and I replied to my main guy, and he said, this is the biggest mess I've seen in about a year. They virtually made very little of the indie exclusive, even though they were advised and had thousands and thousands of pre-orders. So they're basically going to have to make more later. So when the Megadeths come in this week, you're probably going to be lucky to get one until they make more. Basically, the email thread I was in, they've made very little of all of them. They've made them extremely, extremely limited edition. Now, I've been fed that kind of information before, and there ends up being plenty 2 weeks later. There's like so many, they have thousands of them. But right now, this due out this week, the Megadeth is extremely, extremely limited edition. So we'll see what happens. Here is a waiting list, a special request for Justin Deckelman. And this is, I can't even read it, but that's sold to Justin Deckelman, special request. And Rush 2112, I got 1 copy, $33.99, okay? We have Clutch, the Elephant Riders. Clutch is at $240. Did the other person go out? Nikki Payne, you've been outbid on this. Right now, Longoria has it for $240. Let me know if you want back in, okay? Let me know if you want back in on that one. And then Bon Jovi, New Jersey. Sean Sam has this for $53. Jamie Butler and Sean Sam are in war right now for Bon Jovi. That's been up for a while. It's still at $53. Let's put up over here. Let's put this up over here, which is Down NOLA. That's probably one of the next most requested records. Down NOLA. Here we go. Hope everybody's ready for this one. This is a 1995 US OG pressing. A 1995 US OG pressing with insert. A real copy of Down NOLA. This isn't the reissue. This isn't the 2LP in-print version. This is the real 1995 US OG Down NOLA $175 start. It is a real 1995 OG pressing, $175 start. Clutch, Nikki Payne says, I'm still in, give me a few. I can only give you a few more moments. The high bid right now is $240. It's up to you. You can bid again or say out. Scott Leach also had Down NOLA, and he bought it new, and it's in really good shape. So we'll see what happens with Megadeth. They're not supposed to actually be delivered until Friday. I told them, I said, I need at least 100 to cover pre-orders if you can help me out. And yeah, and then one place they said they had like a tub or box after box show up with sing splits. I mean, it seems like Megadeth is bad luck this week, but they're going to make more of them. Okay, here we go. We have Eminem Slim Shady. There should be a waiting list for this. Eminem Slim Shady. Let's pull this one up right quick. If I can spell Eminem again, E-M-I-N-E-M. And the wait list for Slim Shady was, let me look this up. I always have trouble with this one. Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking about the Stand soundtrack we've already tagged. Yeah, I think I am. $39.99 for this, okay? There's that, there's that. Nobody's bid yet on Down Nola. I'm about to make it a buy now. No bid yet on that either. Sean Sam, you're out on Bon Jovi, and I'm going to do a 5-second countdown on Clutch in about 2 minutes, okay? I've got to sell it. Nikki, if you're out there, I can't hold it forever. It's either you got to bid more than 240 or I got to sell it. We have Rush Fly By Night, $36.99. Rush Fly By Night, that's a 180-gram remaster, $36.99 on that. Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, $36.99. Gatefold jacket, pronounced Leonard Skinner, right out of the cellar. This has the lenticular cover. It's on splatter vinyl. It has a bonus 7-inch, $49.99. Out of the cellar, $49.99. Limited edition, $49.99. I've only got one of those. Elton John's Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road, $44.99 for Elton John. Has that original trifold jacket. Also, Rush Permanent Waves, and I think this was a special request. This was a special request for TSO Houston. Let's check this out right quick. Rush, and this was right over here, and this was TSO Houston. Yes, thank you on that. All right, let's tag that for TSO Houston, and let's put that away. All right, so here we go. Last thing, Bon Jovi is still getting bids. It's at $55 with Sean Sam. You tied Jamie Butler. He already bid 55. So Sean Sam, you're still out. Bowie White Room waiting list. Put down B Smoker on the David Bowie White Room waiting list. Stanley Richmond gets a Rat. Put down Sean Miller on a waiting list for Rat. Clutch is sold. That was a battle. And this is sold to Rick Longoria. Everybody say goodbye. It'll be a long time before we have another one. It could be next week, could be next year. I have a feeling it's going to be a while. Rick Longoria gets that for $240. Down has 3 $175 bids. King Fluffy has this for $175. It's a real 1995 USOG. Nikki Payne, you've been outbid. This is already at $175. Over here, Bon Jovi. The last bid that came in on Bon Jovi was Jamie Butler at $55. Sean Sam, if I give you some advice, or Jamie, if you get outbid, one of y'all need to go ahead and bid $75, and I guarantee that'll win the auction. Might be a little bit more than you want to pay, but if you want it, I guarantee that'll win the auction. If one of y'all go ahead and bid $75. Are y'all ready? Whew, here we go. Keep asking for them. I'm going to keep putting them up. Van Halen, A Different Kind of Truth. This isn't a bootleg. This is the real OG pressing of Van Halen, A Different Kind of Truth. It's a 2012 USOG. This is the only time this has ever been officially released to vinyl. There's a few test pressings that exist. There's a bunch of bootlegs, but this is the real official pressing. It has a really cool embossed jacket. It's a gatefold. Sealed copies have sold for as much as $650. This is on red vinyl, $395 start. $395 start for Van Halen. Bon Jovi is at $60 with Sean Sam. Jamie Butler, you've been outbid. First one to 75 gets it, I promise. Now, I might have to break my promise, but I promise the first one to 75 will get it. There's not much left in this crate. Holy moly. We have Rush, Hold Your Fire for $33.99. Eminem Slim Shady is $39.99. Rush Fly By Night's $36. Pronounced Leonard Skinner's $36. Elton John 44, Rush Permanent Waves 36, and a special request for Troy Robinson, $39.99 for Andre 3000 7 piano sketches. That was a special request for Troy Robinson. Okay, I'm going to lay that on top so it doesn't get lost down in the crate. Bon Jovi's at 60. Mr. Jamie Butler, that's up to you now. Down NOLA, the last bid was King Fluffy at 205. Jake, you're out. Nikki Payne, you're out. And Van Halen's a $395 start. Okay? Rebecca Barber wants Eminem Slim Shady. Thank you on that. Awesome new stuff here. Let's go ahead and knock out a quick crate of new vintage pre-owned, probably the check edition crate. And we're still left with 4 full crates of new stuff for tonight. 4 full crates of new stuff for tonight. So we got a lot to look forward of, okay? So let's go over here and see what's going on. Let's check the quick check condition bin. These are all going to be sticker price. Let's take a quick look at it. And it's just a half crate. We'll be able to knock these out pretty dang fast. And then we're going to go right in and probably finish out the other 4 crates of new stuff. And I don't think we've got to the crate that has the new releases in it yet. Downs at 220, now 225. No bid on Van Halen, $395 start. And then Bon Jovi's at 65 with Jamie Butler. They're making progress. 65 of Jamie Butler. 65 of Jamie Butler. Over here, we have Star Wars, the original soundtrack, OG, VG Plus, $29.99. We have Jimi Hendrix. This is The Cry of Love, VG Condition, $14.99. Jackie Wilson, Solid Gold. That's a double LP Brunswick compilation, $14.99. Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw. Allman Brothers is VG Plus, $17.99. Men at Work Cargo is EX, $22.99. The Bill Evans Trio Live, that's VG, $24.99. And The Who Hooligans, this is VG, $14.99. Bon Jovi is sold, and this is sold to Jamie Butler for $65. That's sold for $65. Down NOLA is at $250. Nobody bid on Van Halen. I figured we'd have an air horn. Disappointed with this one. I thought this one would surpass $500. Van Halen is a $395. Buy it now. $395 buy it now on that. Down NOLA. I've never seen a 1995 original. Nikki Payne has it for $250. Kaiser gets the Van Halen for $395. I truly thought that would sell for over $500. I can't believe it. It's gone. Bill Evans is so to Sean Miller. That's so to Sean Miller. And then we have Santana Caravanserai. That's VG $9.99. McGinnis's Flint was EX Edition $12.99. Marvin Gaye, I Want You. That's VG $12.99 for Marvin Gaye. Next auction is going to go up right now. This has had about 200 or 300 requests, so I better put it up so everybody can bid on it. And that is Bob Dylan and the Grateful Dead. This is a 1989 USOG, Bob Dylan, The Grateful Dead, with the original inner sleeve. It's got a hop sticker on the back, and it's a gold stamp promo. It is a $35 start. Jimi Hendrix is a full album. Grand Funk, All the Girls in the World Beware, VG $9.99. Jimi Hendrix, The Cry of Love, that's a album. VG $14.99 on that. Canned Heat, Living the Blues, Going Up the Country, VG Plus $27.99. And Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited, a 65 copy in shrink, original label, VG $49.99. Down NOLA is sold to Nikki Payne for $250. If you're a first-time buyer or if anybody is new, if you make a purchase, make sure you message us. We need your email address and your mailing address. And we need your, what am I saying? We need your email address and your mailing address. Joe DeGaldo gets Jimi Hendrix. Bob Dylan, The Grateful Dead, was Near Mint Minus. And then over here we have C.C. Allen on Marvin Gaye. Star Wars, let me check it for poster. I don't think so. It's got inner sleeve and inner sleeve. VG Plus $29.99. Okay, Dylan has one bid for $35. Next auction is this right here. Dred Zeppelin, 1990. This is real. It's OG, and it's on Go Vinyl. It's a $35 start. Limited edition Go Vinyl. Dred Zeppelin, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Hank Williams Jr., The New South, VG Condition, $12.99. The Temptations Greatest Hits Volume 2, VG Plus, $14.99. The Beatles 65 in mono, VG, $19.99. Friends is VG Plus, $14.99. Neil Young on the Beach, VG Plus, $29.99. Savoy Brown, A Step Further, VG Plus, $14.99. Cody Wright on the Hank, that's So to Cody, that's done. David Tate was second. Dred Zeppelin, 35, 40, 40. Lloyd Thaxton's VG, $9.99. Harry Nilsson's VG Plus, $17.99. Urban Cowboy is VG Condition, $9.99. And BB King is VG Plus, $19.99. If anybody's a first-time buyer, make sure you register. Right now, I'm showing what? I'm showing right here just one bid on the Grateful Dead at $35. Blaine Zapnick, there was already a bid at $35. You're out. Dred Zeppelin opened at $40, then another $40, then a $35. Danae wants the Temptations. That is sold to Danae, and then Grateful Dead has a new bid for $36, then $37 is Highway 61 in mono. Highway 61 Revisited is a stereo press. It is a stereo press. VG, $49.99. Over here, we have Stephanie Hill on Urban Cowboy. Scott Lee said both the Dylan and the Dred Zeppelin came from his collection, and they're both super clean. They are. They're very nice. Devious John on the Beatles, and that was this one right here. And that is so to Devious John. Now Dred Zeppelin's at $45. Jay Neutral on BB King. Danae, you were next. Lewis was next on Urban Cowboy. And then Dred Zeppelin's at $40, which... or Dead's at $40. I think that was already a bid, though. And ST wants Bob Dylan, unless whoever asked about it first wants it, okay? So those are gone. This crate is really full now. And so we got Dead at $40. So we got Dead and Dred. Let's not get those confused. Blaine has bid $40 on the Grateful Dead and Bob Dylan. That is the high bid, okay? Over here, Dred Zeppelin is at $45 with David Howard. We got Dylan and Dead and Dred Zeppelin. It'd probably help if we can type those out before placing a bid. I promise you got plenty of time to type it out, because these auctions aren't going to sell fast if they're getting bids. As you just seen with Bon Jovi. We went into a bidding war on Bon Jovi that only went for about 35 minutes. So you keep bidding, you'll have plenty of time to place your bid and type it out, I promise, for lack of confusing. Or DZ. Because right now we got Dead and Dred. This is Bob Dylan and the Grateful Dead. This is an 89 USOG gold stamp promo. It has the hop sticker on the back. It's a gold stamp promo, and it's in like new condition. It is in like new condition. The high bid is $41. It just came in. It's beautiful. There's virtually no signs of wear. Dred Zeppelin is from 1990. USOG limited edition yellow vinyl, near mint minus condition. The new bid is $46 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is up for bid Kid Rock, Born Free. Kid Rock is the 2010 first and only time ever this was released on vinyl. The first and only time this was ever released on vinyl. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, near mint minus, and pristine with the CD that came with it. $125 for Kid Rock. $125 for Kid Rock. That is now up for bid, okay? Let's go through a crate of other new stuff. If you're ready, I'm ready. Hopefully y'all ready, okay? Here we go. Including some new releases. Good luck to everybody involved. James Cohorn wants Jimmy from the last crate. That already sold. That already sold. Joe DeGaldo got that, best of my memory. Okay. Here we go. First thing, this is a new release that comes out Friday. Squeeze Play. The critically acclaimed 1991 album remastered, now on LP for the first time. This is Squeeze. It's a double LP, and this is SQUEEZE. Squeeze is $38.99. It's a double LP. It's a new Rhino Start Your Ear Off Right exclusive. And this is $38.99. Here's everybody that got a Squeeze. The first person who got one is Mike Massey, Scott Beebe, and Jerry Stone. There's 3 extra copies left if anybody wants one. That's new for Friday, their 1991 album. Dylan and the Dead is at $51. The last bid that came in on Dred Zeppelin was David Howard at $50. Kid Rock has one bid for $125. Dylan and the Dead is at $51 with Tommy Call. Everybody else is out. Kid Rock has one bid for $125. Everybody else is out. Dred Zeppelin just got a bid for $51. Fred Carnell wants Squeeze. There's 2 copies left. That's new for Friday. Days of the New, double LP, first time ever on vinyl, music on vinyl press. Days of the New is $54.99. Days of the New, $54.99. Randy Jr. Tabron and Brooke Daigle, D-I-G-L-E. 2 copies sold. There's 2 more left if anybody wants one. There's 1, there's 2, and we have Ozzy, No More Tears. Ozzy's a double LP, $44.99. Kid Rock, Born Free is a 2010 OG, the first and only time this was ever pressed on vinyl. Near Mint Minus and Shrink and Hop Sticker with the CD. It has one bid for $125. Dred Zeppelin's at $52 and $55. It looks like we're done on Dylan and the Dead. Tommy Call has it for $51. 3 copies of Van Halen Balance. Remastered, as y'all know, this was long out of print and a very expensive album. Richard Bradshaw was on a waiting list. Sold to Richard Bradshaw. There's now 2 extra copies left of Van Halen Balance, $39.99. David Tate gets an Ozzy. Now there's 1 Ozzy, there's 2 Van Halens. I got Silverchair Frog Stomp, 1 copy, 30th anniversary, yellow and green marble vinyl, numbered on the hop sticker, 2807, $54.99. Ozzy is sold to Christopher Lee, another expensive. It's been a long time since I've had an OG No More Tears. That's like a $300-400 album. We have Blaine Zapnick on Days of the New. There's now 1 copy of that left. And I have 1 Candlebox, self-titled, a double LP music on vinyl, $46.99, and Deathlock. I think this is new for this week. The Death album, Deathlock, is $49.99. I've got 2 of those, and this is called The Many Faces of Ozzy and Black Sabbath, which is a tribute album, $39.99. Like Surfing with the Alien, done by Jake E. Lee, and Living Eating doing War Pigs, and Metal Horse doing Steal Away the Night, and High Voltage doing Into the Void, and Critical Solution doing Iron Man. That is The Many Faces of Ozzy and Black Sabbath, $39.99 on those, okay? Now we have, Chad, can I get the information on the Iron Maiden puzzle? You can. Sean Miller on Deathlock, and then Dwayne Worley wants the Ozzy Sabbath Best Of. Tommy Call, you get the Dylan and the Dead. That's $51. Let's put that away. Dred Zeppelin is sold to David Howard for $60, and Nick Bargeron was the only bidder on Kid Rock at $125, okay? Those are all sold, and sold. Next thing is going to go up right now. This is big. It's been a long time since I've had one of these. Man, I remember this was 3-4 years ago. 3-4 years ago. 5? When was it? It's been a long time. It's been several years since we've had this. This is the Cranberries to the Faithfully Departed. The real OG pressing on yellow vinyl with the fold-out jacket poster. This is a $125 start. The Cranberries to the Faithfully Departed, limited edition yellow vinyl, and it has this poster kind of fold-out cover like this. I can't get it completely expanded, but you get what I'm talking about, which does make room for a little bit of wear and tear because it's literally just like a poster that's folded up into a jacket sleeve. Not easy to come by. That's only the second one I've ever seen. The Cranberries is a $125 start. Let's go back up to the top. We got Scott. We got S. Smith 19. Who is that? Whoever that is, we need to put them down. We got 2 people on the Ozzy. Well, first of all, I don't want to make sure we make a mistake. Dwayne Worley definitely wanted the Ozzy Black Sabbath tribute album. S. Smith, is that Scott Smith? Do you want the many faces of Ozzy and Black Sabbath, or do you want on a waiting list for No More Tears? No More Tears is $44.99. The Cranberries has a bid for $125, okay? Now, also, the last time we had this album, it's probably been about as long ago as the Cranberries. We got some, I'm going to use the R word, rare stuff tonight. This, the Everclear, which didn't get a bid, the Cranberries, the Jane's Addiction, the Van Halen, some crazy stuff. Jane's Addiction. It's been a while since this came in. I remember the last time it was a bidding war. By the way, Laura just dropped off a new crate. That's awesome. This is the 1988 U.S. repress, second pressing. The first pressing does not have a barcode on the jacket. This has the insert with it, and Jane's Addiction is an $85 start. Yeah, it's been 2-3 years since we've had that one. $85 start. Can I get Kid Rock on separate invoice? Make a note of that. I would also send Ed a quick message as well, so that hits his inbox. Okay, Hiram wants the Sabbath tribute. Now there's 2 left because one of them has a seam split. Scott Smith does want the Sabbath tribute. Thank you, Scott Smith. And Everclear is $125. Okay, so Cranberries has a bid for $125. There's Jane's Addiction. These should be getting so many bids, everybody's head is spinning. May not have the people on here that want them, which means somebody's going to get a steal. Next is Counting Crows. Counting Crows, Underwater Sunshine, or What We Did on Our Summer Vacation. Counting Crows is a 2012 USOG, a $35 start on Counting Crows. It's in shrink wrap, and it's a 2 LP, $35 on that. Jane's Addiction is EX. Jane's Addiction is EX. All right, let's go through that crate quickly one more time. So back here in the back, I've got 2 copies of Squeeze, New for Friday, Play, their 1991 album on LP for the first time in the U.S. with 4 bonus tracks, $38.99. Days of the New, 1 left, $54.99. Van Halen Balance is $39.99, remastered a 2 LP. Silverchair Frog Stomp, $54.99. Colored vinyl numbered. Candlebox, self-titled, 2 LP, $46.99. Deathlock, the Death album. Apple Black Wave, limited to 750, $49.99. The Many Faces of Ozzy and Black Sabbath tribute album. This is on MPO Group. MPO Group is what it looks like on the label. $39.99. I have 1. And I have 1 left. I have 1 left and 1 with a seam split. So right now, here's the high bids. I put down Cranberries. It immediately got a bid with John Kaiser for $125. It only took 2 seconds. Okay. Then Jane's Addiction got a bid with Chad Smith for $85. Cranberries $130. Jane's Addiction another $85. Cranberries $135. Counting Crows $35. Cranberries $150. Chad, let me put back Ozzy No More Tears and get the Ozzy tribute album. Okay, so we have a putback on No More Tears if anybody wants that. David Tate's going to get the last tribute album. I have 1 more left, but it has a light seam split. Counting Crows 35, Counting Crows 35, Counting Crows 40, Counting Crows 41, Counting Crows 45, Jane's Addiction's 100, Counting Crows 46. Let's get into another new crate. So right now on the agenda, there's still 3 more crates of new stuff. There's 3 more John crates. There's a crate from Laura, and I have a feeling she might be working on even more. We'll see here very shortly. Let's go ahead and go through this crate because I see a pre-order that came in. I like pre-orders. All right, so here we go. First thing in here, I got 2 copies of Linkin Park, and this is Hybrid Theory, $33.99, gatefold jacket, new and sealed. I've got 2 copies of Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits. Foo Fighters is a double LP, $38.99. I'll wear out this side right here. My Hero, Learn to Fly, Times Like These, Monkey Wrench, Everlong, Best of You, The Pretender. Big Me's on here, $38.99 for Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits, new and sealed. I have Poppy. This is new for this week, right? Empty Hands. I've been seeing people ask about this. $34.99. I think so. And here is a note from Laura. We will get more Poppy later this week. I had also pre-ordered this title. Okay, so is there a pre-order posted? Is there? I don't think there's a pre-order posted though, right? I hadn't seen that one. If it hasn't, I think she's just saying more will be coming in. But let me make sure. Let me search Poppy in the group. I'm sure she'll let me know here in just a second. But I don't think I've seen that. $34.99. Okay. We got cranberries at $165. We have LP $35. If you're trying to buy Lincoln Park, you don't have to bid on it. This is a straight buy now. So this is sold to El Snapatan, $33.99. Now, if you want to pay me more, that's great. I'll charge you $35 if you want to leave me a tip, but these are all sticker price. Another Lincoln Park, Minutes to Midnight, $33.99 for Lincoln Park, and 2 copies of Warrant Cherry Pie. There it is. Yellow marbled vinyl, $39.99. Okay, let's go right over here. We got Cranberries, Jane's Addiction, and Counting Crows up for bid. This is some big ones. Cranberries, rare. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Yellow vinyl with the poster fold-out cover, the real OG pressing. It just got a bid for $175. Jane's Addiction just got 2 bids for $110. This is the repress. It is from 1988. It does have the barcode on the back. The very first issues didn't have that. It does have the insert with it. Still not in print. This is $110 with Scott Olsen, at least not in print in the United States. And then the Counting Crows is a 2012 US OG pressing. A US OG pressing. That's at 52 with Matt Lawson. Okay. Scott Kennedy. I don't think I've pulled you a Foo Fighters yet. Scott Kennedy got Foo Fighters. And now we're working our way down. This was a pre-order. New for this Friday. Kings of Leon. Kings of Leon. This is new for this Friday. It's a new release on red vinyl. So let me pull this up right here. Kings of Leon. And this is on red vinyl. Has a bunch of cherries on it. It's called EP number 2. These are on red vinyl and they're $24.99. And let me read off everybody that got one. There's a bunch. Foo Fighters' Greatest Hits is $38.99. George Ellis and Sherry Darnell. We have Matt Lawson and Linda Lamb. Thank y'all and thank y'all. Derek Cesaro and Jason Kenton. Derek Cesaro and Jason Kenton. We have Doug Page and Leslie Holt. Doug Page and Leslie Holt. Scott Dwallow and Randy Klein. I have Todd Coe and Charlie Sales. And then Jason Fornerat. Okay? And I have extras. So if you didn't pre-order, I have more if you want some. 2, 4, 6, 7. I got 7 extra. That's new Kings of Leon that comes out Friday. Up at the top, the last thing I said was Cranberries was at $175. Scott Olsen had Jane's Addiction at $110. And then Counting Crows got a new bid for $55. Foo Fighters is $38. Warrant Cherry Pie is $39.99. Counting Crows $55 with Jerry Stone. $58 with Matt Lawson. $57 of Jerry Stone. Alan Smith wants a Kings of Leon. The Cranberries has a new bid for $180. Jane's Addiction is going to be at $120 with Scott Olsen. And then B.M. Stillman on Kings of Leon. Are you a first-time buyer? B.M. Stillman, I don't recognize your handle. Scott Kennedy wants a Kings of Leon. Shane over on YouTube wants a Kings of Leon. Scott Smith wants a Kings of Leon. And now Jane's Addiction's at $125. So we might be done on the Cranberries. The last bid that came in was John Kaiser at $180. Let's look at it one more time. The 1996 Euro OG pressing on yellow vinyl with poster sleeve jacket. The vinyl is really nice. EX or better. And this has the poster fold out. Just a little bit of wear, but it's very nice. And that is a final call. And that's a final call to John Kaiser at $180. Kings of Leon is $24.99, red vinyl. So Jane's Addiction, DJ has it for $125, and Counting Crows is at $63 with Matt Lawson. Okay, there's that. And then Laura said it's supposed to get reissued next month. I can pre-order it for you if you'd like. I think, is that for me or is that for somebody else? She might be talking to somebody else. Okay, then we got 3 copies of Van Halen Live at Wembley. This was from the Balance Tour. That's Van Halen Live. That's Murphy Stillman, by the way. Let me make sure we don't have a wait list for this. This is Van Halen. Always a big seller. Wembley, Mark Morris. Mark Morris, I got you down. Wembley, Mark Morris, that is sold to him for $29.99. And I got 2 extra copies. And then I got 2 copies of Steely Dan, Everything Must Go. Let me check this one. Seems like we've had a perpetual waiting list on this. And Steely Dan, Everything Must Go is nobody. Okay, so both of these copies are still available. That's clear vinyl, $29.99. And then we have 3 copies. Now, the rest of these are due in. They hadn't shipped yet. David Bowie, Station to Station, the Half-Speed Master. There will be more of these in. There was a pre-order posted for this. So you can go ahead, and if you missed the pre-order, when we have more come in, you can go ahead and grab one. There should be right now like 4 or 5 extras. So they've been doing these Half-Speed Master analog cuts for the David Bowie catalog. And the first 3 here go to the following people: Jen Cast, Autumn Betts, and Clifford Umstead. They're $33.99. And here's still who's on the pre-order: Fred Cardinale, R.J. Myers, Kelly Vlodarchek, Kelly Gabney, Scott Beebe, and Damon Dignor. And I think I've got 10 more on the way. So, yeah, we're going to have about 4 extras whenever those show up tomorrow. If you want to go ahead and get marked down for one right now, let me know. We got Cranberries. This is sold to John Kaiser for $180. Thank you, John Kaiser. That's sold to you for $180. Let's put that away. Jane's Addiction, still getting bids. It's at $135. It's between Scott Olson and DJ Dodge. Jerry Stone, $70 on Counting Crows. Anybody else on anything in this crate? Let's breeze through those one more time, please. And we have Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, $33.99. Foo Fighters Greatest Hits, one left, $38.99. One left of Linkin Park. Poppy, Empty Hands, $34.99 for Poppy. Linkin Park Minutes to Midnight is $33.99. Warrant Cherry Pie, Yellow Marble Vinyl, $39.99. Kings of Leon, new for Friday, EP number 2, red vinyl, $24.99. Van Halen Live at Wembley, $29.99. Steely Dan, Everything Must Go, clear vinyl, $29.99. Counting Crows, Matt Lawson's out. I think it was just up to Matt and Jerry. So final call to Jerry Stone, $70 on that. And I'll put up Rush right now. I'm going to read what's still left in the advertised auctions and go ahead and get everybody back up and requesting stuff. And then I'll start telling you about the bonus stuff. This is a 1988. So this is the year that it came out. The very first issues didn't have a barcode. They later added the barcode. So they call this a repress. It is from 1988. It's an EX condition, and DJ Dodge has it for $135. Okay, there's that. There's Counting Crows. Now, the only no bids tonight, a shocker. Everclear Sparkle and Fade, the real 1995 OG pressing on green vinyl, $125. Here's Little Richard, a 2014 U.S. Mono near mint, $20. And Creedence Clearwater Revival, a 1969 Taiwanese unofficial G plus VG minus, $20. That is the only no bid so far tonight. Okay, Kathy Hodges, whenever you're watching, let me know so I can tag you for these silver dollars so I can see if anybody else wants some. I don't know if you're on the chat yet. And then I need to move these off the table before, so I have a little bit more space here. And El Snapatan on Steely Dan, okay? That is done. And we have Counting Crows sold to Jerry. Let's go ahead and get that off. Jerry Stone, he just probably traded himself to a birthday gift. Happy birthday, Jerry Stone. That's sold to you for $70. Thank you. And then Jane's Addiction, Scott Olson at $140. So that's between DJ and Scott right now. Let's go ahead and bring over this crate right here. I'm very excited to see what John's marked tonight, and Laura, and all the new stuff we have here every night. If you're new to CollectCo, you can jump in any time of the day, any time of the year. You can jump in and buy from us, or you can buy from us for, what am I trying to say? You can be a first-time buyer at any time. You don't have to be pre-registered. If your first comment ever on this channel is literally you buying a Aussie record, that would be great, and we'll get you registered and we'll take care of you from there, okay? So, with that being said, we got Stranger Things, seasons 1 and 2 together. They put those together in one release. Stranger Things is $29.99. James Handy, Jeff Halsworth, and Brandon Jones was on a waiting list. This is very popular. 1, it's Stranger Things. 2, it's a great soundtrack, even if you hadn't seen a single episode. And 3, a great price, a double LP of a fantastic compilation at $29.99. All right, here we go. Let's do the Rush Hemispheres picture disc. Huge request here. This is the 40th anniversary Record Store Day, 2019, 40th anniversary. It's a misprint. Track list shows 2 different tracks as track IV4. The track Armageddon is misspelled Armageddon with an E instead of an A. It's sealed. Rush is a $35 start. Jane's Addiction still getting bids. I'm telling y'all, the last time I had this, there was a bid war on it for about an hour. A very scarce record, this Jane's Addiction. They just never come in. Next thing over here is what was Everclear. It details again on Everclear. This is the real 1995 USOG on limited edition green vinyl. Near mint, no bonus 7-inch single. It's $125. Joe Barrio asked, and then Jason Thomas. It is near mint. Gatefold jacket. I mean, the new pressings of these are like $60 from Intervention Records. The new analog remasters of these are pretty dang expensive. This is the limited edition green vinyl from 1995. Folks, that's a long time ago. That was my birth year, 1995. Golly, that was a long time ago. Whew. I've been on the planet since then. That's a long time ago. So did Joe Barrios for $125. Thank you. All right, let's add another auction. We got Greg Smith on Stranger Things. There's one left, and Red Cave wants one. They're now sold out. Jason Thomas, you were second on Everclear. We put it up earlier. Because there was a ton of requests, and I don't think everybody expected it to be that expensive maybe, and everybody disappeared. And I couldn't believe it, because if you've been looking for that record and you've been looking for the real one, you know the 95 green vinyl is tough to come by. I couldn't believe it. So it's been sitting over here as a no bid. Our next auction is Foo Fighters. Oh my God. I can't believe. See, I see what the mentality of probably people see these hot pictures. Most people are seeing these hot pictures and they're not expecting these to be real OG copies. And then I'm flipping them over and telling everybody it's a real 1995 USOG, and then everybody starts crapping their pants. And they're like, holy crap, I just crapped my pants. I was expecting Chad to say a 2008 reissue. These collections we've picked up recently are insane. If the word hasn't got out, most of these records we're posting in hot pictures, you can expect they're real OG copies. Scott Leach, the guy we bought these from, he's watching right now. And he just said, the Foo Fighters, I bought new. It's still in shrink wrap. He bought this new in 1995, and it's still in like new condition. It is EX in shrink wrap with the original on the sleeve, the debut album by the Foo Fighters. It is nice. $125 start in shrink with the original on her sleeve. Now, you are only allowed to crap your pants so many times tonight. Hopefully, you've already got it all out of your system. No more pant crapping allowed. Jane's Addiction. Rush. What's going on? Red Cave got the last Stranger Things. Scott Olsen bid $150 on Stranger Things. Rush got a bid for $46. Rush got a bid for $47. Rush is sealed. Rush is at $50. And Jane's Addiction's at $155. Foo Fighters is $125 start. Jane's Addiction is at $155, and Rush is sealed the 40th anniversary. Okay? Next is Ozzy Scream. $38.99. It's a 2LP Ozzy Osbourne Scream. $38.99. I've got 2 copies of Cinderella, a music on vinyl press of night songs. $39.99 for Cinderella. And Suicidal Tendencies Lights, Camera, Revolution. A 35th anniversary, 2000 on red vinyl, $39.99. The last bid on Jane's Addiction was $155. Scott Olsen, you're out. Rush has 2 $55 bids. Scott Kennedy was first. And then Foo Fighters has two bids for $125 and $125. Greg Smith on Cinderella. Okay, so did Greg Smith. Now, this is a new release that comes out Friday. Lucinda Williams, a new release that comes out Friday. I'm not kin to her. That's a great last name, though. Lucinda Williams. And I'm in a whole lot of records right now. This is the blue vinyl, and this is $33.99. We have possibly, some say, the most sought after and rarest of all of the Jane's Addiction records that have ever been manufactured in the history of planet Earth. And it's up for a live auction to the highest bidder. First of all, we have Lucinda Williams. Let's go ahead and tag these. There was two pre-orders, Scott Beebe and Sherry Darnell. Scott Beebe and Sherry Darnell, $33.99, blue vinyl. There's three left. Right now, we have Jane's Addiction at $160. Let's take a look at it. Clutch sold earlier for $255. It's gone. I think it was $255 it sold for. Jane's Addiction is the 1988 U.S. repress. The second print because of the barcode. It's still from the OG year. It has the insert with it. And the last bid that came in on this was Scott Olsen for $160. Scott Olsen for $160. Scott Olsen at $160. Scott Olsen at $160. Rush Hemispheres. Rush Hemispheres is a sealed picture disc. The 40th anniversary edition. Stanley Richmond has it for $60. $60 was Stanley Richmond. $60 was Stanley Richmond. Jane's Addiction just got a new bid, $165, DJ Dodge. $165, DJ Dodge. Rush is now at $165. And then, to blow your mind a little bit more, yes, this is the real Foo Fighters. This is the 1995. It is OG. It has the shrink wrap. This is real. I'm holding a real Foo Fighters 1995 in my hand. The high bid, Matthew Hendon, $135. Rick Tatum, Matthew Hendon, $135. Matthew Hendon, Andrew Eisensmith, $136. Jerry Stone wants a Lucinda Williams. Okay? Now, we have George Strait, Classic Christmas. I know that's a weird time for that to be coming in, but I guarantee it's where we sold out and we had a waiting list going. But I'll check right quick. I have a waiting list for Pure Country. That's an old one, but no waiting list for Classic Christmas. Buy it now, and that way you don't have to stress about it in November. Cinderella. I've got two more Cinderellas still climbing. $39.99 for Cinderella. Jane's Addiction, $165. It's up to Scott Olsen. Rush, Stanley Richmond's out. Scott Kennedy has it for $165. And Foo Fighters is at $152. A lot of these I'm flipping over and I'm like, wow, these are real OGs. That's the caliber of this kind of collection. Brittany Fox is $39.99. Limited edition, $750 on blue vinyl. El Snapatan on Cinderella. Sold to El Snapatan, Cinderella. The Church Starfish, a music on vinyl press. The Church Starfish, $39.99. MOV, one in stock. Van Morrison, Blowing Your Mind with Brown Eyed Girl. Music on vinyl press. Van Morrison, $39.99. Ozzy Scream is a 2LP, $38.99. This album was never released on vinyl in 2010, Levi. If it was, it's extremely rare. It would be hundreds of dollars. This is the newest pressing, $38.99. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there is an OG pressing of that on vinyl. If it is, it's very scarce. That's a 2LP, $38.99. Scott Kennedy on Church and George Jones on Van Morrison. El Snapatan wants an Ozzy. There's one left. I think we're done on Rush. Rush is sold to Scott Kennedy for $65. Jane's Addiction's at $170. There's one Ozzy left. And Foo Fighters, the last bid was Michael Hamburger at $152. Andrew Eisensmith went out. It's black vinyl, yes. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction from the high-end tab. The Lemonheads, Come On Feel, a test pressing. How cool is this? It's a test pressing. This is a test pressing of the 2014 Music on Vinyl. The jacket is a record flat, okay? This is not an actual album jacket. It's just a record flat. The test pressing would have not come in a jacket. It would just come in something like this, a plain white sleeve. It is EX, a 65. There are 0 listings of this that has ever sold on PopPsych or Discogs. So you can determine the price right now. It's a test pressing of the Lemonheads, the Music on Vinyl press, $65. And we got a record flat, and that's now up for bid. Okay? It is black vinyl. What is Music on Vinyl? That's a label out of Holland. Just like Atlantic Records or Columbia Records, Music on Vinyl is a label. Jane's Addiction 175, Foo Fighters 155, Foo Fighters 155. This is new. The rest of them hadn't come in. This is the Power Station, and these are $44.99. This is the first time I've ever seen this in print. This is the first time I've ever seen this in print. This is the Power Station. There's more on the way, but let me go ahead and tell you who gets this first one, and then if anybody wants to be added to the release, okay? This is the Power Station. The first person on the pre-order was Daryl Johnson. Make sure these go in for $44.99. Newly remastered on vinyl, featuring their live performance and exclusive mixes. So it has a bonus disc with extra tracks on it. Those are $44.99. There's more on the way if anybody else wants one. Lemonheads has a bid for $65, and Fred said put him down for $65. 3 people have bid $65. The OG Ozzy Scream was only released in Europe in 2010, and they sell between $200 and $450. You might want to go ahead and get this at $38.99. Foo Fighters is at $157. That's still getting bid. Jane's Addiction's at $176. We got some rare late 80s, early 90s stuff over here. Foo Fighters and Jane's Addiction, $176, $157. Lemonheads has a 3-way tie. Stone Sour, Music on Vinyl press, $39.99. $39.99. Ozzy, this is Black Rain, $36.99. Ozzy Black Rain, a 2 LP, $36.99. Megadeth is due out this week, but we're not guaranteed really to know how many we're going to get. I'm still waiting for confirmation. They're not going to be delivered till Friday. If you didn't hear the announcement earlier, I'm going to read it again. Here was the email I got this morning. Due to heavy allocation on the Megadeth Indie Exclusive and tight supply of the Standard, we've had to cut pre-orders of the Indie Exclusives and substitute the order with Standard version. Please respond with an OK or instructions to cut the Standard version from your pre-order. Standard version is black vinyl. So that is from my main sales rep at one of the largest distributing firms in North America. And so it's going to be a heavy allocated release for the first week. And then in this email thread and with my discussion with another sales rep, she basically said they have 0 in stock. Some people are going to be getting just 1 and 2 copies, and a bunch of them have shown up damaged. And then I was also told they made very few of these. So they basically made these in extremely limited quantities. So if you're lucky to get if you get a Megadeth this week, just mark yourself lucky. You'll have to be patient until the rest of them come in, and I think that's not with me. That should be with about anybody in America, okay? So we'll see what happens. I have over 100 pre-orders, it looks like. Let's go over here. The first thing I have is Lemonheads at $75. Jane's Addiction is at $177. Lemonhead $66. Jane's Addiction out. Lemonhead $68. And JetBlue wants an Ozzy Scream and an Ozzy Black Rain. Those are sold to JetBlue and JetBlue. Okay? So DJ's out on Jane's Addiction. Scott Olson has that for $177. Final call. What about Foo Fighters? I'm showing Michael Hamburger at $157. $157. Matthew Hendon and Rick Longoria, you're out. Matthew says he's out. Rick Longoria, it's up to you. And Come On Feel the Lemonheads. Okay? Come On Feel the Lemonheads. Right now, that's at 68 with Joe Castillo. Okay? 68 with Joe Castillo. there's that. Let me see if the third person emailed me. I hadn't even got a reply from somebody else. I'll cancel the standards for you. We're literally hoping for more indie. This one was such a mess. That was the note I got. So we'll see what happens. That's never their fault. Usually has something to do with the label and the manufacturing. All right, let's do one more. Oh, great knee pop. All right, here we go. Okay, so it's time for new stuff. We had some pretty serious auctions. We're done, though, on Jane's Addiction. Sold to Scott Olson for $177. Thank you. It's been a long time since maybe we'll have one next week, but it's been a while since I've seen one. Last bid on Foo Fighters, Michael Hamburger, $162. A 1995 USOG. This is still getting bids. Michael Hamburger, $162. Lemonheads is a test pressing. This is a test pressing. It's a 2014 music on vinyl. The buyer we got it from found this original promotional record flat and just paired it with the standard white sleeve this was in. So this is a test pressing of the music on vinyl. This is a test pressing of the music on vinyl. And this last bid that came in on Lemonheads was the following. This was Joe Castillo at 68. Matthew Hendon has it at 75. Matthew Hendon has it at $75. This Iron Maiden puzzle is a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle, $24.99. $24.99 for Iron Maiden Live After Death. It's a 500-piece jigsaw puzzle. Okay? And then Brian C. over on YouTube wants an Aussie Black Rain. Brian C. That is our regular Brian C., right? And that's so do you. Now we're sold out of Scream, and now we're sold out of Black Rain. Here's still what's left in the advertised auctions. Jerry Cantrell Blood, Stevie Nicks Rarities, Leonard Skinner Gods and Guns, Chicken Foot, Black Crows. Let's do that right now. We still got Duran Duran, the Wildlife soundtrack, Miami Vice 2, Grateful Dead, Midnight Oil, the Cowboy Junkies, Rush, Grateful Dead, Lenny Kravitz. I'll do that one right now. That's been asked about a bunch too. Rock and Roll High School, Simple Minds, Sid Barrett, Tracy Chapman, Van Halen, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Breakfast Club, Billy Idol, Joan Jett, and then I've got all the bonus auctions, okay? So let's go ahead and do the Black Crows. Always a desirable one here. The Black Crows, a 1990 U.S. repress. The Rick Rubin was mistakenly left off the producer note on the back, so these later issues left off the credits for the inner sleeve of the first pressing, but this error was corrected for the second pressing, yes. And I've actually seen some down here that say produced by Rick Rubin as well. They had to add it later to the jacket. It is in the original inner sleeve. So this is a 1990 in shrink, a really nice copy of the Black Crows, a $95 start on that, okay? Lemonhead, I think we're done. Final call for $75 for the test pressing. Jerry Cantrell request and Foo Fighters is at $170. All right. Sublime, a 2LP, $39.99 for Sublime. Gatefold 2LP, self-titled. One copy of Chris Cornell, the anthology is what I call it, or his hits collection. That's a double LP, $44.99. And then Tool, Opiate. Tool is $24.99. Sonic Youth Goo, Sonic Youth $33.99. And then Rush, All the World's a Stage. This is sold to TSO Houston. I've got one extra copy. That's the 180-gram trifold jacket, 2LP, $46.99 for Rush. Chris Stapleton from Room A Volume 1. Should be a waiting list for Chris Stapleton. Let me check that right quick. Chris Stapleton. And it was for, let's see here, Let me go way down here at the end of my list. I got waiting lists for a lot of stuff. I got waiting lists for Black Sabbath, Coltrane, Bon Jovi, Megadeth, Iron Maiden, Wolf Mother, Eazy-E, Skinner, Motley Crue, Rush. Let me scratch that one off for TSO Houston. Another Rush. A Def Leppard, another Rush. Vicious Rumors, another Rush. Michael Jackson, Rolling Stones, White Zombie, Now Yearbook. We've already tagged that though. Black Sabbath Lights, Monk. Okay, no Chris Stapleton. Sometimes I'm mistaken. So Chris Stapleton is $33.99. And then Black Crowes is $19.90. It has a bid for $95. Foo Fighters still getting bids. And Lemonheads is sold to Matthew Hendon. And that's sold to him for $75. A test pressing of the Lemonheads, okay? So Foo Fighters is at $175. And then there's Black Crowes. Next thing is Lenny Kravitz. And this is called Mama Said. Lenny Kravitz is a 1991 UK OG with the original on her sleeve. This is a $35 star. A 1991 OG. A 1991 OG. And that is a $35 start on Lenny Kravitz. Next is Tool, Lollapalooza, Texas, 1993. $34.99. Tool, Lollapalooza, Texas, 1993, $34.99. I have Lynyrd Skynyrd, Street Survivors, $33.99. New and sealed Lynyrd Skynyrd. And hey, there's another Power Station. Let's tag that to the next person on the pre-order, even though these got mispriced. These are $44.99. Let me set that over there. I'll look that up in just a second. System of a Down Toxicities, $24.99. Pearl Jam 10's $24.99. Rob Zombie, $33.99. Nirvana In Utero, $36. Rush, Farewell to Kings, one sold to TSO Houston. I've got one extra. And Prince, Purple Rain, $33.99 on that. Are we done on Foo Fighters? The last bid was Rick Longoria at $175. Michael Hamburger says he's out. Final call on the 1995. Final call on the 1995 Foo Fighters. 1995 Foo Fighters. There's Otis. I don't know if that works too well, Jake, on the... I clicked it. There you go. It works better on this camera. We got to work on it on the top camera. I clicked Otis when I was trying to go to top cam. There we go. I don't know if that'll go off now. I'll have Jake fix that. But anyway, there's the Foo Fighters, 1995. It's a final call for $175. Black Crowes at $100, now $105. Lenny Kravitz, $105. Lenny Kravitz, Lenny Kravitz, $35, $35, $45, $35, $50, $37, $47, $36, $55. Black Crowes, $110. Lenny Kravitz, $50, $63, $70, $65. Tim Voldness on Sublime. Okay, one copy is supposed to go for Troy Robinson. Okay, go ahead and tag this for Troy Robinson then. $44.99, okay? So, I think I might have just made a bunch of confusion there. But let's look at this one more time. We have Foo Fighters. 1995 USOG with the original on her sleeve. This has been an absolute battle. I knew it would be. The last bid is Rick Longoria at $175. $175. It's now a final call. The last bid on Black Crowes that came in was Seth, You're Fired at $115. This is a 1990 in shrink wrap. And then I figured Lenny Kravitz would take off because this is something you don't see too often. A 1991. I've got C. Crage 007 at $70. That's going once, going twice. Anybody else? And then Nirvana's Nevermind, $36.99. Rage Against the Machine, $29.99. There should have been a list. I think we took down a couple names of people who wanted those. Let me make sure. Let me set them over there. And then No Doubt Tragic Kingdom, $33. Taylor Swift is $29. And then this was Troy Robinson's Peacemaker. I'm almost positive he's already been tagged for this, though. I'll put it over here and make sure. And then we have Etta James, and Phillips already got one of those. Okay, somehow we got some stuff double tagged for people. That would almost be a disaster. But there's Etta James, $39.99, okay? So, Foo Fighters, let's go ahead and get it off the table. Now, not many people have set out on Lenny Kravitz. Honestly, no one has set out on Lenny Kravitz. There's one from Jason Franz. One just popped up for Danny D. I was going to make sure. C. Crage, $70. I might go ahead and end it after I get this tagged over here. Okay. And then there is Foo Fighters. And this is sold. And we can put this away. Rick Longoria, $175. Now, let me make sure I didn't have those Rage already wrote down. I didn't just read them during that little run I just did. But I remember the other night we sold that OG copy. And let me see if there's a note over here somewhere that I hadn't seen. But I remember saying we sold the OG copy for $495, a real 95 press. And I was like, well, now that y'all know what OGs sell for, this is why they make new copies. If you want one, let me know. And I'm going to look over here. King Diamond, that stuff from last night, Rage. I don't see those names anywhere, so I guess we'll just say whoever wants one right now. Either they didn't get wrote down or maybe I'm thinking about something else. But we've sold a lot of 90s and early 2000s pricey records this past week. And then I remind everybody how you can get a reissue. And everybody's like, okay. Now that I realize that that record is extremely expensive, I'll go ahead and just take that reissue, Chad. So, let's go over here and see what happened. I had Black Crowes at 115. Which Lenny Kravitz is coming up. It's up for bid right now. And let me make sure I didn't miss anything here. So, Tim Volden's got a Sublime. Black Crowes 115, Black Crowes 20, 125. Tim Rory wanted a No Doubt. I have not tagged that yet, right? I have not. Tim Rory got a No Doubt. Okay. Keelan Lee, I'm going to go ahead and say these Rages are available. Keelan gets one for $29.99. Black Crowes 130, 135. Okay. And then over here, Lenny Kravitz. Chris, let me know if you want to bid. If not, I got to go ahead and sell it to Craig. It's a 1991 UK original. 1991 UK original, Mama Said. Okay. And let me go over here and let me do this. Hold on one second. Troy Robinson. Peacemaker Season 1 soundtrack, Troy Robinson. Soundtrack from the original series, Peacemaker Season 1, $29.99. Wigwam, Pumped Up Kicks, John Murphy featuring Ralph Saez, Home Sweet Home piano version by John Cena. Do you want to taste it? Wigwam. It's a 4-track, the Eagle EP, $29.99. Okay? 2 more questions on Lenny Kravitz. The high bid right now is C. Crage 007 for $70. $70. The Black Crowes, John Kaiser's out. Seth You're Fired has it for $135. Okay. Next auction is Jerry Cantrell. I Want Blood. Red and black marble vinyl. This is the 2024 exclusive to the Artist Web Store. Limited edition red and black marble vinyl. Sealed with poster. $95 start on Jerry Cantrell. $95 on Jerry Cantrell. We have, one second over here. Mortgage Guy Rob on Peacemaker. And we're ready for this first crate. Let's go through this crate that Laura's marked over here. And let's go through that right now. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in on Tuesday night. I almost titled the video this morning, or the hot picture earlier, Thursday, and I was like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. It's not. It is actually, in fact, Tuesday. Let's go through another crate over here. Actually, let's balance it out. Let's go through this crate of check condition stuff that John's marked. Let's get into some new vintage stuff. I'm going to go ahead and condense these new vinyl crates and also show some stuff that was early on. Lenny Kravitz is still getting bids. Chris Knapp has it for $73. I was making sure everybody had a fair chance. Craig says he's out. Black Crows is sold, and this is sold to Seth You're Fired for $135. Seth You're Fired for $135. That's done. Lenny Kravitz is at 73, and now Jerry Cantrell's up for bid. All right, and of course, if you're waiting for something to be put up for auction, be sure you let me know right now. I have still, right now, 4 crates of new pre-owned stuff that has never been shown before. Jerry Cantrell doesn't have a bid yet. That's now final call. I can't get these to stand up correctly. I'm working on it, though. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Stevie Nicks Rarities. Stevie Nicks is 1983, 1981, 1983. This is a record store day sealed for a $55 start. That's Stevie Nicks Rarities, $55 start. I have the Who Tommy. The Who is in VG condition. Looks like it's on the Decca label. This is $14.99 for that. Jerry Cantrell, I Want Blood, is a $95 start. The 2024 web store exclusive for him. Stevie Nicks is a $55 start. We have Kenny Rogers, VG Plus, $14.99. And that is Something's Burning. Kenny Rogers in the first edition. $14.99 on that. The London Chuck Berry Sessions, VG Plus, $19.99. And Robert Palmer, Sneakin' Sally Through the Alley, EX edition, $17.99 on Robert Palmer. Lenny Kravitz is sold, and this is sold to Chris Knapp for $73. Is there a reason I can't see some of the bids? You're probably only looking at your Facebook chat. Let me ask you this. Are you only looking at your Facebook chat? If you are, then you're missing 3/4 of the show. Right here is the embedded feed for all 4 streaming services. Right now, there are 294 people watching. Okay? 294 people watching. About 1/4 of those are on YouTube. 1/4 is on Facebook and Twitch, and the rest of those combined, well, yeah, about a third. There's only a few people on X right now, it looks like. So that is why you can only see Facebook comments. So the last comments, since you've put yes, have been from Twitch, Facebook, Facebook. So if you're only looking at your YouTube chat, you're missing most of the show. If you're only looking at your Facebook chat, you're missing most of the show. And Twitch shows everything, but anywhere anybody watches, you can see the whole show right here. That's why we have it embedded, okay? There's Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. There's that. Okay. We have a claim on Robert Palmer, and then it says, never mind, Robert Palmer details. EX, Sneakin' Sally Through the Alley, $17.99, VG cover. Jerry Cantrell is a no bid, $95 buy it now. Stevie Nicks has 1 bid for $55. That's a final call to Chris Martin. And then Penny Packer does take Robert Palmer. I also have the Eagles Hotel California, VG condition, $12.99. And Booker T and the MG's Greatest Hits, VG, $16.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. Leonard Skinner, Gods and Guns. A 2009 Euro OG with the original inner sleeve, a $75 start. $75 start. Leonard Skinner, Gods and Guns. A 2009 USOG, that is a $75 start. Rob Fordham gets Jerry Cantrell. That's sold to Rob Fordham for $95. El Snapatan was next on Robert Palmer. Fred was next on Jerry Cantrell. Greg Smith first on the Eagles. Over here, we have Sam Rivers, Crystals. VG Plus, $34.99. Joe DeGato next on the Eagles. Racing Cars, Downtown Tonight. VG Plus, $9.99. James Brown, Soul on Top. VG, $9.99. Our next auction is Sid Barrett. Yes, Sid Barrett from Pink Floyd. 2 full albums reissued into this one deal in 1983. The Madcap Laughs and his self-titled album, Barrett. VG Plus condition, Sid Barrett a $25 start. Also, Rod Stewart, Absolutely Live, a double LP, VG $12.99. Monterey International Pop Festival, Otis Redding and Jimi Hendrix, VG Plus $24.99. David Tate on James Brown, Danae De La O was next. Eric Clapton, 461 Ocean Boulevard, VG $14.99. The Band, Stage Fright, VG $14.99 on The Band. And Eddie Grant, Born Tough, VG Condition, $9.99. The Hollies, Greatest Hits, VG, $9.99. Stevie Nicks has a new bid with Sandy Villa for $56. Chris Martin, You've Been Outbid. Leonard Skinner doesn't have a bid yet. Sid Barrett has a bid for $25. Grateful Dead has not sold yet. I'll get to it next. Sid Barrett has a bid for $25, now $26. Fleetwood Mac Tusk, VG $14.99. Devious John on the Hollies, that's so to Devious John. We also have Ian Lloyd and Stories, Traveling Underground, EX $17.99. Also the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream, VG Plus $9.99. Free, the best of Free, All Right Now, VG Plus $17.99. Also, Rod Stewart Smiler, VG Plus $9.99, and Underground Gold compilation, Canned Heat, Traffic, Joanne Kelly, that's VG Plus $9.99. Marshall Tucker is VG Plus $9.99. Hank Williams Jr. is VG $12.99. Free Live is VG $12.99. And Another Side of Bob Dylan, a 1964 Pittman Mono, VG condition, $39.99. Let's go back to the top. Stevie Nicks Out. This sold for $56 to Sandy Villa. That's done. Leonard Skinner did not get a bid. This is a buy it now for $75. Gods and Guns, Leonard Skinner. Let's put that away. That's going to go right here. And then the last bid on Sid Barrett was 26, 27, 27, 28. Okay? Now, we need new auctions, especially the Grateful Dead. El Snappatan on Free, and I'm assuming you want the best of Free. There's also Free Live. If anybody else wants that, let me know. Chris Martin put FM. If that's for Fleetwood Mac Tusk, it's still available, and it's yours. Joe DeGaldo next on Free. Cody Wright got Hank Jr. That's sold. And Joe, before I tag you for Fleetwood Mac, Chris, I'm going to make sure that's what you wanted, okay? And then Cody got Hank Jr., Matthew Hendon on Dylan, and then Sid Barrett's at 28 with El Snappatan. The bid on Sid Barrett was already 28 with John Kaiser, okay? So Chad's about ready for another Monster Energy drink. I don't know about y'all, but we got a lot to get to. We have this is insane. Hopefully everybody's like putting on cups of coffee, exercising. Hope everybody's ready. 1975 U.S. Pittman OG. This is an OG pressing from 1975, VG Plus condition, a $25 start on the Grateful Dead. $25 start on the Grateful Dead. That is Blues for Allah, $25 start, OG copy. Next is Rush. Rush is a show of hands, a 1989 Euro OG and Shrink and Hype, a near mint real first press with Shrink and the original Hype sticker, $35 start on that. Chris Martin did get Fleetwood Mac. That is sold. That is sold. Okay. We have Matthew Hendon on Dylan, and then Sid Barrett 30, and Sid Barrett another 30. So Chris Knapp bid 30 first. Now Rush is at 35, and now Grateful Dead is at 25. Okay. That's all check condition records there. Hope y'all ready for the next crate. Let's go ahead and put the lower crate up here. So here's what's left in here. Free, I have Free, Marshall Tucker, Underground Gold, Rod Stewart, Moody Blues, Ian Lloyd, Eddie Grant, The Band, Clapton, Hendrix and Otis Redding, Rod Stewart Racing Cars, Booker T, London Chuck Berry, Kenny Rogers, and The Who. That's what's left in there. Can y'all believe we've already went through 12 crates tonight? Somehow or another, we've already managed to go through 12 crates tonight. And there's still 3 more crates and probably another one on the way. But let's go ahead and see what Laura's marked here. I've got a whole new crate. I know y'all like this. Some of y'all wake up every morning, and one of the first things y'all think when you open your eyes is, I wonder if there's going to be any Laura crates tonight. Okay? Now, Let's jump over here, and the first thing I'm going to do is go get another monster, okay? Ah, that was the melted ice left in that one. Oh, man, Subway cookies. Holy moly. Moly, 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 moly. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Love that chicken from Popeyes. Mashed potatoes gravy. Mashed potatoes gravy. Mashed potatoes gravy. Mashed potatoes gravy. Mashed potatoes and gravy. Mashed potatoes gravy. Macaroni and cheese. Biscuits. 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 Mashed potatoes gravy. Mashed potatoes gravy. Biscuits. Biscuits. Chicken. 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 Mashed potatoes gravy. Mashed potatoes gravy. Monster. Monster. Love that chicken from Popeye. Band on the run. Band on the run. County judge who held a grudge, searching for Subway cookies. They were searching for Subway cookies. Searching for Subway cookies. We're so sorry. Boom, boom, boom. Subway cookies. We're so sorry if we caused you any pain. Boom, boom, boom. We're so sorry. Subway cookies. Sid Barrett. The last bid on Sid Barrett that came in was the following. Sorry for the timeout, boy, I needed that. Y'all have no idea how bad I needed that. John Kaiser has this at $31. Does anybody else want in for more than $31? Sid Barrett is the Madcap Laughs and Barrett. That's 2 full albums into one. $31 on Sid Barrett. John Kaiser has it. It's now in its final warning. Grateful Dead, Blues for Allah. This one has Franklin's Tower on it, doesn't it? Roll away the dew. I was listening to that last night. After Image has it for $45. Patrick Lear and everybody else is out. It's an OG VG Plus copy. And then Rush over here is A Show of Hands. Rush, A Show of Hands. The last bid that came in on this was the following. It was a OG copy at Rhino Band, which I think is a new bidder. I don't recognize that handle. At Rhino Band has it for $50, and that's a final call. Okay? Now, the next thing is Cosmo Kramer offered $65 for Leonard Skinner. This is sold to Cosmo Kramer 02 for $65. All right. Okay. Logan's or Waffle House? Not Logan's, but Waffle House is a once a week. There's a new Waffle House that opens next week, like right down the road from me. And so they're going to start seeing me on a regular basis. Sid Barrett, 35, now 36. That's Razman. Okay. There we have it. I think Blues for Allah is still in print. Yes. Okay. Rush will be posted for pre-order. Yes. All right. Let's go through the stuff that Laura's marked and see what's happening. Okay. We have Sleater Kinney, No CDs to Love. That is a 2015 OG limited edition white vinyl. Laura loves Sleater Kinney. That's a 3-heart rating. $39.99 for Sleater Kinney. Foo Fighters, Wasting Light. Foo Fighters is $27.99. 2 LP, 45 RPM. Shrink and Hoppin' near mint. $27.99 for Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters. And then Evanescence, The Bitter Truth. Evanescence is sealed. $24.99. Foo Fighters is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. Grateful Dead is moving to a final call. Patrick Lear's out. After Image, $65. And Rush, Razman has it for $50. And then we'll be ready for a new wave of auctions. Kelly Vlodarchek on Evanescence. Kelly Vlodarchek on Evanescence. And then Diamonds and Rhinestones, the greatest hits collection of Dolly Parton on pink vinyl. And folks, it was her birthday yesterday. Tennessee Treasure, Dolly, $29.99. Josh Brown second on Evanescence. And then we had Lacuna Coil, Kamali's on brown vinyl. It is a 2019 sealed, $44.99. Mike Massey picking up the Sleater Kinney. That's sold to Mike Massey. After Image, you do get the Grateful Dead. You do get the Grateful Dead. After Image, you've bought from us before, right? You may just be under a different handle I don't recognize as much. And then Razman gets the Rush for $50. What is this strange device? It brings forth the sound. It's got wires that vibrate and make music. Sid Barrett's at $28 with John Kaiser. Next is Cowboy Junkies, The Trinity Session, a 1988 OG copy. The music on vinyl pressings are like $45. This is brand new, or that's for a brand new copy. This is the OG, The Trinity Session, $25 start on that. And I think there's a song on here, Sweet Jane, the Lou Reed song that was in season 5 of Stranger Things. There it is, okay? So Cowboy Junkies up for bids. Sid Barrett still getting bids. And then next, going up for auction, is Chickenfoot. And Chickenfoot is the 2011 OG on red vinyl with the insert and the 3D glasses. It is Chickenfoot, a $75 start. That's now up for bid, okay? Looks like we're off to a cool start here with some of this stuff. There's Lacuna Coil. There's Dolly. And we have Red Hot Chili Peppers, Return to the Dream Canteen. That's on yellow vinyl. Laura did make a note. It has some cover damage. Yellow vinyl, $14.99. $14.99. This is the Magpie Salute. The Magpie Salute is $19.99. That's Rich Robinson from the Black Crowes, $19.99 on that. Lacuna Coil is $44.99. And the Claypool Linen Delirium, South of Reality. It's on split colored marbled looking vinyl. That is the Claypool Linen Delirium, South of Reality, $29.99. The last bid happened on Sid Barrett was $39 with Chris Knapp. Cowboy Junkies, $25, $25, $30, $25, $40, $30. And then Chickenfoot has a bid for $75. Magpie, so did Greg Brummett. Awesome stuff in here. These are new arrivals that Laura marked today. We still got 2 more crates of new stuff after this. I'll try to do a quick recap of new vinyl because there was so much tonight, 7 crates full. And then, of course, we got plenty of discount crates for later tonight and whatever other miscellaneous we might get into, okay? But right now, Chickenfoot's at $45, and we have Smashing Pumpkins Gish. As y'all know, these are these new are $36.99, same edition. This one's lightly used. It's $29.99, the 2011. $29.99 on that. And we have Gold Frap, This is Felt Mountain. Gold Frap is a 2015 record store day, $29.99. And then we have Sid Barrett. The last bid was John Kaiser at $41. John Kaiser at $41. Chris Knapp, you're out. This is a 1983, so it's 2 of his albums in one. The Madcap Laughs and Barrett. And now John Kaiser, you've been outbid. Chris Knapp said, I'm not done, 43. Cowboy Junkies is at 45. Barnett, you're out. George Scherer wants to know what it is. It's an 88 US Hauppauge OG with the original company inner sleeve and VG Plus condition. Okay, and then Chickenfoot, to my knowledge, just has one bid with David Tate. It does, $75 on that. Okay, also in here we have Incubus. That's called Science. Incubus is a 2013 reissue, the non-record store day edition. $34.99 for Incubus. And we have the High Women. The High Women is Brandy Carlisle, Natalie Hemby, Maren Morris, and Amanda Shires. They've all had very successful solo careers too. The High Women is a country supergroup sealed, $24.99. And Theory of a Dead Man, The Truth Is. The Theory of a Dead Man is a 2011 OG German press, $44.99. Final chance on Cowboy Junkies. We have Drive-By Truckers, American Band. That is on red vinyl, $34.99, and it has a bonus 7-inch. Matthew Hendon on High Women, thank you on that. Sid Barrett still getting bids. Chickenfoot is sold to David Tate, just one bid for $75. Thank you on that. Let's go ahead and put up what was asked about. Billy Idol, Rick Longoria. How about I just go ahead and put it up right now? Billy Idol. That's called Vital Idol. Vital Idol is an 87 US reissue compilation. EX edition, a $25 start on Billy Idol. Vital Idol, $25 start on that. We have Steve McQueen. Steve McGee or McQueen? It's Steve McQueen is the actor. What is your name? It's Steve MC2112 on Theory. I'm confusing myself now. Steve McGee, I think. Steve McGee. Jeremy Todd, you were second. The Dark Side of the Moon redo, Roger Waters. The Dark Side of the Moon redo edition by Roger Waters. That is sealed, $34.99. That's a wild cover of a dog on the back. Gotta admit, I'm a little bit confused. I love animals. We have Sid Barrett out, sold to John Kaiser for $45. Cowboy Junkies. All right, Craig, I finally got you one. This is I think the second or third record Craig's been bidding on tonight. We got to sell it to him for $45. Thank you, $45, Craig. And we have Craig Sweden's free record of the week, the Cowboy Junkies. Thank you. Thank you, Craig. And now we can send him a free record. Whoever's tagging, lay this on Ed's desk and say, Ed, attention Ed, ATTN, all caps, colon, shipped to Craig Sweden. For those that don't know, if you see the guy in the chat sending out all those track listings, he's an unpaid volunteer all the way out in California. He hopped on one night and was like, I'm getting mad just having Chad read off all these track listings. I'm going to start sharing them myself. Thank you, Craig. And he's still doing it. Cigarettes After Sex, Cry. That is $24.99. That's under the genre of dream pop. And the note from Laura is, great album. There's Billy Idol. No bid yet. Let's get right back in some of our other auctions. There's Billy Idol. What about the Breakfast Club? Dun, dun. Hey, 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 hey. Ooh, whoa. 2012, white vinyl, $20 start. That's now up for bid. We have Jimmy Eat World, Bleed American. That is $22.99. Jimmy Eat World. And Nirvana's Nevermind. That is $29.99. Down, down, $29.99. And we have The Who Face Dances. This is a half-speed master on yellow and blue vinyl, $29.99, a record store day exclusive. Abbey Road half-speed master. Okay, first thing I have is Billy Idol, no bid yet. There is the Breakfast Club, Mike Massey on Jimmy Eat World. So to Mike Massey, Lacuna Coil 02 or 19. I'm pretty sure the 2019. Laura has it as the 2019 reissue on brown vinyl, sealed at $44.99. Breakfast Club 25. Also Adventure won a Jimmy Eat World. And then Robert Warner on The Who. Cameron Lingenfeld next on Jimmy Eat World. And Sean Miller next on The Who. Okay? Mike Massey needs to pass. That's okay. And that is sold to Oso Adventure instead. Oso, that's sold to you. Solarplex Studios on Nirvana. And we have the Continental Club. That's a 2018 record store day. $17.99 for the Continental Club. Next auction is Van Halen. And this is Fair Warning. Van Halen's a 1981 U.S. Winchester OG with the original under sleeve. A $30 start on Van Halen. Chad did Guy Shard. Did, what does this say here? Chad did Taylor Red Album sell for $3. No, we still have it for sale. I just refreshed the board back here. It's still available. Five Finger Death Punch. War is the Answer. With the CD, that has their cover of Bad Company on it. $24.99 for Five Finger Death Punch. And Extreme 6. This is Extreme, a 2LP, black vinyl. Just $24.99 on that. Billy Idol. The last bid on Billy Idol was nothing. It's a buy it now for $25. Billy Idol's a buy it now for $25. That's a no bid. Breakfast Club, one bid $20, $25 with Josh Brown. We're about to sell it. He's the only bidder. White Vinyl 2012. And then there's Van Halen, which has bids for $30 and $35. X-Wing does take the Lacuna Coil. Justin Garrett first on Five Finger Death Punch. Van Halen has another bid for $35. Jeremy next on Five Finger. Then Lewis, and then Extreme is so does Scott Markheim. Okay, that has filled up my crate. So let me swap out crates right quick. Justin, while you're watching, I don't know if you still need any signed Chevy Chase photos, but I do have those handy if you're interested still in them. I can show those right now. And let me put this right over here. And there's that, okay? And then Claymore was next on Extreme. Dearly Beloved, Daughtery. Daughtery is sealed, $24.99. And Lenny Kravitz, Raise Vibration. Clear and Violet, a double LP sealed, $29.99. Josh Brown gets the Breakfast Club for $25. That is sold. And then we have the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks on yellow gold vinyl. That's sealed. Look how much this was new at Walmart. $49.97, Walmart exclusive. Sealed, $29.99. That's the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks. $29.99. We have Van Halen 44, Dwayne Worley on Daughtery, then Josh Brown. The Cigarettes After Sex we have is called Cry. It is sealed at $24.99. Brogan Skunks on HR for Hot Rocks. That's sold. And Mac DeMarco, This Old Dog. Mac is sealed at $24.99. All right, next auction is going to go up right now. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather. This is an 84 U.S. Pittman OG. Couldn't Stand the Weather. That's a $30 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan, OG on that one. And then Cage the Elephant. That is $24.99 for Cage the Elephant. And this is, what a wild cover, Cebado Bake Sale. I love bake sales. That's a 2011 reissue, $19.99 on that one. Okay. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I got to stretch. All right. Mortgage Guy Raw and Sebado, Stevie Ray Vaughan 35. Cage the Elephant. Cage the Elephant is $24.99. That is new and sealed. Okay. Stevie Ray Vaughan, the last bid was, Van Halen, J Nutra 45 and Stevie Ray Vaughan 35. Cage the Elephant for $24.99. That crate's definitely worthy of another recap. Let's do that one again. There's still some great titles in there. And let's add a third auction. Let's pull something from the bonus crate just to make sure I still got your attention, okay? Like the Scorpions. The Scorpions is an 88 USOG Gold Disc Press. VG++, brown translucent vinyl. The Scorpion Savage Amusement's a $25 start. And this has the original inner sleeve and what appears to be, I don't know if that's I doubt that's an original price tag, but it has a price tag on the front. $25 start on that, okay? We have price on Cage the Elephant. James Rayner, and then Alan Smith says, I'll take it. Who asked first? Alan Smith asked first. He was slightly ahead of you, James. And then, so he's going to get that one, okay? There's that. And we have Van Halen. The last bid on Van Halen was J Nutra at $45. And that was a final call. Stevie Ray Vaughan 36, Van Halen 50, Scorpions 25. Okay. Here we have. I have Dolly Parton, Diamonds and Rhinestones, the Greatest Hits Collection. Pink vinyl, $29.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Return of the Dream Canteen. Yellow vinyl, $14.99 for Red Hot Chili Peppers. The Claypool Linen Delirium, South of Reality, split-colored marble splatter-looking vinyl, $29.99. Also, we have Smashing Pumpkins, 2011, $29.99. Justin Garrett on Dolly Parton, sold. Justin Garrett on Dolly Parton, sold. And we have Gold Frapp Felt Mountain. Gold Frapp is a 2015 Record Store Day, sealed for $29.99. And Incubus Science. Incubus is $34.99. So Jay Nutra is still bidding on Van Halen. Solarplex, you're out. Stevie Ray Vaughan was with Shane at 36. I got to make sure James Goggin didn't want to bid again. Edwin Blom says, did you see my question about Lenny Kravitz? Edwin Blom asked about Lenny Kravitz. Kravitz detail. Lenny Kravitz is called Raise Vibration. This is a 2018 album, sealed for $29.99, Edwin Blom. I did miss that. I apologize. Okay. Scorpions is now at 30. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 40 and Van Halen's at 55. We have Drive-By Truckers, American Band, red vinyl with the bonus 7-inch, $34.99. Roger Waters, Dark Side of the Moon Redo, sealed $34.99. Gold Frapp, the Record Store Day colored vinyl, first time available on LP in the United States, sealed $29.99. Cigarettes After Sex. Did somebody claim this? Somebody might have claimed this. Hold on. Maybe not. Did somebody claim this? Can you get more King Diamonds? Yes, we got an order going. Michael Jacob, we got an order going for King Diamond lights if you want on the list. We have an order going. I could have swore I seen somebody say they claimed that, but maybe not. Cigarettes After Sex, $24.99. The Centennial Club is $17.99. And Matt DeMarco, This Old Dog, sealed $24.99. All the light boxes are $59.99. The only one in stock right now is Van Halen. We got 4 Van Halens. We got 2 active pre-orders, 3 active pre-orders, Pink Floyd, Elvis, and Alice in Chains. We have some in the works, and then all the old ones can be back ordered. The old ones can be back ordered. And that's the Beatles, Metallica, Iron Maiden, Black Sabbath. No guarantee on when they'll come in. King Diamond, etc., etc. Okay? Back to the turntable. Want Cigarettes After Sex. And then Golston put Redo. Redo, R-E, that's the Redo here. That's sold to Golston 33. And I think we're done, right? Stevie Ray Vaughan's out, so that's after the new bid came in of 41. Van Halen's at 56. Michael Jacob wants a King Diamond, and then we had somebody last night ask for one too. Okay? And the last bid on Scorpions was Stephen Reeves at $35. Stephen Reeves at $35. Okay? That's where we're at. Let's go through another crate of new vintage stuff tonight that has been marked. Very excited to see what's in there. You just never know, simply. You just simply never know. I need a drink of Monster, too. Right now. I'd even mute my mic so y'all could drink with me. Okay. Now, no guarantee on these lots because I've tried to tell everybody just, you know, get them while we have them available. And then, because the new ones take top priority on those. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, I think this crate here, yeah, this is all new stuff. And let's go through this. This, of course, will be sticker price. I got this, and let's keep rolling. All right. And we have a request for drive-by truckers. Let's do it. That's from this last crate, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Steve McGee has the Scorpions at 35. You probably did. Stephen Reeves, you're out. Yeah, Steve McGee was in first at 35. Sorry, we have a tie on that one. Stevie Ray Vaughan, though, is done. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to James Goggin for $41. Couldn't stand the weather. Stevie Ray Vaughan. And then over here, Van Halen is done. And that was sold to Jay Nutra for $56. $56, Jay Nutra. And then Scorpions is sold to Steve McGee for $35. Okay. Was Matt DeMarco Gold Black Vinyl? Matt DeMarco was black vinyl, just black vinyl. Sealed $24.99. Okay, we're ready for all new auctions. We're ready for all new auctions here. I have Joan Jett and the Blackhearts Center, a Record Store Day exclusive, limited edition clear vinyl. We have a 2016 Record Store Day exclusive, a 10th anniversary edition, limited to 4,000 on clear vinyl. Joan Jett Center, a $35 start. That's now up for bid. Joan Jett Center. Next is Tracy Chapman, a 1988 U.S. Allied OG, also near mint with the original on her sleeve, a $35 start. And we have the Rock and Roll High School soundtrack. This is a U.S. reissue, exact year unknown, but it is sealed, and it's a $25 start with music from the Ramones and Brownsville Station, Chuck Berry, Alice Cooper, Todd Rundgren. $25 start on that. Okay? Here we go. And these are all new arrival sticker price. Dinah Ross and the Temptations. Dinah Ross and the Supremes with the Temptations. That's called Together. $14.99 on that. We also have Jeffrey Osborne. $9.99 for Jeffrey Osborne. The incredible Nancy Ames. $19.99. That's on the Liberty label. Time Further Out. The Dave Brubeck Quartet. $24.99. A Columbia 6i, $24.99 for the Dave Brubeck Quartet. Joe Ely, Honky Tonk Masquerade, $14.99. The Other Ones, $9.99. Dan Fogelberg, Windows and Walls, Shrink and Hop, $9.99. Right now, we have no bid on Joan Jett. Tracy Chapman's at 35, and the Ramones is at 25. Next is Mark Beno. That's a 1970 Pittman, $19.99. Johnny Guitar Watson, A Real Mother for Ya, $24.99. These are no condition note sticker price. George Duke Pacific Jazz, $14.99. So yes, these are all really nice and clean LPs, everything I've seen so far. There's only been one bid on Tracy Chapman for 35 and only one bid on the Ramones for 25. So those are now moving to a final call. Sarah Vaughan, the Divine Sarah Vaughan, the Columbia years. A gold stamp promo, $19.99. Les Miserables. I hope I finally got that right. Boy, I've been working on that one a long time. This is $39.99. The Broadway album, The Musical Sensation. Bob Dylan Street Legal, $24.99. And we have Rainbow, McGinnis's Flint. McGinnis's Flint is $19.99. First thing we have is a new bid on the Rock and Roll High School soundtrack at 30. Michael Butler on Brubeck. Michael Butler on Brubeck, which was right back here. That's done. And then Danae D. La-O on Duke, and that's George Duke sold. And then we have Tracy and OG. It is $37. $37 on that. And we have Jay and the American Sands of Time, $9.99. Beautiful pronunciation. Thank you. See, I'm going to quote Fredo from The Godfather. I'm smart. I can do stuff. But I will step over, Michael. The Guitar Genius of Dick McDonough and Carl Kress, $14.99. And Energy Sneakin', that's $14.99. And the Commodores Caught in the Act, $14.99 on the Commodores, okay? First thing is Joan Jett's a no bid. That's a $35 buy now. Let's put that over here. Tracy Chapman is at 38 with Shane on YouTube. And the Rock and Roll High School, a.k.a. the Ramones, people's calling it, Michael Salazar has that at 30. And this is a sealed reissue of an unknown year. A U.S. sealed reissue of an unknown year. 850 Johnny, the Les Miserables, is at $39.99, which they did misspell it. I don't know if anybody's ever told them, but they did misspell it. It's obviously incorrect words there. It looks like Les Miserables. So I don't know if anybody's ever let them know, but they messed that one up, but they tried to fix it over time. Tracy Chapman 40, Danae on Jay, and that one was Jay and the Americans. That's sold to Danae. There goes Mark wants the Joe Ely. Joe Ely over here, that is sold. And then Sean Miller got the Joan Jett for 35. And then Tracy Chapman's at 40, okay? Tracy Chapman over here is at 40. It's a 1988 U.S. Allied OG near mint minus. Near mint minus. Near mint minus, okay? There it is. Here we go. I have Roy Buchanan, My Babe. Roy Buchanan is $19.99. We have Lake, $14.99, a gold stamp promo for Lake. Also, Andreas Voldenwalder, White Winds. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99. Arlen Roth, guitarist, $14.99 for Arlen Roth, no kin to Hyman Roth. Chris Isaac, a gold stamp promo, $59.99. Chris Isaac, self-titled. We got Tracy Chapman at 50. We have Rock and Roll High School. The last bid on the Ramones Rock and Roll High School was Rafe and Roy. And Roy Buchanan is sold to Rafe. And then we have the Accidental Tourist soundtrack. The Accidental Tourist soundtrack is $19.99. Zubin Mehta conducts suites from Star Wars in Close Encounters, $19.99. And For Losers Only, Sonny King. This is for losers only. You buy this if you are a loser. Sonny King, $9.99. The Ramones is at $35. Tracy Chapman is at $55. Let's add a third auction. We've already done Simple Minds with the Breakfast Club. What about Simple Minds Live Big Music Tour 2015? Simple Minds Live is a double LP red vinyl record store day 2016 limited edition 2,500 on red vinyl. That is sealed a $35 start. Sealed at $35 start. Simple Minds Live. Kelly Vladorchek on Star Wars. That's sold to Kelly Vladorchek. And we have over here The Gospel According to Ike and Tina. That is sealed for $29.99. And the Foxes soundtrack. Oh, wow, what a sneeze. This is music by Giorgio Moroder, Donna Summer, Cher. The cover, what's wrong with the cover here? Oh, I was about to say, John had a, John was probably looking for this today. Well, now it fell between the table. It was a pen cap. That almost messed up the jacket. There was a cap to a pen that was down in the sleeve. There's that, $19.99. And Tequila Sunrise, original motion picture soundtrack. That is sealed, $24.99. Let's go back to the top. Brubeck's already sold. Tracy Chapman out. Simple Minds, $35.35. Danae on Ike and Tina. And the Rock and Roll High School. There's been two more questions. This is a sealed reissue of An Unknown Year. Kelly Vladorchek has it for $35. We know it's U.S., and we know it's sealed, and that is a final call, okay? Tracy Chapman, we have the last bid was Jason Fornerat at $55. New vintage stuff here, sticker price. Another soundtrack, Sing. That is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Sandy Nelson, Drums Are My Beat. Sandy Nelson's $9.99. Midnight Cowboy soundtrack. John Voight, bitch you? Everybody's talking. I don't hear a word they're saying. $19.99. We have American Hot Wax soundtrack. That's a good compilation. Sealed for $29.99. Sandy Nelson again, The Best of the Beats, $9.99. Rod Stewart Superstar, $19.99. Jerry Rafferty, The Right Place. I really want to know you. I really want to show you the way I feel. I really want to know. $14.99 on Jerry Rafferty. Gary Wright. And then there's another one, $14.99 on that one. And Headpins Line of Fire, $19.99 for Headpins. Okay, here we go. We got Tracy Chapman. Tracy Chapman sold for $55 to Jason Fornerat. Kelly Vladorchek and the Ramones for $35. And Simple Minds for $35 also to Jason Fornerat. Sold, sold, sold. 3 auctions down, 3 up. Midnight Oil, The Grateful Dead, and Miami Vice 2 are all going up for auction. Here's Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust, an 88 U.S. Carrollton OG. VG, $10 start. I've got the new reissue remaster up for pre-order. They are finally reissuing that album. It's up for pre-order in the group. Grateful Dead, American Beauty. Truckin'. VG, a $15 start. This is a 1975 reissue. It also has some cover damage. $15 start on the Grateful Dead. And Miami Vice 2 is an 86 USOG sealed. $15 start. Anybody else want to price on anything in here, just let me know. I'm going to breeze through these titles right quick. I've got Headpins, Gary Wright, Rod Stewart, Sandy Nelson, American Hot Wax, Midnight Cowboy, Sandy Nelson, the Sing soundtrack, Tequila Sunrise soundtrack, Fox's soundtrack, Sonny King, Accidental Tourist, Chris Isaac, Arlen Roth, Andreas Voldenwater, Lake, Les Miserables, Commodores, Energy, Jazz Archives, Rainbow, McGinnis's Flint. Not the band Rainbow. McGinnis's Flint's the name of the artist. Bob Dylan, Sarah Vaughan, Johnny Guitar Watson, Mark Bueno, Dan Fogelberg. The other ones, Nancy Ames, Jeffrey Osborne, and Dinah Ross and the Supremes with the Temptations. Okay? Grateful Dead, 15, Grateful Dead 15, Grateful Dead 15, Grateful Dead 20, Grateful Dead 25. Chris Isaac is an OG gold stamp promo, $59.99. $59.99. Sonny King for losers only. No condition notes, $9.99 on this Coplix. Very clean copy. And then Johnny Guitar Watson is a real mother for ya. $24.99. Generic inner sleeve, DJM label, clean, $24.99. All right. I'm about to swap out crates. Okay. Bob Panasiak wants for losers only. Grateful Dead 30. Midnight Oil has a bid for 10. And Miami Vice. Midnight Oil has another bid for 10. Miami Vice, no bid yet. Sealed. $15 start. I'm going to bring over another crate. Let's do it. Hey, 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 hey. Ooh. Whoa. Da 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 da. Mississippi Queen. The other ones is $9.99. You know what I mean. Mississippi Queen. No. Wait it out, man. Louisiana, where? Cajun. While the rest of them do. Johnny Rivers, $14.99, double LP. Mountain Climbing, Mississippi Queen. There's some writing on the cover. The cover is pretty damaged. It's just a single pocket. This is a Bale reissue, it looks like. $19.99. What kind of label is this? A UK copy, that's why. This is a UK copy of Mountain Climbing. $19.99. There's some writing, original price tag. It's a UK version. $19.99 on that. So Midnight Oils at $15 with Matthew Hendon. Miami Vice got one bid. So did Jason Fortnerat for $15. That is sold. And then Grateful Dead, Jay Beach has it for $33. Jay Beach has it for $33. Shane, you've been outbid. These are all new arrival sticker price, including Barry White Sings for Someone You Love. $9.99. Over here we have music from the Apple film, Son of Dracula, starring Harry Nilsson and Ringo Starr. That's $19.99. Greg Brummett on Mountain, Midnight Oils at $20, and the last bid on the Grateful Dead was Jay Beach at $33. Elton John, live in Australia. That's a double LP, $34.99. Hank Williams Jr. and the Cheating Hearts, $19.99. There is some cover damage over here. Hank Williams Jr. on the MGM label is $19.99. And we have Country Joe and the Fish, electric music for the mind and body. Country Joe and the Fish is $24.99. Dan Fogelberg Phoenix is $9.99. And we have Roddy Rada, what does this say? And the Surfing Caesars, $19.99. Mouthful of chicken. Nothing wrong with that. $19.99. Let's go over here and put up another auction. This is another soundtrack, The Wildlife, with Bananarama, Andy Summers, Edward Van Halen doing Donut City. The Wildlife is an 84 USOG EX edition. This is got the insert with it, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. Also, we have NZ Freak, The Sheep. This is $24.99. New Zealand Freak, The Sheep, maybe a compilation of New Zealand music. $24.99 on that. We have Human Zoo, a 1986 punk record, $24.99. Somebody wrote, Laura, you were there from the beginning. Glad it's all over now. Something Never, $24.99. Also, we have Egberto Gismonti, Sol do Mio Dia, $24.99. Billy Ocean Love Zone, $9.99. David Clayton Thomas, Sings Like It Is, and that is a 1966 Canadian press, $74.99. Midnight Oil 20, Grateful Dead 34, Wildlife 10. Wildlife 10. There has not been another bid on Grateful Dead since Shane bid 34. Midnight Oil is at 20 with James Hicks. Everybody's been out. And Rick, you tied Patrick Lear on Wildlife. He already had it for 10. Just saying. Nobody's Baby, Joanne Campbell. Look at all those phones on the cover. Look at all those phones. That is a sealed copy, $9.99 for Joanne Campbell. Doc Holliday Rides Again. Doc Holliday's $19.99. And Monty Dunn and Karen Cruz, 1970 press, $24.99. T-Pad Songs Volume 2, $19.99 from the Stash label. The Stash label. Also available on this label, you could have got Reefer Songs, $19.99 for T-Pad Songs. Chapel Hill Pickers, Us Two and Him, $19.99 for Chapel Hill Pickers. Another Fogelberg, The Innocent Age. Fogelberg is $14.99. Whoa, MJ just disappeared. Did y'all see that? That was wild. I had a tube of silver dollars fall over. I was waiting for Kathy to get on. I had to make sure. I had a note of what she wanted to get tagged for, but I wanted to make sure before I do that. MJ was like, whoa. Luckily, no damage on that. Okay, now let's go back over here. We have Wildlife at 10, then 15. Midnight Oil is still getting bids. James Hicks, you're out. Okay. Next is, what year was Doc Holliday? Doc Holliday Rides Again is a 1981. 1981. Also, we have Alive Mother for You. Billy Cobham, Steve Kahn, Alfonso Johnson, Tom Scott, $14.99. And Willie Alexander and the Boom Boom Band, $9.99. Bananarama, I Can't Help It, extended version. There's some names written on the cover. It's $9.99 for that 12-inch single. And the Cretones, Thin Red Lines. The Cretones is $9.99. Freddie and the Dreamers, $9.99. And Alamo, as in the Alamo. That's the name of the band. $49.99. I've never seen this before. And it's on Atlantic Records. Just when thought I've seen everything on Atlantic, Alamo pops up. Okay, Grateful Dead, though, is sold. And Grateful Dead is sold to Shane for $34. That's done. Midnight Oil, still getting bids. It's at $22. And then the Wildlife album. Patrick Lear, 16. Rick Longoria, You've Been Outbid. Coming over here from the bonus crate, I have the Bare Naked Ladies, All in Good Time. A 2010 USOG. Now we're starting to pull from the bonus crate again. This is sealed, a $55 start. Bare Naked Ladies, All in Good Time. Sealed, $55 start. Chris Knapp on the Cretones. That's sold to Chris Knapp. Matthew's out on Midnight Oil. This is sold to James Hicks for $22. And then the Wildlife soundtrack's up to Rick Longoria. And then Bare Naked Ladies, $55 start. We have Heart Magazine. Heart Magazine is $24.99. And Steeplechase Lady Bright. Steeplechase is $34.99. Steeplechase is a white label promo, $34.99. And Jeffrey Osborne, Don't Stop. Jeffrey Osborne, Don't Stop, with promo sticker, $9.99. And Flight of the Red Man, XIT, $29.99. Flight of the Red Man, Exit or XIT, however that's supposed to be read on the Rare Earth label, $29.99. 360 Degrees of Billy Paul, $29.99 for Billy Paul, featuring me and Mr. Jones. Nothing to do with the Nothing to do with the Counting Crows song. System of a Down Toxicity. System of a Down is a 2008 U.S. reissue. $15 start for System of a Down Toxicity. Is Alamo OG? Yes, it is. Stephanie Hill on XIT. Alamo does not have any condition notes. Edwin Blom just asked if it's OG. It is, and there's no condition notes. Yeah, everything in here has been really nice so far. John accidentally put an extra. Yeah, get that off of the back. Has this X on the cover. Original Atlantic correct period inner sleeve. That catalog number should be like early 70s. Yeah, 1971. 1971 on that one. SOD 1515. What year was the La Miserables? The La Miserables. That one from the previous bin. Broadway album. Gold stamp promo. Geffen Records, 1987. Geffen Records, 1987. Beautiful. Near mint minus and pristine. Okay. Bare Naked Ladies is a 2010 U.S. OG pressing. It is real and it's OG. $55 start. The last bit on the Wildlife soundtrack was 17 for Rick Longoria. And I was going to see if Patrick Lear bid again. Patrick, it's up to you on that one. Okay. Frank Galena does get the Les Miserables. Thank you on that one. Master of the House. Sensational Alex Harvey Band. Live. $9.99. And Cliff Waldron, Just a Closer Walk with Thee. $14.99. The Wildlife is sold to Rick Longoria for $17. Bare Naked Ladies, final chance to lock in a bid. Right now, System of a Down has 3 $15 bids. Matthew Hendon, you're out. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero, you're out. And then Matthew has System for 20. Edwin, these are all sticker price right now. I got to keep all these no more, no less this first read through. Mighty Clouds of Joy, live and direct, $14.99. Walter Egan, Wild Exhibitions, that is $9.99. And we have 2 trips with Jesse Colin Young, the Youngbloods, $19.99 on the Youngbloods. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother, everybody get together. Try to love one another right now. Right now. We had one of these earlier. Here's one maybe even nicer. A 1982 OG pressing of the Scorpions Blackout. No one like you. I can weigh something, something, some something. Something, 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 and something. $25 start on the Scorpions. That's now for bid in shrink and hop. Okay, over here we have Matthew, 20 on System of a Down. Bare Naked Ladies does have a bid for 55, final call. Edwin Blom says he'll pass on Alamo. Well, it just sold to Michael Butler, 92057. That's sold to Michael Butler. And then we have Jimmy Cliff in concert, the best of Jimmy Cliff, $29.99 on that. John Fitzgerald Kennedy, folks, there he is. Ask not what you can do for Coletco. Ask what Coletco can do for you. JFK, $12.99. And we have Pale Horse, Dave Carlson. That looks interesting. A 1973 Pale Horse is $34.99. And Jimmy Robertson, Wet, $34.99. Interesting stuff in this crate. Highway 101 is $12.99. And Pat Britt, this is Star Song, sealed for $19.99. Bare Naked Ladies is sold to Travis Woods for $55. System of a Down is with Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero for $21. And the Scorpions is still getting bids. It's at $30. 1 second, please. Okay, now we have, these are all sticker price. Scorpions at 25, Systems at 21, Scorpions 30, Scorpions 26, System of a Down 25, and then over here we have Hubert Laws. Then there was Light. Hubert Laws is $19.99, and Goldie Hill, $14.99. Grover Washington Jr. Wine Light, just the two of us, $9.99. And George Duke, The Aurora Will Prevail, George Duke, $19.99. Let's go over the Scorpions again. This is a 1982 USOG. It's a Presswell press. It's in shrink with the hop sticker and the original price code, and it has the inner sleeve. It is VG++ EX. It is really, really nice. And the last bid on the Scorpions is Michael Salazar at $30. System of a Down Toxicity is a 2018 U.S. reissue. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera has it for $26. Okay? There's those two. And then Crusaders, The Good and Bad Times. Crusaders, $14.99. Golden Earring Moontan. Golden Earring, $36.99. Jazz Pole Winners, $14.99. Brubeck, Burrell, Miles Davis. Whipped Cream of the Lights, nice, $19.99. The Rods, Wild Dogs, $19.99. Jazz Women, $24.99. A Feminist Retrospective. And Donna Summer, Walk Away, Collector's Edition, Best of 77 to 80, $14.99. No one like you. I can wait till the something. Okay, so JC Details. JC, Jimmy Cliff maybe. Jimmy Cliff in concert, the best of Jimmy Cliff, Island Records OG, $29.99. Scorpions at $35. Does anybody want to bid again? System of a Down is with Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera at $26. $26. Okay, that crate's going to go right here behind me. If you change your mind, you're like, dang it, you know what, Chad? I'm feeling a little bit frisky tonight, buddy. Just go ahead and give me everything that's left in that crate. I'll take everything. By the way, I hadn't tagged this yet for Chris Knapp. Chris Knapp wanted the other ones for $9.99. I'm assuming everybody's done on System of a Down. Jerry Metal Guy has it for $26. Let me restack some crates over here so I can have some room to do a few things. I got to do some special extracurricular activities over here. Let's see, that's the crate Laura marked. Let's put these together. Rally around the family. I gotta rally around the family. Okay. 40. Jerry Guy Guerrera gets System of a Down for $26. All right, let's move that over. All right, here's one of the next auctions. This was actually in the hot picture. Duran Duran Carnival, mini LP 4 songs. Hungry Like the Wolf, Girls on Film, Hold Back the Rain, My Own Way, VG Condition. Duran Duran, a $10 start. I'm going to breeze through some of this because it was shown like 4 hours ago, and I feel like a lot of people didn't get to see some of these, so I'll be fast so we can get into some discount stuff. Soundgarden down on the upside for $44.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood, $29. Soundgarden, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Lamb of God, self-titled, $24.99. New from Eminem, Stands, the official soundtrack, red and black vinyl. Eminem is $49.99. We have Now Yearbook, 1992. That is one of the few left from tonight. That's green vinyl, a triple LP, $59.99. Budgie, Squawk. Budgie's $39.99. That comes as a picture disc only right now. Judas Priest, Stained Class. Judas Priest, there's 2 left at $33.99. Legend, the best of Bob Marley. Green, yellow, and red striped colored vinyl. Bob Marley's $44.99. Primus, Sailing the Seas of Cheese. Primus is $36. And Rat, Reach for the Sky. That's on white vinyl. Rat's $33. And then Rush, 2112 is $36.99. Scorpions is sold to Travis Woods for $40. Duran Duran was in VG condition, yes. Bids are 11, 11, 10, 10, 13, and 16 with Robert Warner. Let's put up something else over here from the, quote, bonus crate. We love the bonus crate. Let's see what we got over here. I have Sturgill Simpson, Cutting Grass. Sturgill Simpson's a 2021 OG, a $20 start. The Cowboy Arm Session, Cutting Grass Volume 2. Sturgill, a $20 start. We have David Bowie Live in Los Angeles, a double LP white vinyl, $29.99 for David Bowie. David Bowie at the National Bowl, 1990. That's $29.99. Lamb of God, Strum and Drain, $36.99 for Lamb of God. That's a Gatefold 2 LP. Rush, Hold Your Fires, $33.99. Eminem, the Slim Shady LP, $39.99. Rush, Fly By Night, $36. Leonard Skinner, Pronounced Leonard Skinner, $36. Elton John's Goodbye, Yellow Brick Road, $44 on that. And Rush, Permanent Waves is $36. Duran Duran is with Joe Delgado at $17. Sturgill has bids for $20 and $20. $20 and $20, okay? All right, there's that. Let me add another auction right quick. And we have, going up for bid right now, speaking of Bowie, change his turn and face the strain, changes. This is an 84 US. It's on the black RCA label, VG++, essentially a Bowie greatest hits. That's going to go up for a $15 start, okay? Change his turn and face the strain, changes. I don't want to be a... Buddy Johnson, you're out on Sturgill. Back to Turntable came in first. Did we sell anything out there? Nope, nope, nope. Y'all know the rules. There's 247 people watching right now. We got to find one person that needs one record out of here. Okay? We got 247 people watching. We got to find one person that wants one record out of here. That's all it takes. You have a lot of great options. Rush, Elton John, Leonard Skinner, Rush, Eminem, Rush, Lamb of God, Bowie, Rush, Sold Empty Map. I had in the back of my mind somebody else needed one of those. You need one to go with your autographed poster, don't you? There we go. We have, he just saved the whole show. I was about to have to go home and watch, y'all know what's coming, The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. It's only 10 o'clock. I could have went home, popped some popcorn, and sat on my couch. I'm the boss. I could end this right now and just say, I'm taking off for the rest of the week. No shows. Everything's canceled. But I'd rather be here selling records, but y'all also have to participate. Like, you got to ask yourself, I don't have Rat. That's a very tough OG record to get. Instead of spending $100 on an OG, I'll just go ahead and buy one right now. Promise. I don't see those too often. Last time Chad had an OG, it was like $180. I better go ahead and buy this for $36.99. Chad ordered this because we had an OG Bob Marley the other night sell for an hour and a half for $190. I might as well go ahead and buy this limited edition 2LP gatefold on colored vinyl for $44.99. Judas Priest, man, Chad never gets those in. If they do, there's usually an absolute battle royale for them. That one's new and sealed for $33.99. I probably should go ahead and get that. Budgie is some of the most sought after catalog. He never gets OGs of that. I probably should go ahead and buy that picture disc for $39.99. Wow, look at this compilation of 1992 music, all #1 hits. If I went through and tried to buy OG copies of this, it would take me 7.5 years and over $8,000. That's only $59.99. This is brand new from M&M. I know I don't have it because it's never been released. This is an OG copy on colored vinyl for $49.99. Lamb of God, where is he going to get those? It's only $24.99. Last time we had a pre-owned copy of that on colored vinyl, I think it set a world record. Stevie Ray Vaughan, if I put these up for auction, people usually want to fight for them. So this is just brand new and sealed for $29.99. Soundgarden, good luck finding an OG. I mean, the last time it was like all out war. I mean, the stock market was crashing, just crazy stuff was happening. Soundgarden, $44.99. So there's your chance, okay? Sean Miller said, dang, okay, go ahead and give me that Judas Priest. I can give a great explanation of why I ordered all these on new vinyl. There's a good explanation on everything in here why I ordered a new sealed copy. Duran Duran, this is officially sold, and Duran Duran is sold to Joe DeGatto for $17. That is sold, okay? Everything in here, if you want any kind of alternative pressing like the OG, you're going to be spending a tremendous amount more of money, or it's not going to be as nice sounding as this. These Rush remasters will blow your socks off. You'll be going, good gosh, why didn't I get more of these? And some people's going to come back and say, Chad, go ahead and mark me down for one each of all the remasters. Sturgill Simpson, Back to the Turntable, has that at $30. And the last bid on David Bowie that came in was Jay Beach at $27. Sean Miller got a Judas Priest. And then what was the price on 2112? I got one copy left at $36.99. Moses E. on Bob Marley. Great decision. Now we're making headwind. Everybody's like, okay, Chad is right. I don't know why I keep denying this. Some of y'all are in denial. No. I'll find an OG copy one day for $3. No. I'm in denial. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. We started tonight with a Bon Jovi, New Jersey. Now, it was near mint. It was bid on for over 1 hour and 70 minutes. That's 2 hours and 10 minutes. This is Bon Jovi, New Jersey. This one's VG minus, though. Good luck. This could break into World War III. $10 start on Bon Jovi. David Bowie's at $30. How much was the rods from the last crate? That's a great decision. That's a great question, I mean. The rods from the last crate. That was $19.99. No condition notes. Moving on. Done here. Okay. If you want anything else out there, let me know. I'm going to put that with the other leftover new vinyl from Monday. And then I'm going to bring this one up right here. Just got a handful to condense right here. Boom, 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 boom. Here we go. Michael Hamburger asked about rods, and he gets it. Rods. Sold. Hoopy wants Lamb of God. Everybody's starting to reason. They're like, dang, Chad's right. When am I going to find a better chance to buy one of these than right now? Now's the time. That's what Richard Nixon said when he was running for president. He said, man, now's the time. Don't wait. Buy it while you have it in front of you. Sturgill Simpson is sold for $30, and that was sold to Back to the Turntable. The last bid on Bowie that came in was Will Smithson at $30. We're about to sell it. Bon Jovi's at $28. Linkin Park Hybrid Theory, $33.99. Foo Fighters Greatest Hits, $38.99. We have Poppy, Empty Hands, new for this Friday. Pink and Ice Blue, Pink and Blue Splatter, $34.99. Linkin Park Minutes to Midnight, $33. 2 copies available. Warrant Cherry Pie, Yellow Marble Vinyl. Good luck with OGs on that. My gosh. New Kings of Leon for Friday. EP number 2, Red Vinyl, $24.99. Van Halen, live at Wembley, 1995, $29.99. Steely Dan, Everything Must Go, Clear Vinyl, $29. Squeeze, new for Friday Play, their 1991 album. First time available on vinyl in the U.S. $38.99. Days of the New, a music on vinyl press for $54. Van Halen Balance is $39. We have Silverchair for $54.99. Frog Stomp, Candlebox is $46. Deathlock is $49. And then the Many Faces of Ozzy and Black Sabbath. That's a tribute album. It does have a light seam crackle, $39.99. And then Ozzy, No More Tears. Tears, the crack in the window is the light in the sky. Will Smithson gets Kings of Leon. Okay. OGs, 2 to 400. This is something new, so you can consider that an OG. This is something new, you consider an OG. We have Candlebox sold to Rusty Schultz. Thank you. I was about to say, OGs of that, scarce. OGs of this, scarce. OGs of this, 300 plus. OGs of this, you're looking at it. First time ever on vinyl. OGs of this for the United States, you're looking at it. Steely Dan, very tough OG to find. I don't know if I've even have one. Did they make this in 2003? I don't think so. Van Halen, OG pressing. Kings of Leon, OG pressing. Warrant Cherry Pie, OGs, what, 150 plus? Linkin Park, never seen an OG. Poppy's brand new, that's OG. Foo Fighters, that's a greatest hits. I don't know if there is an OG of that. OGs of this, very rare. Hybrid Theory. So take that into consideration when you are buying those. That's all why we order new vinyl. Most of the stuff is either very expensive as an OG or extremely difficult to come by, and or a combination of both. And then we have Ozzy Live. What was Ozzy Live? Live was that for John, and then Jay Davis wants the Van Halen Live Wembley. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera on Van Halen Balance. Now we're down to one copy of that. And then Bon Jovi is sold. We're ready for new auctions. John LeBeatty, 28. And yes, Will Smithson gets Bowie for $30, okay? I think Deathlock is new for this Friday. This is Deathlock, the Death album, DETH. It is Apple Black Wave, limited 750, $49.99. And then Cherry Pie is $39.99. That's a music on vinyl press, limited and numbered to 2,500 on yellow marble vinyl. Raymond, are you a first-time buyer? I've got you down for Rush 2112. Dun, 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 dun. Sold. Raymond. Okay, done. Next. Last crate of new vinyl recap. We're about to put up all new auctions. First, let me show you tonight's no bids. There are only 3 no bids tonight. Billy Idol, Vital Idol, an 87 US EX, $25. CCR Taiwanese, unofficial, G plus, $20. And then here's Little Richard, $20, and that's a 2014. If you had a real 1958 or whatever in near mint minus, you would have an extremely rare record. Those typically exist in VG minus and G plus. That's the only 3 no bids tonight. And let's put up at least 2 more, and then I'll add to it, okay? Let's do Ozzy. Let's do Ozzy, and let's do... let's see what's up with this Alabama. Ozzy and Alabama. I have Ozzy. We have Diary of a Madman, a 2011 30th anniversary. Ozzy is a $15 start. And then Alabama, Pride of Dixie, a 1981 US, $20 start on that. Billy is EX, yes. Okay, Raymond has bought from us before. Thank you and welcome back. All right. Cinderella, Night Songs, music on vinyl press, $39.99. Suicidal Tendencies, Lights, Camera, Revolution, 35th anniversary on red vinyl, $39.99. New album comes out Friday by Lucinda Williams with guest artists Mavis Staples and Nora Jones. New album, blue vinyl, indie exclusive, $33.99. George Strait, Classic Christmas, $34.99. Cinderella Still Climbing, $39.99. Brittany Fox, limited edition numbered, blue vinyl, 750, limited edition, $39.99. Stone Sour, Music on Vinyl, $39.99. Sublime is $39.99. And Chris Cornell Hits Collection, $44. Alabama has a bid for $20. And did I miss anything else? Does Cherry Pie have the censored ode? I think this is uncensored, but I don't know. I've sold enough of these to everybody that should be able to let us know. Ode to Tipper Gore is on here. It's not omitted. The Tipper Gore song is on here. It's on there, I would bet it's uncensored if I were to bet. And I like to bet. I bet all the time. I'm betting right now. We have Tool Opiate at $24.99. Sonic Youth Goo is $33.99. Rush All the World's a Stage is $46. Chris Stapleton $33. From Roommate Volume 1, Broken Halos. Tool, Alive Unofficial, Dallas, Lollapalooza, $34.99. Leonard Skinner's Street Survivors, $33. System of a Down Toxicity, $24. Pearl Jam 10 is $24. Rob Zombie, $33.99. Nirvana in Utero, $36. Rush, A Farewell to Kings, $36. Prince, Purple Rain. Amenities on Tool, thank you on that. We have 3 copies of Purple Rain with poster. Nirvana's $36. Taylor Swift is $29.99. And Etta James At Last, Chess 75th Anniversary, $39.99. And Rage Against the Machine, Killing in the Name. We got Jay Davis on that last Brittany Fox. Thank you, that's sold to you. No, there's 2 more. There was 2, so there's 1 more Brittany Fox. John LeBeatty on Chris Cornell. That was this comp here. That's done. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Joe DeGatto on Pearl Jam 10. Will Smithson on Pearl Jam 10. And then we have Amenity says Tool Not Live. He wants Opiate. He wanted Tool Opiate, okay? So let's put Lollapalooza back in here. He wants a copy of Opiate. Tim Vigari on Taylor Swift. That's so to Tim Vigari. Also, John LeBeatty earlier, you put Aussie Life, and I never did confirm what that was for. John LeBeatty, you put Aussie Life earlier. I don't know if that was for No More Tears or the tribute album. Okay? So let me know on that one. Alabama got 1 bid, so to Angela Ledbetter for $20. And here's the details on Ozzy. Diary of a Madman is a 2011 U.S. reissue, a 30th anniversary EX condition. Diary of a Madman, Ozzy. Okay, next is going to go up right now. This is the Beatles' Rubber Soul as a Taiwanese, a South Korean to be exact. Rubber Soul, look how unique this is. They even wrote girl on the cover. That's how it was printed on there. Rubber Soul is a South Korean bootleg, VG minus a $15 start. VG minus a $15 start on that one. John LeBeatty also wants Tool Live. That's sold to him. Thank you on that. And then Ozzy's a $20 start, and he wants the Tribute Lifetime. Okay, I know what you want now. You want this right here. He wants the Ozzy, the Many Faces, this one right here, okay? And it does have a little bit of a scene crackle right there. That was my last copy. All right, that's done. And then Beatles and Ozzy both have bids. What did I say on Ozzy? $15, yeah. It now has a bid. There's the Beatles bootleg. Okay. Anybody else? So we started with 7 crates of new vinyl. After that read-through, there are... I can get everything into 2.5. So... great night for new vinyl. We didn't have any on Friday, really. None yesterday, so we had kind of a backup. And we have filled up 5 full crates of sold records. We're a little bit ahead of the curve. Around this time, after reading all the new stuff, I would probably get into discount stuff. So we might start that a little earlier than normal tonight. We've already read through John's 5 crates, and Laura only had time to mark 1. She's trying to get ahead of the auction. Everybody's also kind of freaked out about snow. So I think Laura's trying to possibly stay ahead on the auctions. We're going to see how accurate this weather forecast is. Now, I will definitely make it to work, but we don't ever put anybody else here at risk of trying to drive to work if they think they're going to crash or if they physically just cannot get here due to 2 feet of snow in Tennessee. 2 feet of snow in Tennessee will literally shut down the entire world, okay? businesses will be closed, school's out, nobody's leaving their house except me to get here. So hopefully if the snow hits the weekend, we have enough stuff called up and priced, we can still have shows and auctions ready. But I remember last year we had a couple of snowstorms come in and we were basically out of commission for a couple of days. Everybody was closed, et cetera, et cetera. So, okay. Ozzy 22 and now Beatles is at 25. So we'll see what happens, because if y'all heard me earlier, Dust Gray wants on the Chris Cornell. Chris Cornell waiting list for Dust Gray, okay? There's that. I bought a poster warehouse. I got around 10,000 official concert posters. Calico have any interest? I will come buy them all if it's good enough stuff. Was it in Arkansas? Did you buy that stuff out in Arkansas? We had a chance to buy a warehouse out in Arkansas, and I was just afraid we didn't have the logistics to store them yet, and we didn't. We'd probably have them all still in storage. So I told somebody the other day, we get a lot of great opportunities. Like, I've been presented opportunities where you could buy something and the value of it is 10 times what they're pricing it, but we're just not set up to sell it, you know. I mean, I'm sure we could buy and sell socks too, but we're just not really set up to sell socks, you know. But the buy and sell in me, anytime I see a deal on something, I'm like, man, I can buy all those socks for $1,000. I know I can get $25,000 for them. But sometimes I just have to pass because I'm like, oh man, it'll take me forever to sell those. All right. Okay. Let's do some vintage discount. Let's do some stuff on sale. We're going to start with Monday and Tuesday's flip crates, and I'm going to keep adding to it. Trench coats, yeah. Man, I don't know. Well, I bought all this stuff from Fred Goodwin. We still have all these Fred Goodwin photos. You know, those 8x10s and 11x12s. We got tubs full of them, and I'm like, oh. See, he was like, oh, Chad, you can list these on a website and send out catalogs. And I'm like, oh, I don't even have time to eat. I don't have time to breathe. We're record sellers, and evidently coin sellers too. Okay, so Rubber Soul and Beatles. Okay, so Beatles is at 30. Ozzy's at 30. Ozzy's at 30 and Beatles at 30. That's the high bid right now. Let's go through. This is the stuff from the vintage discount crates that did not get claimed, okay? This is the stuff for the vintage discount crates that did not get claimed. So let's knock it out, okay? Here we go. Let me find a new empty crate. I got them right here behind me. About time for another Subway cookie and another Monster, so I have some energy. Here we go. Soul Man soundtrack. Okay, these are $9.99. That's the discount price. A lot of this stuff is half off, like this. The Soul Man soundtrack. New Shoes, Sly Stone, Lou Reed, Tom Scott. Clean copy, $9.99. $9.99. Soul Man, $9.99. Endless Love, sealed, $5 off, with hype sticker. Kiss is on here, $9.99. And Thompson Twins Sidekicks. Thompson Twins is $9.99. Thompson Twins, $9.99, okay? Those are either half off, $5 off, or more than half off, $9.99. Tim Vigari wants Soul Man, sold to him for $9.99, okay? I think we're done on the Beatles. Tom Kelly gets Endless Love for $9.99. And then that leaves Thompson Twins. Kevin Gladden next on Endless Love. What about the Beatles here? We're done on this. So did Brian Call for $30. I didn't see any other bids come in. We got plenty more to sell. Larry Gonzalez gets Ozzy for $30. And let's go ahead and put up some more stuff. Next thing I have is Helix and the Rolling Stones. Here we go. Helix. I don't recall seeing this one before. White lace and black leather. Helix is a 1981 Canadian OG EX edition, a $20 start on Helix. That's now up for bid. And this is also up for bid. The Rolling Stones Some Girls. The Rolling Stones Some Girls is a 2010 Euro reissue, EX Plus condition. The Rolling Stones is a $20 start. Man, I just checked the market. I can't believe gold. Gold's going to hit $5,000 an ounce before the end of the week. That's insane. I can't believe it. Wow, that's wild. Okay, Jay Davis said, I had Aussie for $31. Aussie's got to go up for bid. Larry Gonzalez, let me know if you want to bid more than $31. Jay Davis had a bid in for $31. Okay, these are $6.99. Larry Gonzalez said flag on Rubber Soul. Let's put Rubber Soul back up for auction. When I did final calls, I never did hear back from anybody. Larry bid first on Rubber Soul for $30. Brian Call, you're out. Okay, so these are got to go back up. We have $6.99 for Quarter Flash. Take another picture. Quarter Flash is $6.99. Stanley Clark School Day, $6.99. Larry, let me know if you want to bid and get on Aussie. Brian, let me know if you want to bid and get on Rubber Soul. Stanley Clark is $6.99. Quarter Flash is $6.99. Third World, you've got the power. Third World is $6.99. Larry passes. This is sold to Jay Davis for $31. Larry, you've been outbid on Rubber Soul. Brian bid $31. Roseanne Cash, Rhythm and Romance, $6.99 on Roseanne Cash. Tony Banks, The Fugitive. Tony Banks, $6.99. And Tony Bennett, If I Ruled the World. Tony Bennett songs for the Jet Set. Tony Bennett's in Shrink. And this is in the Columbia 2i, $6.99. Rubber Soul. This is a South Korean unofficial VG minus condition. A South Korean unofficial. Brian Call has it for $31. Auction number 2 is the Rolling Stones Some Girls, a 2010 Euro reissue, 180 gram, $20 start on that. No bid right now. And then Helix, white lace and black leather, 81 Canadian, EX $20. I guess whoever I sold that 1 ounce gold to earlier today, they're sitting in a good, or yesterday, they're in a good position. No wonder they asked for it as soon as I went live. And I still got silver at 95 an ounce if anybody wants 5 ounce bars or 10 ounce bars. 5 ounce bars and 10 ounce bars. I got it at 95 per ounce. Just FYI. Buy now or cry later. Anybody else on any of these? $6.99. Tim Vigard, let me know if you want to bid on the Beatles. If not, I got to sell it to Brian. So for $6.99, we got Tony Bennett, Tony Banks, Roseanne Cash, Third World, Stanley Clark, and Quarter Flash. Those are already discounted prices. I'm going to be adding more to this crate, and then we're going to do a bundle. The next price point is $14.99. These next records are $14.99. The Young Rascals Groovin', sealed with hop sticker from 1988. That's $14.99. And we have Cat Stevens, sealed for $14.99, okay? Sealed for $14.99. Brian Call gets the Beatles for $31. Helix has a bid for $20, another bid for $20. So Cat Stevens was $10 off. That was from a Laura crate yesterday. And this was from a Laura crate, half off. So those should be already comped at very fair. And now they're half off and $10 off. $14.99 on those. Here's another chance at Cat Stevens. This one's just $9.99. His greatest hits. $5 off. That was out of New Arrivals yesterday. $9.99 on that. Jason Forterac gets the Rascals. Make sure that goes in for $14.99. 2 Cat Stevens options. And then here's a bunch of $6.99er. Here's a bunch of $6.99er. Let's do more. Let's add to it. We got vintage discount stuff here. $6.99 for Kenny Rogers, 10 Years of Gold. That's a good one. Surreal Thing, Chris Christopherson. A gold stamp promo, $6.99. Steve Walsh, Schemer Dreamer. Steve Walsh from Kansas. VG Plus $6.99 and ABBA Super Trooper, VG Plus $6.99 on ABBA Super Trooper. I've got more over here. We got 5 ounce bars, so to George Scherer. That's at great prices right now. Fantastical prices right now. 95 per ounce. So let's sell this to George Scherer. So let's do 5 times 95. That should be $475 if my teachers in grade school taught me correctly. That is $475. So to George Scherer. Anybody else? That is sold. We have Penny Packer on Cat Stevens' Greatest Hits. That's $9.99. Thank you on that one. Amenities was second. And then Billy Thorpe, 21st Century Man. That was EX, $17.99. Now $6.99. Also $6.99 is Black Oak, Arkansas. That was VG Plus, $14.99. Now it's $6.99. Red Rider was $14.99. Now it's $6.99. Don't fight it. Also $6.99 is Television Theme Songs Mike Post, $6.99. And we have BG's Rare, Precious, and Beautiful, Volume 2, $6.99. Helix has a new bid for $22. Tom Kelly, you're out. Nobody bid on the Rolling Stones, the 2010 remaster of Some Girls. You can pick that up for just $20. Wow. Okay, $6.99. Brian Call on Red Rider. That's sold to Brian Call for $6.99. Thank you, George, on the 5-ounce bar. Anybody else? Stanley Clark was only $6.99. School Days, we had that marked for $14.99, so more than half off. Mike Post did the TV theme songs here. Hill Street Blues, The Greatest American Hero, White Shadow, Magnum P.I., Schools Out from Richie Blockman's Private Eye, and The Rockford Files, $6.99. Helix has a new bid for $25. All right, Cat Stevens O, Teasing the Firecat. This is a brand new 2019 remaster reissue, sealed from back to black, $10 off, which would make it at $14.99. Keelan Lee on Television Theme Songs for $6.99. Okay, I'm going to add more to this. So we got three different price points in the crate right now. We got 6, 9, 1 9 left, which is Thompson Twins, and then Cat Stevens. The rest of those in the front are $6.99. I'm going to keep adding to it. This is the stuff that you missed. This is the leftover stuff from the flip crates. Imagine what you missed. If you have access to Facebook, make sure you tune in at 9 a.m. There's an automatic video posted. Unless I forget or unless Facebook screws up the publishing of it, it should be there at 9 a.m. Central Time every morning. This is the stuff that didn't get grabbed. Wayne Bartow on Stanley Clark for $6.99. Helix is at $27. Let's add another new auction. But first, I've got some great $9.99 stuff here, okay? Some great $9.99 stuff. Brian Call gets BGs for $6.99. For $9.99, Lyle Lovett. This is a 2015 press of this album that originally came out in 1988, 1989, somewhere right in there. Lyle Lovett, $9.99. Waylon Jennings doing the soundtrack with Willie Nelson on Macintosh and TJ, a film with Roy Rogers. That's $9.99. $9.99 for this really clean copy of Eric Clapton, Money and Cigarettes. $9.99. These are the final discount price, by the way. Lyle Lovett sold to Penny Packer 5B. Charlie Daniels Saddle Tramp, that's $9.99. And also $9.99 is Volunteer Jam 6 Charlie Daniels. Those are all $9.99. And now for $6.99ers. For $6.99, we have Zephyr going back to Colorado, a VG copy. Carole King Music, no condition notes. This has got some great songs on it. That looks nice to me. Carole King is $6.99. Also $6.99, The Righteous Brothers. You've Lost That Lovin' Feeling. In Shrink, $6.99. And Silver Meter needs to be, this is from a different crate. Let's make this $9.99. It was $26.99. Silver Meter is $9.99, I think. I know it's not $6.99. Silver Meter is $9.99. You've Lost That. We have we got Tom Kelly out on the Helix. This is sold to Greg Hubers. This is going north of the border to Canada. Thank you, Greg. $27. Okay, Tim Vigari on Carole King for $6.99. Let's bring up some more auctions then. I've got a bunch more cool Taiwanese records I need to put up. How about another Bon Jovi? Ooh, look at some of these cool Taiwanese. I like these. Check this other Beatles out, and let's see what's up with this Bon Jovi. It's low grade, but let's see what happens. It's an 86 US Hauppauge G+ condition. 86 Hauppauge, that's the name of the manufacturing plant. G+ condition. And this is a $5 star, slippery when wet. It has the original inner sleeve. And then the Beatles songs, the greatest hits yesterday. This is a South Korean unofficial. There's nothing sold ever on Discogs or PopSpsych G+. That's got to be pretty dang rare. My gosh. None on PopSpsych or Discogs. The Beatles songs, $10 start. You are about to set a new world record. $10 start on that. Henry's Choice on CC. And CC, Henry's Choice was If that was for Carole King, it's already spoken for. Okay. Unchained Melodies on here as well, yes. Whoa, 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 something like that. $6.99. Okay, let's add to it. Let's add to it. What is going on over here? Dun, 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 dun. Bump, 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 bump. Oh, I was like, what just happened on eBay? I sold something. I sold an autographed photo of Richard Thomas from the Waltons. Nice. I love selling stuff. What is this crate right here? Oh, I've been looking for that. That's new vinyl. I needed that the other day for, I could have posted that this morning. I forgot about that crate of new vinyl. 13.4 elevators, Kiss is in there. Well, I might need it for a video another time. Run DMC. Yeah, Motley Crue, Alice in Chains. I forgot about this stuff. Weezer, Presidents. We might need to go through that next. All right, let me add more stuff here to this crate. Don't forget, whatever doesn't sell, I will try to offer it as a bundle to somebody. And believe me, we love bundles, okay? So first thing we have is this. So Bon Jovi was VG or G+, a very low-grade copy. 10, and then Beatles 11, 10, Bon Jovi 10, Beatles 15, Beatles 15, Bon Jovi 11. Todd saw Roch's Brothers for $6.99. Beatles 20, Bon Jovi's 15, Beatles 26. Okay, so I'm going to add more stuff, more leftover discount crates into this crate. So let's keep doing it. I've got two $6.99ers. This was the only thing left from last Friday's crate. Just these two Marshall Crenshaws that are in superb condition, $6.99 and $6.99. And this one's a gold stamp promo, so self-titled and downtown. $6.99 and $6.99. Here's more $6.99ers. Let's show them one at a time here. Okay, $6.99 for these. Willie and the Red Rubber Band were coming up. It's a psych record originally marked by Paul, EX 1799. What about $6.99? Todd Rundgren Faithful, no condition notes, just $6.99. Southern Pacific, gold stamp promo and hop sticker, $6.99. Oliver Sane Blue Max, that is VG Plus, does have some cover damage on the back, just $6.99. Richard Thompson Strict Tempo, that was originally marked $34.99. How about $6.99? And Blood, Sweat, and Tears, it is VG, but that's their first album with some great songs on it, $6.99. What goes up must come down, spinning wheel, $6.99. Beatles 26, Bon Jovi 46, and Pennypacker wants the first Marshall Crenshaw. That was, oh boy, I forgot which order. Self-titled maybe. Okay, and then Nick Dahmer on Richard Thompson for $6.99. Matthew Hendon was second, and Frank Galena wants Rat. What was Rat? Bon Jovi 19 with Matthew Hendon, and the Beatles South Korean is at 26. Frank Galena, dang, you're second on Richard Thompson with Rat. Okay, these two records were $14.99. The Easy Beats, these were left over in the discount bin, Falling Off the Edge of the World, originally marked $39.99 and original 68 OG sealed. Trying to give it away at $14.99. Rainbow, half off, Down to Earth, $14.99 with the original inner sleeve. This is why you should watch the 9 a.m. morning videos. These are leftovers. You could have went ahead and grabbed them watching a quick 5-minute video. I try to keep them at 5 minutes. Like when I'm holding my phone video and I'm looking at the timer and I'm trying to pace myself. Because I figured if you could spend 5 minutes watching a video in the morning before you start your day, or maybe if you're watching it later in the day at work or something, 5 minutes, get a chance to get some great records at discount. I try to keep them about 5 minutes. Jason Fornerat on Blood, Sweat, and Tears for $6.99. Kristen Barnett got Oliver Sane for $6.99. Nick Dahmer on the Easy Beats for $14.99. I guess we're done on the Beatles, right? This is sold to Brian Call for $26. And let's put up some other new auctions. Bon Jovi is sold to Matthew Hendon for $19, okay? That's sold and sold. Let's put those away. Let's find some more stuff over here from the bonus crate of auctions. This looks pretty cool here. This is Iron Butterfly. Never mind, it has a warp. There's a note that says needs to be fixed, okay? Let's skip that one. Let's do Velvet Underground, and I'm liking this Chicago here. So this is Chicago's first album, known as Chicago Transit Authority, a 1970 Taiwanese unofficial. But man, that's cool. I love how they made the front the way it should be with the full logo. VG minus. Most of these Taiwanese records are going to start at VG minus. $20 start, and then Velvet Underground Loaded, a 2014 Rhino, $20 start on that, okay? And let's keep adding. So, okay, these other records here are going to be $6.99. I got a slew of them. Great $6.99 stuff here. These are from last Tuesday. These are the ones left over from a week ago, okay? We have the Mighty Dales sealed. The Dales sealed, $6.99. Joe Cocker. No condition notes, $6.99. Elvin Bishop, Hog Heaven, sealed, $6.99. It's a Beautiful Day, that's self-titled, $6.99. Commander Cody, VG Plus, $6.99. Ray Charles, $6.99. EX Condition. Taco, After 8. Taco, $6.99. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. It does have some cover damage right there. $6.99. The vinyls, no condition notes. Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone. Nothing wrong with that one, $6.99. Roberta Flack is VG Plus, $6.99. The first Blood, Sweat, and Tears album, Child is Father to the Man, VG, $6.99. And Genesis, Nursery Crime. There is tape along the cover. VG vinyl, so VG cover, VG vinyl. That's why it's $6.99. Okay, another empty crate. I got like 2 more like this to keep adding. But if y'all keep buying them, the crate will never fill up. That's what we want. The Velvet Underground 2023, Keelan Lee on Taco. That sold for $6.99. Taco, that was After 8 right here. Matthew Hendon on the Ray Charles for $6.99. Will Smithson on the Roberta Flack for $6.99. And Matthew Hendon on Blood, Sweat, and Tears for $6.99, okay? And then there was a question on silver. What brand 5 bars do you have left over Silvertown? 5-ounce bars, I have Silvertown, Fine Mint, and then I've got some oddities. I actually have a 100-gram bar too. That I have a 100-gram, which is 3.2 ounce. This one I'm asking $500 for, or I'm not asking. I gotta have $500. That's a more vintage collectible type bar. That's $100 an ounce on that one. And then I have this kind of odd loaf, kind of hand poured kind of deal. And then I have Silvertowns. Those are all $475. Should be about right at melt right now. Regina on Elvis is $6.99, okay? Chicago, final call to get a bid for $20, and Velvet Underground's at $24. All right, and let's keep adding. Let's see. Oh, here's that other crate. I hope we have a good bundler standing by. Let me go through those I just added because that was quick. So here's what I just added for $6.99. Genesis, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Commander Cody, It's a Beautiful Day, Elvin Bishop was sealed, Joe Cocker, and the Dales was sealed. That's what I just added for $6.99. And I think what's left over here is a ton of $6.99 stuff. Yeah, so all these right here are also $6.99. We have Chase. $6.99. The Four Tops Greatest Hits, just $6.99 with I Can't Help Myself, Sugar Pie Honey Bun, The Best of the Drifters, Under the Boardwalk, Robert Gordon of Link Ray. These are all $6.99. Brewer and Shipley, Shake Off the Demon, and Jesus Christ Superstar. You heard me correctly. All $6.99. All $6.99. Okay? We have Velvet Underground 24. Genesis was VG vinyl and VG cover. Vinyl's VG, there's some tape along the top seam and the bottom. It's actually on the bottom too. Excuse me. $6.99, $6.99. Velvet Underground 24. Genesis Condition. I just answered that. TSO Houston on It's a Beautiful Day. That sold to him for $6.99. And what was the rare one? I really don't know. It's got a crown stamped into it. I just know it's unique enough. It needs to be more than melt right now. So $100 an ounce on that one. It's just an odd kind of crown stamp. I don't really know. I just know if you know, I know, and I can tell you, some of these odd brand and vintage bars definitely carry a premium. And then I have these other ones that we'd have to do down to the increment, but I've got these right here. I've got these in different weights. They're like 5.42, 5.43, 5.44, like the one I'm holding. And we'll just work out that math. That is 5.44 times 95. So these are kind of vintage. I think they're really cool. They're kind of different shapes and sizes. But whatever that number is, you times it by 95, okay? That's what I'm going to do right there. All right, so we have Frank Galena on Jesus Christ Superstar for $6.99, okay? He says he'll take the California Crown. There you go. I'm glad you knew what it was, but I think you know, and anybody else that collects silver bars, these kind of vintage, off-brand, and older ones. I mean, this was a pricey bar well above spot before the rise, you know, so. All right, so we need an air horn. Thank you, George Scher. That was sold to George Scher for $4.75, and he just bought that one for $500 on the button. So you know what that means. We need an air horn. And then I got to see if Kathy, I've said this a couple times, I don't think Kathy's been on the chat. But Kathy, I need to officially tag you for these Silver Eagles, and I'm going to do that right now, okay? Because I need to get these off the table and then see if anybody else wants any. Velvet Underground, Chris Knapp, you're out. Let's make the Chicago a buy it now for $20. That was the Taiwanese unofficial on that one. I'll find another auction in just a second. But first, let's add more 6.99ers. And boy, do we got some good ones. Lots of great 6.99 stuff here. We have 6.99 for Moody Blues Long Distance Voyager, 6.99 for Alicia Bridges. The Bay City Rollers is sealed, unopened, Strangers in the Wind. The Rascals, Once Upon a Dream. No condition notes on that. Vassar Clements, the Bluegrass Session. Roger Daltrey, Nice, and Shrink, One of the Boys. Willie Nelson, The Sound in Your Mind. Willie Nelson, Without a Song. Jerry Wright, we had that in new arrivals tonight, The Right Place. And Peter Wolf, Come As You Are. Those are all $6.99. Wayne Bartow wants the Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That's sold to him for $6.99. I'm going to make sure Chris Knapp doesn't want to bid on the Velvet Underground one more time. Matthew Hendon has it for $28. Let's put up another auction. This is Balls to the Walls by Accept. An 83 Benelux OG on the Lark label. That's kind of unusual. 83 Benelux, VG Plus condition, $20 star. It does have a little bit of a seam crackle up here. Does have the original on her sleeve. $20 start on that one. Okay, what else is going on? Boom, 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 do. We need an air horn. Thank you, Seth, you're fired. We love air horns. Thanks. Everybody adjust your volume. 3, 2, 1. I had somebody make a motion yesterday. The board hasn't reviewed it, but they asked, could we move the air horn to silver purchases to 1,000? Because we've had like 30 air horns in the last week, mostly because of the silver purchases. And I was like, I still like keeping it at 500. I think it still should stay at 500. That's a big purchase. We should reward for that. We have Peter Wolf right here, sold to Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera, and Pam Murray on Bay City Rollers, and that's sold to Pam for $6.99. All right, I'm going to keep adding to this crate. More $6.99 coming at you right now. Linda Ronstadt's Greatest Hits, clean. You guessed it, $6.99. And then I had these. I remember doing this. These 3 sports records. God Post from the World of Sports, Great Moments in Sports, and Spalding Presents the Record Breakers, the live sounds of the greatest moments in sports history. Instead of $6.99, I said I would sell all 3 of those for $15. If anybody wants to bundle deal on the sports. And Martini Ranch is sealed. 1988 was $19.99. $6.99. Velvet Underground is sold to Chris Knapp for $30. Okay, there's that. All right, and I don't think Kathy's on. Okay, I'm gonna make sure. Let me pull up chat over here. Let me see what her album is, or her Kathy H. There it is. Gotcha, Kathy. Bikini Ranch, Martini Ranch. Martini Ranch is synth pop. Synth pop. Okay. So we need, 3 rolls of Morgans. So we got 20 times 95, 1,900 per roll, and she needs 3 more. $5,700. Thank you, Kathy Hodges. That's for these two and this one right here. Those are sold to Kathy Hodges. That's $1,900 per roll. That's 20 Morgan silver dollars. Extremely fine or better, pre-1900. Nice. And that's 3 rolls at $1,900 each, $5,700. And thank you, Kathy. And I'm going to put these right over here in the sold pile. And it sounds like we owe her an air horn, eh? That's what it sounds like to me. Let's put that right there. That's a big sale, $5,700. Let's put those right over there. If anybody else, I'm trying to keep these now by the roll because I've realized we don't really have to break them up. It's a great buy. Let me give you an idea of what you're looking at. This is pre-1900 Morgan silver dollars. A whole roll at 20. You got to buy the whole roll at 95 each. There's no sales tax on this. Tennessee state law. I remember first time I brought that up to one of our state legislators. I was like, there does not need to be sales tax on anything investment. Just like there doesn't need to be sales tax or tax on property tax. Same thing for investment. I'm hoping I get that eventually passed for anything collectible. So there's no sales tax on records, no sales tax on puzzles, no sales tax on anything we can deem collectible. No tax, no tax. We have sports. Scott Oman gets the 3 sports records for $15. Let's go over the details on Accept again. Accept is a 1983 Benelux OG. Benelux OG on Lark. It has the original under sleeve VG Plus, a $25 start on that. Okay. Now let's keep adding to this. I have one 9.99er Otis Rush and Magic Sam, which was originally $34.99. I'll do that for $9.99. Led Zeppelin, $19.99. It's an OG VG Plus with discoloration. $19.99 for Led Zeppelin. $19.99 for Led Zeppelin. That is available. Okay, Led Zeppelin VG Plus. I owe Kathy an air horn, but I'll wait until maybe when she's watching, so we don't have to waste it. You know, most people like to be on so they can hear it and enjoy the moment. So we'll give that one a second. And I'm about to add a ton of more $6.99 here in this crate, okay? And let's add another new auction. And the next thing I have for $6.99 is the following, okay? Let's add some more in here for $6.99. I have Todd Rundgren, the Hermit from Mink Hollow, VG condition. The Beetle Beat, I Want to Hold Your Hand, the Bug, $6.99. Buddy Holly Live, $6.99. There is cover damage on the bottom. Elton John Blue Moves, no VG Plus on that one. Village People, it is no condition notes. It does have a poster with it. That's $6.99. And Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer Rocks On, that's also $6.99. Chris Knapp on Otis Rush, that's sold to him for $9.99. Accept is a no bid, and that's a $25 buy now on Accept. $25 buy now on Accept. No bid on that. Let's put that away, okay? Definitely need to find a couple more auctions now, eh? Yes. Yes, eh? Okay, and that's going to be, let's see here. Okay, here's another couple cool Taiwanese presses. So these are basically manufactured illegally in South Korea and Taiwan. So they would come up with about any kind of image they could, any kind of, however they made these. Some people say some of these are like needle drops, which means they basically had a copy, and then they copied it with to tape to a needle drop so they could make more of them. You know, like they get a real one and then they would copy it to tape so they could use a lathe to make the disc to make them. So there's some people on Discogs I've seen before, they'll be like, this is a needle drop recording. So they've recorded it from an original LP straight from a needle drop. Like you put it on and yours start playing, and then you can hear another needle drop where someone had recorded it. So some of these, though, are pretty good. Some of them sound pretty crappy. But if anything, they're very collectible. This is Iron Butterfly Ball. VG or better, especially for a Taiwanese. That's what the cover normally looks like, right? They've used some kind of photo here for the front cover. $25 start on that. There's Kansas Leftoverture, a Taiwanese unofficial. VG, also a $25 start. Those are now up for bid. Lewis Kulik wants the Village People for $6.99. So to Lewis Kulik. And then more $6.99. Let's keep adding to it here. $6.99. And we have these right here, okay? $6.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary in concert. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $6.99. The Mike Curb Congregation, Put Your Hand in the Hand. D.B. Cooper, Buy American. Lone Justice Shelter. The Boomtown Rats in the Long Grass. Allison Moye, Alf. Oh Swing It, Jimmy Reverend and his Oklahoma Playboys. And Fab Motion, Howdy Can I Bum a Smoke? Indie Rock from 1987. $6.89 on that. $6.99. And then the last deal I have for you are 4 country compilations. I'll do all 4 of these for $15. Not 4 for $20, 4 for $15. Selections from the best. Not all this is country. This is a lot of 60s pop, and not really some rock, but the Wayne Eddy's on here. And then Diamonds by a Dozen country style. I kind of like that cover. RCA Victor. Speaking of RCA Victor, where's Otis? There he is. And then we have Songs of the Golden West. And then we have the original hit performances of all-time country and western. So 4 compilations for $15. Bundle deal on those. Boy, y'all have gotten quiet. Golly, I can't get anybody to hardly say anything. And there's still 194 people watching. Goodness. Test 1, 2. Is this thing on? Maybe I do need to blow the air horn. Hello, hello. Vertigo. Test 1, 2. Where's everybody watching from? Can I get anybody to say anything? Lewis Kulik was the last comment. 4 minutes ago, he bought a Village People record. Am I even still live? Am I just talking for no reason? Is there anybody out there remotely close that wants to say anything at all? There's the first comment in 4 minutes. Wow. And for that many people, there's a lot of people just looking at the screen, not saying anything. Y'all are either high, drunk, stoned, disturbed, whatever other word, or sleepy or asleep. Something's up. Test 1, 2. We got to change the narrative. I might as well go ahead and wrap up. We got to start selling. Somebody's at least got to buy this compilation. Hello, hello. If not, I just go home and watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford, Tommy Lee Jones, pop some popcorn. I'll do like y'all. I'll just sit back and watch TV for the rest of the night. I'd rather here be selling records and showing you more records and digging out more records and then give you more records after that and then more records after that. But if you're just going to sit here and stare at the screen and your eyes are spinning around in circles going, we got to get you some stuff sold. Hello, hello. Nobody on the 4 comps for $15. Here we go. Hello, hello. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Energy drink and cookie. I know I'm about to take the moment myself. I'm trying to get everybody awake. I don't know what I'm going to eat after the sale. I don't think I have any food here. I hate to go to some place like Whataburger. I may just try to find a snack and then fight through it later, post-gym. I got to go to the grocery store at 7 a.m. though, because there is a snowstorm coming. And I'm being told, Chad, you better stock up. Okay. Edwin, you must have got off right after you said earlier on Alamo, whenever you said, I'll wait, and you must have just got off, Because as soon as you said that, the next comment was somebody says, I'll take it. And I said, I'm assuming that means Edwin's passing. I'll go ahead and give it to Michael Butler unless Edwin says otherwise. And you was in communique. So right after you said, I'll pass, I'll wait, somebody bought it. Okay? It's gone. Now, we got people watching in North Michigan, Colorado, Texas, North Carolina, Dominican Republic, Arizona, Texas, and we have this. The time to buy a new arrival out of the new arrival bin is when you see it. Don't let $5 stand in your way. What's $5? That's like a pizza. That's like a slice of pizza. You want a slice of pizza or do you want an Alamo record? Dang it. Tough decisions. Maybe not for some people. Well, wait a minute. Why am I taking this off the table? Yeah, we still got plenty of records to show. I thought I had one more leftover flip video. I do. I got one more leftover flip video to condense in here. I don't know if I have enough space, though. Let me see if I do. Okay. We have Vitamin Z Rites of Passage, $6.99. The Wooden Tops Giant, $6.99. Yellow Jacket Samurai Samba, $6.99. Fee Waybill Read My Lips, $6.99. RPM Phonogenic, $6.99. Goanna Spirit of Place, $6.99. Billy and the Beaters, $6.99. Boys Brigade, $6.99. Garland Jeffrey, $6.99. JoJo Zepp and the Falcons, those are all $6.99. Okay, let me pull out these higher priced records. Nobody on Zeppelin, Rainbow. This is when I knew things were, everybody was getting sleepy on me. When a Zeppelin record didn't sell out of the discount bin. When the Rainbow record didn't sell half off. These are all $6.99. JoJo Zepp, Garland Jeffries, Boys Brigade, Billy and the Beaters, Goanna, RPM, Fee Waybill, Yellow Jackets, and Wooden Tops. Matthew Hendon wants the Goanna. That's so to Matthew Hendon. And then we have 1, 2, $9.99 records. Jason and the Scorchers, $9.99, Fervor. And then Wall of Voodoo, Happy Planet. Those are all $9.99 each. $9.99 each. Let me put that right there. Those were $9.99ers. I'm going to put over here with Silver Meter. How much condition on BB? These are all near mint minus and pristine. Yeah, these are like beautiful. That's from some of these newest collections. By the way, nobody bid on the Taiwanese Kansas, so that's a $20 buy it now. And no one bid on the Taiwanese Iron Butterfly, so that's $20. Okay. Chris Knapp wants Wall of Voodoo. That goes in for $9.99. Chris Knapp on Yellow Jackets, that goes in for $6.99. And in Australia, where Matthew's watching, it's 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Wayne Bartow next on Yellow Jackets. Boys Brigade is $6.99. Okay. Everything, this is all the leftovers at $6.99. Everything you see right there. And I'm about to offer them, hopefully, to somebody as a bundle deal right now. Hopefully. That's my goal. Hopefully offer these as a bundle deal right now. Here's our next auction. This is a beautiful copy of the Beatles 62 to 66. It has the rich owner sleeves. It's fantastic. $25 start on the Beatles. $25 start on the Beatles, okay? Let's put that back over here. Let's count these and see if I can get somebody to buy this entire crate for one bundle price. That would be ideal for everybody. Greg Hubers gets Boys Brigade for $6.99. Okay? Here's what's left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. 60 records. Not bad for 2 weeks of... That was 14 crates at one point. That's what's left. 50. Did I say 50? I think I did. 50. Bundle deal price, $185. Let's say 185 divided by 50. That's going to get these down to $370 each. $370 each. Bundle deal. Who wants them? Speak now. I'll even bring out the air horn, and then we'll bring over something else. It's time for half off or jazz or lower crate half off. I guess it's finally time to do this lower crate half off, especially since Jim B hadn't asked. We have U2 Bowie, an 82 US reissue, Strong VG, U2 Bowie, a $15 start. Neil Reigler said bundle sold. Awesome. What I'm going to do, whoever's watching, I'm going to put sticky notes around these. I'm going to get these out of order. So this crate, because it's pretty much a whole crate, so I don't have to transfer them, etc., etc. I'm just going to sell this entire thing right here to Neil Reigler. And guess what? That includes shipping. This entire crate. Neil Reigler right here. I'm just going to write it down. And I promised him an air horn. It might have been 60 LPs. I might have messed up, but that's okay. It's already sold to him. He was fast. Neil, Reigler, $185. Okay, done. And I'm just going to set this right here. It's kind of out of order, but they'll figure it out. An entire crate. Now, I'm going to bundle the others from the higher price point. The Beatles is a bid for $25 and U2 $15. Now, here's what's left from that other slew. Give me 1 second. Let me go ahead and find this crate I've been having my eyeball on. Let me see if I can find it over here. In times like these, you learn to live again. Times like these, you give and give again. In times like these. Dun 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 dun. Ooh. Oh boy. Ah, freak out. La sheep, la freak. Freak out. We've emptied a lot of crates tonight. That's pretty amazing. Bear with me. The next thing I'm about to do will probably send some of y'all into cardiac arrest, so you probably should go ahead and be checking your insurance policy. Well, let's see. Maybe not. Let's see. Surely it's not down here on the... Is it down here on the very bottom? No. That's the leftovers of a Hatchet Ed crate. Okay, that's Jazz. That's Jazz. That's the first crate, Paul Mart. Well, let me just see what's in here. This might be it. It might not be. No, that's not it. Okay. All right, let's keep good. Let's keep digging. Let's keep digging. That's not it. That's not it. And that's not it. That's not it over there. That's not it. New jazz. New stuff from tonight. Maybe it already sold. Maybe I'm looking for something that doesn't even exist. I'm starting to get that feeling. I thought there was a crate of like modern top, what we call lure records, but I don't see it. Did Paul go through it on Saturday? It might already be all gone. That's what it's looking like. I don't see it over here. I don't see anything remotely close, honestly. I guess I can go through a crate from yesterday that we didn't take offers on until I can find this mystery crate. That's what I'm going to have to do. That's what I'm going to have to do, because this, whatever I'm talking about, what I'm looking for, I don't even see it anymore. That's auctions. These three are auctions. That's new stuff that I just rediscovered. That's leftovers from half off. It's not that one. That's Hatchet Ed. That's new jazz stuff. Yeah, I guess this crate that I thought that existed doesn't exist. We're just in fantasy land. And of course, there's the stuff she marked tonight. All right, never mind. Here we go. So, the Beatles is at 25. This is 62 to 66. It's a 2 LP Capitol pressing, no condition notes, and it's at $25. It's really clean and really nice. We're about to sell it. U2 got one bid with Fox Digital, and that sold for $15. Okay? Here we go. And we have this crate here at Buy Now or Best Offer. First time these have been available for Best Offer. Camouflage Rufus with Shaka Khan, $9.99. Mark Lindsay Silverbird with a silver foil cover, $9.99. Kenny Loggins and High Adventure, also $9.99. Kenny Loggins. The Beatles has a new bid for $26. Leah Kunkel, I Run With Trouble, $14.99 on that. The Great American Sound of Nashville, a Nashville country compilation, $9.99. And we have Bloomsbury People, $19.99 for Bloomsbury People, and Pointer Sisters Greatest Hits. That's a 1989 pressing, $39.99 for the Pointer Sisters, and the Best of Keith Jarrett. The Best of Keith Jarrett, $19.99. The Beatles is sold for $26. Sorry that dragged out so long. Scott got on just at the right time. This is sold to Scott Dwyer for $26. That's done. And then we have Kunkel at $8. And that's sold to Adam Bernardi for $8. We have Hollywood Bird, Charlie Bird with orchestra and chorus, $9.99. Chris Christopherson, Spooky Lady Sideshow, $14.99. The Kingsman, Volume 3, $9.99 on that. And then The Joy of Cooking, Closer to the Ground, Joy of Cooking, $9.99. The Vintage Years of Dwayne Eddy with promo sticker on the front, $16.99. Focus Hamburger Concerto, $14.99. And Five Man Electrical Band, a 1973 sealed copy, $24.99 for that. Moving on to this auction crate, I got Black Sabbath Sabotage. Dun, 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 dun. Another one with somebody writing their name on the cover. Somebody wrote their name up here on the last one. Tony Swain, a 75 USOG G plus condition, $10 start, G plus condition on Black Sabbath. Also a VG minus or G plus jacket. Paul sold all the lower crates on Saturday. Well, I just went on a 10-minute wild goose hunt egg chase. And what they say about wild geese is they don't lay eggs and people go out and try to hunt them. That's what happens. Wayne Bartow on Bird, BYRD. And that was right here, so to Wayne Bartow for $9.99. Gallery, Nice to Be With You. I Believe in Music, $19.99. Also, we have Focus, Mother Focus, $14.99. Chris Christopherson, Who's the Bless, $14.99. Cadedia Dawn, that's in shrink wrap. It's actually sealed, $14.99 on that. Matthew has Sabotage for $15. Outlaws Playing to Win is $9.99. These are all Buy It Now or Best Offer. Let's try another U2. This is Live Under a Blood Red Sky. This one's nice, an 83 US in shrink, and the vinyl's EX Plus. U2's a $15 start. Mark Farner, self-titled on that at $14.99. Dinah Ross and the Supremes, $14.99 for Dinah Ross and Supremes. Joy of Cooking, Castles, that's sealed for $14.99. Neil Young Decade is a triple LP, $44.99. Mr. Soul, Sugar Mountain, The Old Laughing Lady, Cinnamon Girl, Down by the River, Cowgirl on the Sand, Southern Man, Helpless, Ohio, Old Man, Heart of Gold, The Needle and the Damage Done, $44.99. Like a Hurricane, Long May You Run, Cortez the Killer. It just keeps going and going. I named about a third of them, 2/3 of them. Neil Young, $44.99. Long Shots, Dead Certs, and Odds on Favorites, $24.99. We have The Hustle, the best of Van McCoy. Nice copy that usually has a lot of wear on the cover. Has a promo sticker, $19.99. Denise wants to know how much was Bloomsbury. Let's go back and find that. Bloomsbury. Bloomsbury People is $19.99. $19.99 on that. Also, Alan Parsons Project Gowdy, $19.99 for APP. Red Rider Neruda, $19.99. Kenny Loggins Vox Humana, that's $9.99 for Kenny. Also, Focus 3. Focus, really cool. It's got the shrink with the reflective, like lenticular right here. It's not die cut. It literally has a lenticular right here. I don't think all of them have that. See how this is like reflective lenticular with the hop sticker, $24.99 on that. Devious John gets the Neil Young for $35. Denise gets Bloomsbury for $15. Sabotage is sold to Matthew Hendon for $15. And U2 is up to Fox Digital. Amenities has it for $17. That's going to once and going to twice. Amenities gets Alan Parsons Project for $14. That's sold to Amenities for $14. And then the Fourth Season Sing Big Hits, $12.99 on that. We have the Fifth Dimension Earthbound. That's a 75 white label promo, $14.99. And Beaver and Krause in a Wild Sanctuary, VG Plus, $19.99 for Beaver and Krause in a Wild Sanctuary. Okay. U2 is sold to Amenities for $17. Now, we've had about 4 or 5 people begging to go through a crate, another crate like this, a best offer, maybe one of those that Paul marked just the other day. And I think it's time for it. Here's 2 more quick auctions. Run the Jewels and Spoon, okay? Run the Jewels and Spoon. Spoon is on orange vinyl. It's called Lucifer on the Sofa. That's going to go up for a $10 start. And Run the Jewels 4, that's a 4 LP, magenta and gold vinyl, sealed, a $25 start. Those are now up for bid. We have Mother Focus, a $10 offer from Mike Ponder. Let's find that, and $10 sold. Does anybody else want to make an offer? Does anybody else want to make an offer on anything in here? There's a few selections I'm going to use for the morning flip crate, and then some we might put away. You might not see them again for a little while. Just saying. And let me just go ahead and knock out those titles one more time. We have Beaver and Krause, Fifth Dimension, 4 Seasons, Focus 3, Kenny Loggins, Van McCoy, Red Rider, Long Shots, Dead Certs, Joy of Cooking, Dinah Ross, Mark Farner, Outlaws, Candidia Dawn, Chris Christopherson, Gallery, 5-Man Electrical Band, Focus, Dwayne Eddy, Joy of Cooking again, Kingsman, another Christopherson, Keith Jarrett, Pointer Sisters, The Great American Sound of Nashville, Kenny Loggins, Mark Lindsay, and Rufus. Okay? Spoon has a bid for 10. Final call. Run the Jewels is a $25 start. 4 LP colored vinyl. Okay. Now, I'm going to do a speed run through this because I've been looking for this. I forgot we had it. Some great new sealed stuff. Let me run through this quickly. Okay, quickly. Somebody asked to see it just a second ago, and I need to read it just to see what's all in here because I forgot about this crate. It got mixed in with the vintage leftovers. Godsmack, 1,000 horsepower, $33.99. 3 Days Grace Outsider. This is $24.99. 3 Days Grace Outsider. The Presidents of the United States of America, $29.99 for POTUS. 3 Days Grace Alienation, $24. Motley Crue Too Fast for Love, $33. Kill 'Em All is $29.99. Weezer, the Blue Album, $34. Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, $33. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger, $34. Journey's Greatest Hits, $44. Pink Floyd, Animals, $34. Alice in Chains, Dirt, $36. Depeche Mode, Violator, $29. Snoop Dogg, $34. 13-4 Elevators, $34. Metallica, Ride the Lightning, $29. Motley Crue, Theater of Pain, Colored Vinyl, $33. Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy, $33. Megadeth, $33. Godsmack, $39. Gene Simmons, $36. Rush is $38. Run DMC, Raising Hell, $36. Hatebreeds, $29. Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction, $39. Megadeth, Peace Sells, $36. Iron Maiden, $33. Gary Clark Jr., $44. And then U2 Bowie, $33. And Kiss, $33. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. Spoon got one bid. That sold for $10 to Penny Packer. Run the Jewels has bids for $25 and $25. Those are at $25 and $25. We have TSO Houston on Pink Floyd Animals. That is sold to TSO Houston. Okay, and then we have an offer on 5-Man Electrical Band. This is sold to Danny Thomason for $17, sealed with the gigantic hop sticker. Okay. So that was all great new stuff. That came in that's when Friday, bad day for new vinyl come in. Friday, it's the end of the week, and we had so much show up. And I don't think I've ever put this in the group yet, so I could have used that this morning. I'd even post a video. I'm glad I found it, because I knew I was missing some stuff. That's how much I order. I order so much, I'm like, what is missing? So Kiss, U2, Gary Clark Jr., Iron Maiden, Megadeth, Hatebreed, Run DMC, Rush, Gene Simmons, Godsmack, Megadeth, Rap, Motley Crue, Metallica, 13-4 Elevator, Snoop Dogg, Depeche Mode, Alice in Chains, Journey, Soundgarden, Motley Crue, Weezer, Metallica, Motley Crue, 3 Days Grace, President of the United States of America, 3 Days Grace, and Godsmack. So Mike Ponder, you're out on Run the Jewels. Fox Digital is about to get it for $25. That's a final call. Where do I want this crate? I'll put it right there. I'll put it right there. Okay. Now, let's find a good crate to take offers on. Probably something recent. Probably something new. Probably something I've never took offers on. Probably this one right here. Yeah, I've never took offers on these to my knowledge. So let's do it. Okay? Don't hesitate. Let's do it. Run the Jewels at 26. Can I get Weezer Green? Weezer, the Green Album? I should be able to, yeah. All right. Let me do this over here. Give me 1 second. Weezer Pinkerton. I can order all these if y'all officially want to go on a wait list. The only way I can guarantee you'll get one is if we document it so I can order it, then put you into my spreadsheet. And then when I put you into my spreadsheet, it's definitely going to be tagged whenever it comes in. Okay. Matthew's out in Australia, so he's probably seen a lot of stuff. He's like, dang, I can't get this stuff in Australia. And that's why we have a lot of international people that tune in. When they find out about us and they find out how shipping works, which essentially shipping works like this. If Ed hadn't already told you, you buy until you're ready to ship. And then when you're ready to ship, you let us know. Your invoices will already be paid for, and then we'll pack your stuff up. And after you pay for the shipping bill, it's on its way. And when it's on its way, you'll be very excited. Okay, here we go. And Run the Jewels is sold to Fox Digital for $27. Surprised Jim B didn't bid on that. Next auction is going to go up right over here. Let's see what was left in this other lower crate. Mark Farner. There was only 2 more left. So this was the left. I'm pulling these auctions from the leftovers of a lower crate the other night. Here's Mark Farner, Rock and Roll Soul, a live Mark Farner album from Grand Funk, 1989. He's doing most of the hits. Sealed, a $5 start. sealed $5 start. And I'm going to start this at half off. It's a picture disc of Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. Very cool, from 2019. It's a $25 start. Let's take offers on anything in this crate. All buy now, best offer. And then tonight, I need as much time as possible because we're doing a big autograph show for tomorrow night, Wednesday. And then there'll be a huge Thursday night record show with metal. But tomorrow night is going to be a big night for autographs. I've already got a lot of them photographed. And I got to finish the research tonight, which is time-consuming to have all the details. Got to know who signed it, when it was signed, if possible, where it was signed, how much is it worth, what's the last one that sold, can you find any for sale? Here is the Canadian Brass High Bright Light and Clear, the glory of Baroque brass. This is an audiophile from Europa Disc Pressings, sealed with Hop Sticker 1983, $9.99. Don't hesitate to make offers on these. Ronnie White, his songs, his piano, and his New York State of Mind, sealed a 79 US. That's jazz, $9.99. Mark Murphy sings Dorothy Fields and Cy Coleman, a 77 US, sealed, $14.99. I Swing for You, Vicky Lane, orchestra arranged and conducted by Pete Candoli. RCA Victor, a 1959 US mono. There is some scene splitting, but the vinyl's clean. $19.99. No bid on sealed Mark Farner, $5 start. No bid on Elton John picture disc, $25 start. Final chance. Joanne Sommers with Bob Florence, live at the Blacklot Studio, Volume 1, Dream, 1983. That is sealed, $14.99. Harry Gibson, the Hipster, Boogie Woogie in Blue, an 84 US reissue, $19.99 for Harry Gibson. And we have the Canadian concert of Ted Curson, live at Lafayette de l'Art. That's an 85 Canadian import. The OGs from this album sell for over $1,000. This is an 85 Canadian, $49.99. Elton John has a bid for $25, going once, going twice. Buddy, the minimum bids are always the minimum because if it doesn't get a bid, usually somebody buys it now. So now it has a bid. Now it's a final call to Devious John for $25. I have Charlie Rich, I Still Believe in Love. That's in shrink wrap, $9.99, and the original company inner sleeve here. Mark Farner has a bid for $5 of Alan Hagen, final call. Dave Lewis plays Herb Albert and the Tijuana Brass. That's a 67 US stereo OG, unopened, $29.99 on that. And Chris Connor sings the George Gershwin Almanac of Song, a 57 US OG EX condition, $17.99 on that. And then Cast Shock, Life is a Dance, a 76 Russian pop album, VG Plus, $14.99. Linda Ronstadt, Living in the USA, EX condition, $9.99. Full House Saxes. Full House Saxes is a 68 promo, VG Plus, $9.99. Mark Farner is at $5, and now $6, and now Elton John's at $25, and now $26. And Jim B is starting to plot, and he's starting to scheme. We have the music of Charlie Chaplin, a legendary composer, with the booklet, a gold stamp promo, VG, $9.99. Elton John has a new bid for $29. Alan Hagen, you've been outbid on Mark Farner. We have The Avengers by the Laurie Johnson Orchestra, a 1966 U.S. stereo on Hanna-Barbera Records, VG Plus, $34.99. Hanna-Barbera Records. We have Never Make Your Move Too Soon, Ernestine Anderson, an 81 U.S. Soul Jazz, $14.99. Saxes, amenities, $13. This is actually only $9.99. So I'm going to actually take less. Sell this to amenities for $9.99. Elton John's now at $30. Mark Farner's at $8. How do I get rid of this crown thing? I honestly not for sure what you're talking about. Elton John out. Jim B has the $95 Elton John picture disc at $30 right now. Final call. The Young Men of New Orleans, an 88 US. This is $9.99 on that. Also, we have Armed Forces Workout, instruction poster included. This is sealed for $9.99. And Giants of the Blues tenor sax. Giants of the Blues tenor sax, sealed for $14.99. And Warren Vache iridescence. This is sealed, $14.99. And Cal Collins and Herb Ellis, Ray Brown, Jake Hanna, Interplay, 81 US sealed, $14.99. Mark Farner's at $8. Jim B's out. This is sold to Alan Hagan for $8. Jim B gets the $135 Elton John picture disc for $30. That's sold to Jim B. Next is Concord Superband 2. That is sealed, $14.99. Cal Collins is sold for $8, and that is what just happened to it. That's sold to Adam Bernardi for $8. And then Peter Lemon Jello. Lemon Jello. Do I Love You? $9.99. Dean Martin for the Good Times. A white label promo, $9.99. Sunday Morning with Charlie Pride, $9.99. And Scott Whitfield and the Help Wanted Big Band, Serendipity, an 89 US sealed, $9.99. Over here we have Los Angeles Jazz Workshop, an 86 US. That is $9.99. Over here, Dean Martin is sold for $7 to Adam Bernardi. And we have Don Convey, Traveling and Heavy Traffic, a white label promo, $14.99. The River Rat, original motion picture soundtrack album, Alabama, Earl Thomas Conley, Deborah Allen, Bill Medley, Autograph is on here. That is sealed for $14.99. Sealed for $14.99. Hello, everyone. Been a while. Thought I'd stop and watch some. Thank you, Rob Gates, for tuning in. Next is the best of the 60s with Elvis, Eddie Arnold, Jim Reeves, George Hamilton. That's sealed for $9.99. And More Dirty Dancing soundtrack. That's $19.99. Dick Clark presents Radio's Uncensored Bloopers. That is sealed for $9.99. Also, we have Richard Holiday, Moment's Notice. That's an 83 sealed, $14.99. And Art Pepper, New York album. Art Pepper is an 85 USOG, sealed at $34.99. One more night. One more night. All right, let's find some more stuff to auction, eh? Okay. Ooh. Oh. Let me touch my toes. Oh, yes. Okay. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $22. Wow, I just shot myself in the foot over $7. What did I have that mark for? Oh, I thought it was $24. Dang. Sold Adam Bernardi for $22. I messed up there. Next is Lillian Terry with a very special guest star, Dizzy Gillespie, sealed at $14.99. The Duke Ellington Small Bands, The Intimacy of the Blues. That is sealed, $19.99. Let me see the bloopers. This is Dick Clark's Uncensored Radio Bloopers, Regina. Sealed, $9.99. Radio bloopers with Dick Clark, $9.99. We have Quartet, Russ Freeman, Chet Baker, Pacific Jazz, $12.23. This looks like a good one. It's a 1985 Spanish import in mono of this Chet Baker jazz album with Russ Freeman and Shelly Manne, unopened at $29.99. Stephen Wright, I Have a Pony. Stephen Wright's an 85 US, sealed, $19.99. More Dirty sealed, More Dirty sealed. I don't know if I understand your question. We have Frank Sinatra, Adventures of the Heart. Sinatra is a 1957 mono, $14.99. We have Near Myth, Brubeck Smith, Dave Brubeck Quartet, an 86 US, that's sealed for $24.99. Quartet 25 and Quartet 23. This time Adam Bernardi out offered, and he was first. This is sold to Adam Bernardi for $25. He got you on that one. He's first and higher. Hooray for Beeks. Marty Gross and his Honoris Quasa Jazz Band featuring Carl Halen. Really cool cover there. That's an early U.S. reissue, sealed at $14.99. And Song from the Heart, Johnny Hartman. Johnny Hartman is sealed, $34.99 and 84 U.S. reissue. Dave Brubeck, 13, Penny Packer. This one right here, this was marked $24.99. I'll do it for $18. $18 on Brubeck. Irakare. I never know how to say that one. A 79 Afro-Cuban Fusion White Label Promo, $19.99. Sonic Spectacular, a Bach Festival, the Empire Brass Douglas Major, sealed, $14.99. Amenity said he would pay sticker at Brubeck. I wish you would have sent that a few minutes earlier. Well, that's either sold a penny packer for $18 or Amenities. The album in the crate is called More Dirty Dancing. Is it sealed? Does that help? Thank you, Jim B. Thank you, Jim B, for being very clear and precise on exactly what you're asking for. He is wanting to know, is this album, More Dirty Dancing, that is extremely rare and highly desirable, is it sealed? No, it is not sealed, Jim B, but it is near mint minus and pristine in shrink wrap with the hype sticker. It is $19.99. $19.99. Regina says, give me the 60s record that has Elvis on it. This is sold to Regina. Frank Sinatra, 10, Sonic 9. Okay? We have Sonic for 10, Frank for 9. Frank for 10, sold to Kristen Starrett. Adam Bernardi, Sonic for 9. Sold to Adam Bernardi for 9. Yeah, Jim Beast, man, he's starting to get a little bit cocky, as they say, in the chat here lately. I mean, he might think otherwise when all of a sudden he goes to comment and it says, you've been blocked. You've been blocked. And then he'll be like, oh, no, there goes my fortune down the drain. Josh Brown gets Dirty Dancing for $15. Starting to get a little bit of an attitude thrown around, like he kind of runs the show or something. Golly, I got to remind you who's in charge here. This is Dave Brubeck Quartet, Near Myth. Near Myth, Dave Brubeck Quartet, Near Myth on that one. Western Heritage, 65 UK import. Western Heritage is $9.99. Polly Podwell, All of Me. This is a 1980 U.S. Jazz, sealed for $29.99. Johnny Hartman, $26. Sold to Preston Rose for $26. Brubeck is already spoken for. If Penny Packer gets it, it's theirs. If not, Amenity said he would pay sticker price, but I've already told them $18. Neil Reigler, I'm going to sell this to you so I don't have to say the name again. That's sold to Neil Reigler for $9. Thank you. And then Ski Trails. Joe Stafford sings Song from the Fireside. 79 US, $9.99 on that. Pearl Bailey, Curtain Call. Pearl Bailey is sealed, $9.99. Patty Austin is sealed, $9.99. Dionne Warwick, how many times can we say goodbye? This is sealed for $14.99. Rita Ray sings Antonio Carlos Jobim, sealed for $14.99. Amenities, you get Brubeck for $18, and our crate is full, folks. This is a full crate. Let's swap these out. That is our 247th full crate of sold records tonight. One more crate. One more crate. The soothing sounds of Chad Collins. 1, 2, 3, 4. One more crate. One more crate. Sheena Easton, Best Kept Secret, $9.99. Roberta Flack and Peebo Bryson, Live and More, sealed, $19.99. Denise Williams, I'm So Proud, sealed, $14.99. Joe Stafford sings American folk songs, sealed, $14.99. Amenities got Brubeck for $18. Roberta Flack is sold to Adam Bernardi for $12. We have Darlene Remembers Duke, Jonathan Plays Fat, sealed for $9.99. And Black Motion Picture Experience, the Cecil Holmes Soulful Sounds, A 73 US promo on Buddha Records, $19.99. One more night. It's crab chip time. Crab chip time. Chesapeake Bay crab seasoning. Craig Thomas chips. Whew. I just did a line of Old Bay seasoning. Whew. That'll get you going. What's next? Another crate just like this. So you're not going to bed, amenities. You're not going to bed. Dominican Republic is alive and well, Mr. DR. You're not going anywhere. We need you. Don't go to sleep yet. The Black Motion Picture Experience, $19.99. Okay. One, two, cha-cha-cha. Let's take a look at this one. What is this? Reach out. Okay, these are going to be never offered at best offer. Now they're going to be best offer. Okay. Here we go. Hope everybody's ready. Let me see what's going on here. I need to check this. Let me do a math. I got to do some equations over here. 1, 2, 0.0322. 5,000. All right, here we go. Okay. I've got news. Right now, there are 0 records, except for the brand new ones for tonight. There are 0 records left in this building that Laura has put a price tag on that are still available. There's none left. This is sold to Black Sabbath for $13, and I got to go find that Hank Williams Jr. for them. I'll find that at some point, okay? So there is nothing that Laura has physically priced that is still left in this building. Right now, the current inventory is about 4 John crates and 3 Paul crates, and that's everything. Everything else has either already been sold at half off, or we've shown it half off and no one's bought them, so that means they're not going to move anytime soon. That's why when they're here, I'm asking them, can y'all please price as much as possible? Because it's starting to get midnight and 1 a.m., and I'm over here like, Literally, the next thing to go through would be the new stuff from tonight again. We're really blasting through this stuff. And there's one $6.99 crate left like we were doing last night. But that's it. So that's why the new arrivals here lately, I haven't been taking offers on them because I'm like, we need to save that for later at night and for the reward the people still up late. Okay? People buy too much vinyl, then yeah, there's nothing left over hardly. Like her crate tonight, there are what, 5 records left? 1, 2, there's about 5, 6 records left out of her crate tonight. So let's take offers on these. Don't hesitate to make offers. I'm here to sell these, okay? Petula Clark, Color My World, Who Am I? Petula Clark is $9.99. McKendree Spring, Second Thoughts. McKendree Spring is $14.99. Barclay James Harvest, Ring of Changes. Barclay James Harvest is $14.99. I do need to price some stuff live. I got to spend some time tonight. I'll dig out some more stuff, and I'm going to say, I'm going to keep these up here next to me, Laura or Paul, so we have stuff to mark whenever we run out of stuff to sell, unless we can figure out how to mark. We need to mark about 3 times as much every day. The Everly Brothers, Sing. I don't recall seeing this one too much. That particular album and cover, it's a white label promo too. $14.99 on that. We have the Winters Brothers Band. That's $9.99. And Jesse Winchester, $9.99. Yeah, these new collections have been putting out great records, so that's a good thing. It's like, well, we've sold everything tonight, everybody. Good night. But I'd rather have stuff we can go back through. There'll always be stuff we can go back through because a lot of these I don't take offers on originally. I have Glendale Train. Glendale Train is Dale Sanders. He watches our sales every night. This is $19.99, Glendale. And we have Bandera Nights. Bandera is a Southern Rock album, sealed, $19.99. Chad, is Journey Greatest still available if it is sold, okay? And then Gene Simmons. I got that in stock, new and sealed. I've got that in stock, new and sealed if you want it. And then Raymond on Journey's Greatest Hits. I got that right here. That was out of that crate that I recapped earlier of new vinyl. That's why I always show as much stuff as I can every night. For this reason right here. Journey's Greatest Hits, that's sold. Okay? Danny got Train for $14, and he got Bandera for $14. Those are sold and sold. Or we can give you some time off for buying. No, I need y'all buying every night around the clock. The sound, we'll get them priced, I promise. The Sounds of Our Times play Hey Jude, $9.99. $9.99. Yeah, I have that new in stock sealed if that's what you're looking for. I have it. I have Randy Newman, Good Old Boys. Randy Newman's $14.99. The Amazing Rhythm Aces, $12.99. Warp 9, Fade In, Fade Out, $9.99. David Gates, Goodbye Girl, $9.99. Jan and Dean, I Gotta Drive. Jan and Dean, $9.99. Nia Peebles, Trouble, a 12-inch single, $9.99. And Jesse Colin Young, this is called Together, Raccoon number 10. So these Youngblood related records had this like raccoon thing going on with all their labels. $14.99 on that. Dwayne Eddy, Dance with the Guitar Man. Dwayne Eddy's $9.99. David Bromberg Band, How Late You Play Till. That is David Bromberg, $14.99. Also, we have The Dusters, Red Hot and Ready to Roll. The Dusters, $9.99. Thank you. So I'm assuming that's a yes. I need a new sealed Gene Simmons solo album. Okay, that was right over here in that last crate where I just pulled that other album out of, right here. This right here, okay? That's so to you. Dwayne Eddy. I'll do Dwayne Eddy for $6.99. I just put 3 of those in the flip crate the other morning for $6.99, and they all sold. We have Eric Quincy Tate Group, $14.99 on that. Jesse Colin Young, sell that to Wayne Bartow for $10. That's 5 off. Flip is a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Earthquake, Rockin' the World, $9.99. Al Cooper, A Possible Project of the Future, that's $14.99. Kristen Stark gets Dwayne Eddy for $6.99. Blues Jam 1999. Muddy Waters, Sonny Boy Williamson, Willie Dixon, Lonnie Johnson. We have, for the record, the Mary Kay Trio, $14.99 Mary Kay Trio. The Moody Blues 7th Sojourn, $9.99 for Moody Blues. What was that? Sound like oh, it was. I better not forget there's a silver bar that just fell down in there. The Four Tops, $14.99. The Four Tops. That one's called Yesterday's Dream. The Good Time Songs of Glenn Campbell, $14.99 on that. And Los Flechazos Dia Grises, 1996 yellow vinyl, $24.99. Los Flechazos. The Sound of Music, the original soundtrack. That is an Ecuador press, $19.99. Jan and Dean track list. That was right back here. Jan and Dean track list. That's from that Connery collection. It looks like John tried to tear off the name tag and didn't have much luck. This has got Drag City, Hot Stalker, Bucket T, Rockin' Little Roadster, I Gotta Drive, Freeway Flyer, Move Out Little Mustang, The Little Old Lady from Pasadena, Three Window Coupe, and Dead Man's Curve. Definitely a good compilation. Jan and Dean, $9.99. Artie Blues Boy White, 1999, Things Gotta Change. Tony Bennett sings More Great Rogers and Hart. That's sealed for $14.99. Peter Kelly, Dealin' Blues. Peter Kelly, 1971, Sire Records, $34.99. Great R&B from 53 to 56. Listen to Dr. Jive, $19.99 on that. 20 Super Rhythm and Blues Hits Volume 2, that's $19.99. Silverado soundtrack, sealed at $24.99. The Count Bishops, 1977 Holland, $59.99. Alice Stewart, Full-Time Woman. Alice Stewart, a 1970 promo, $19.99. White Fantasy label. Alice Stewart, Full-Time Woman. James Hicks says he'll take Jan and Dean. That's so to James Hicks. We have Ted Nugent, Bound and Gagged, $9.99. And David Carroll, Percussion Oriental. This is $9.99. We have Bobby Bland, Touch of the Blues. Bobby Bland is $24.99. Roy Rogers is a gold stamp promo, $9.99. Opus and Swing. This is a 1956 mono, Opus and Swing on the Savoy label. Very cool, $39.99 on that one. 1965-1980 Basement. Basement 5. I'm assuming that's the artist. I was trying to figure this out. Yeah, that's the name of the artist. Basement 5, 1980 UK with poster, $39.99. The Beach Boys 2020, a 1969 Scranton press. And this comes as a Unipack type sleeve. There's Brian Wilson. Let me show you the label on this one. This one doesn't come through as often. 2020, The Beach Boys. And this is $39.99, okay? 69 Scranton original. 45 on the Count Bishops. That is sold to William Drugovich for $45. Thank you. The Nightcaps, Wine, $29.99. The Alice Stewart here. The last bid on Alice Stewart was the price was $19.99. Delaney, as in Delaney and Bonnie, $19.99. And then there's Delaney and Bonnie together on the Stax label. This one's called Home, $19.99 for Delaney and Bonnie. Harvey Mandel, The Snake. Harvey Mandel is $24.99. We've got Uptown with Petula Clark, $9.99 for Petula. The Everly Brothers box set, the Rock and Roll Era from Time Life. This is a 2 LP, probably should have a book with it too. $14.99 for the Everly Brothers. There's that. Tracy Songer on Harvey Mandel. That's so to Tracy Songer. We have Wild, 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 Wild. That's what it's called by Wild Bill Davis. $9.99. 13 on Delaney and Bonnie. That's so to Kristen Stark. And the Mothers of Invention, absolutely free. A VG copy, $19.99, Blue Verve label. The Mothers of Invention, VG, $19.99. We have Vandenberg Alibi. Vandenberg is in VG condition, $12.99 for Vandenberg. Zappa again, this time Hot Rats, VG Plus, $26.99. Looks like we're at the leftovers, the few leftovers that was after we went through a check condition. Memphis, Petula Clark, that is sealed, $14.99. Mothers of Invention, Matthew Hendon on that one. And then we have a 12-inch single from Bobby Brown, My Prerogative. That's $9.99. Sea of Dreams, Nelson Riddle, $19.99 on that. My Projects, Cuckoo Cow, $9.99. Pennypacker offered $15 for Hot Rats. This one here I'll do $20 on. It was $26.99. $20 on that one we'll buy. Music from a surplus store. Jack Fascinato, a basket full of new sound, $9.99. Tony Bennett, the McParlins, and Friends make magnificent music, and that is a sealed $14.99. Carly Simon, Come Upstairs, sealed at $14.99. And Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits, $9.99. Like new condition. That means near mint minus. A sealed record is presumed mint. You can open a sealed record and it's automatically EX because you could find out it had sleeve scuffing or sleeve transfer. If you do open it and it's like new, pretty much minty, it automatically goes down to mint minus or near mint minus. But there's some old records I've opened up, and even though they were brand new, they're never near mint minus. Okay. The Beach Boys look nice. Let's look at it again. Track list of Everly Brothers. Okay. Matthew Hendon gets Hot Rats for $20 because Pennypacker's passing. The Everly Brothers. Bye Bye Love, All I Have to Do Is Dream, Claudette Problems, Take a Message to Mary, Love of My Life, Let It Be Me, Bird Dog, Devoted to You, This Little Girl of Mine, Poor Jenny, When Will I Be Loved, Crying in the Rain, Like Strangers, Till I Kissed You, Walk Right Back, Don't Blame Me, Kathy's Clown, Ebony Eyes, Lucille, So Sad, What's Old Fashioned, That's the Way It Should Be. And then let's find the Beach Boys. It's got a scuff right here and a scuff right here. Side 2 is beautiful. 2 scuffs. He passed it as EX or better because it is pretty clean. Those 2 are pending right now. And then Nelson Riddle. Nelson Riddle. Vinyl, super clean. Original company sleeve. VG jacket because of writing. And they put check marks next to the items. Has a stamp, a couple old stamps over here. Raikua Central Exchange. Beach Boys sold to Bart Knoxville for $28. Everly Brothers sold to Kristen Starrett for $10. And then we got a pending on Nelson Riddle. All right, anybody else on anything in these crates? Let's see. Here's a little, okay, this is a crate of stuff that I picked out a bunch of stuff to do in a flip crate. There's a lot of kind of 80s in here, and I'll go ahead and blast through these at half off. I think it's going to be a lot of $5 and $10 and $7.50 records. A lot of 80s, but they're all super, super clean and nice. So let me go ahead and just try to blast through these and make sure everybody has a chance at those. And these are sold to Tracy Songer. Okay? All right. Done. Let me take this off the table. These crates I've shown best offer with these kind of titles. I've got them stacked right over here. That's the 3rd crate like that. Okay. So yeah, let's do this quick crate right here at half off. And we'll try to bundle whatever's left. These are half off, no more, no less. Oh. As soon as I stretch. Oh, that feels good. Wow. Yes. Yes. Oh, that was a good one. Okay. I'm almost done. Okay, I'm on my feet. That was a good one. Silent Running, Emotional Warfare. The half off price is $10. Silent Running has the original on her sleeve, a gold stamp promo. $10 on that. Shrapnel, an 84 promo, that's New Wave, a gold stamp promo, $7.50. Jewel Shear, the Eternal Return. Jewel Shear is $7.50. Patrick Simmons Arcade, a gold stamp promo, $5 on Patrick Simmons. The Best of and the Rest of Bebop Deluxe, a 2 LP comp, $15 on Bebop Deluxe. Russell Smith, $6.50. No condition notes on that. The Bears, a gold stamp promo, $12.50. The Paladins, Year Since Yesterday, Genuine House Rock and Music Alligator label. The Paladins is $10. That's on the Alligator label. $10 on that. And then the Venetians, Calling the Lines, gold stamp promo, $10. Vitamin Z, Burning Flame, a gold stamp promo, $5. Andreas Voldenwater, White Winds, $5. Lee Ritenour Portrait, $5. Orleans, Before the Dance, a 2 LP. Orleans is $10. Search Party, the John Hall Band, $5 on that one. The Blues Busters this time, also $5. Christy Burr, Man on the Line, that has the hop sticker with it, $7.50. And we have The Best of Rick Roberts, $5 on that. Chris Knapp on the Venetians, that's so to Chris Knapp, and that was half off at $10. The Wailers Band, $5 on Wailers Band. Wayne Bartow on Orleans, that's so to Wayne Bartow. And then the Tailgaters, $7.50 on that. Vector Pleasure Standby, an 85 cent pop, $10. Chris Knapp on Search, and that was Search Party, that's so to Chris Knapp. Preston Rose on Blues Busters, that's so to Preston Rose. And we have Lee Ritenour Rio, that is $5. Also, we have Wild Choir. Wild Choir is $5. Year Zero is $5. Pat Wilson, $5. Bob Girl Ye Waza is $5. And Well Read by Motion, and that's $5. Gold stamp promo. Danny says Walker's question mark. Walker's question mark. Walker's question mark. I don't see anything in here under the term Walker's. We got Well Read Iyaza or Yiwaza. Let's get the pronunciation of this down. Yazawa. Yaz and then Awa. Pat Wilson, Bob Girl, Year Zero, Wild Choir, Lee Ritenour, Vector Tailgaters, The Wailers, Wailers, The Wailers Band, ID, gold stamp promo, $5. I'm going to make sure everybody's had a chance to think or question or claim something in there. Then I'll count them and offer them as a quick little bundle. Offer them as a quick little bundle. Is that Bob's band? Yeah. Give thanks to Jah, our families for unconditional support. Bob Marley, Peter Tosh, Carlin Bart, Nelson. Yeah, this is Bob Marley related. Produced by the Wailers Band. Yeah. No Bob. Bob Marley. Bob Marley died in 1981. He was born February 6, 1945, Jamaica. He died May 11th, 1981 in Miami, Florida. His spouse was Rita Marley, who also was a musician, and he had 11 children. Here's the most famous of the musicians. Ziggy, David Nesta Ziggy Marley, who's now 57 years old, who was born in Jamaica. And I may have seen music from, let's see, Julian Marley. Yeah, I've seen music from him before. $11 children, wow. Damian Marley. He's won a Grammy, the youngest child of Bob Marley, age 47. Signature, that's a rare autograph. That's a rare autograph. Good luck finding that. Especially on an album jacket. The Wailing Wailers, yep, that's a tough one to get. He began his career with Peter Tosh and Bunny Wailer. Peter Tosh died age 42 in 1980. He died young. And then Bunny Wailer died a few years ago at age 73. Wow. You learn a lot clicking on here, clicking stuff on Wikipedia. All right, this is sold to X-Wing for $5. I will take your offer. I'll just have to find it in a second. It's buried over here in the new arrivals. I promise I will sell that to you for $5 off sticker. I will just have to find it on a recap. Maybe it's right here. Let me see if I can find it right now. I better find it right now, or me and Danny's both going to lose sleep over it. Okay, not in that crate. Where's the other stuff at? It's not in that crate. It's not over here. That's jazz. That's jazz. What's underneath that? That's the stuff Laura marked. Here we go. This is sold for $15 to Black Sabbath Hoss. Peter was murdered. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, yeah, bundle deal right quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay? 21. Bundle deal on this whole crate, $75. 75 divided by 21, $3.57 each. Clears out the rest of those. Come on, John Barry. I'll go through a crate of, now this crate right here that has some pretty good titles in it, including soundtracks that I haven't took offers on. I'll go through it, but I want to remind you before I start heavily discounting anything jazz. In this morning's flip video, I posted a whole crate, and there's only about 7 records left because people that didn't get to see these yet are going to buy them up, and the people who watch those. But I will take offers on them, okay? I first got to get somebody right now to say, you know what, Chad? You're right. I do just need a random lot of records shipped to my house. Let's go ahead and do it. Come on, Chris Knapp. Come on, Chris Knapp. Come on, Chris Knapp. Come on, anybody else that buys bundles. Okay, no takers. Moving on. Okay, here we go. Ready? Buy now, best offer. Chris, that bundle was 21 records, $75, $357 each, plus some random digits that are infinite. I don't think that number terminates. 3.141, etc. I'll say those records 21 times pi. Okay, here we go. These are all buy it now, best offer. Charlie Rich, Once a Drifter, sealed, $9.99. Perfect Love Affair, Constellation Orchestra, 1978 U.S. Soul Disco, $14.99. Perfect Love Affair. We have Cal Jader, Carmen McRae, Heat Wave, 82 USOG, sealed, $24.99. Odetta sings Bob Dylan. Odetta is a 69 U.S. reissue, $24.99. Betty Carter, Social Call, sealed, a 1980 U.S., $14.99. Seals and Croft, Get Closer, a sealed OG, $14.99. And Reg Wilson, 88 Keys and a Girl, a 69 U.S. jazz album, $9.99. Chris Knapp says he'll take that last crate bundle. Excelente. These are sold to Chris Knapp. Let's tag them. 21 records, $75. Boom. And I'm going to put them right here in this sold crate. There's going to be sticky notes around them. There's that, and there's that. They're all gone. Nothing left there. Nice collection. Thank you, Chris Knapp. Moving on, we got Cal Jader, a Fuego Vivo. That's sealed for $19.99. Nat King Cole, The Sunset All-Stars, Anatomy of a Jam Session, Buddy Rich and Charlie Schaefer's. That is sealed at $9.99. Emily Rimler with Hank Jones, Jake Hanna, and Bob Mays. Firefly, an 81 U.S. There is some cover damage down here along the bottom. $29.99. Heaven Brass Rock 1, a 71 UK jazz rock with an awesome cruciform fold-out jacket. $49.99 for Heaven Brass Rock 1. That looks interesting. This jacket is ginormous. It evidently folds out like this. Ray Red on Emily Rimler for $22. Sell that to Ray Red. Thank you. Wes Montgomery, Groove Brothers. Wes Montgomery is a 79 U.S. sealed, $29.99. This is P-Funk related at $49.99. This is Fred Wesley and the Horny Horns featuring Maceo Parker. Say Blow by Blow Backwards, $49.99. Matthew Hendon on Odetta for $15. Sell that to Matthew Hendon for $15. 7 Stars, Eligi Kamatru, Teddy Wilson, Cal Jader. That's an 83 U.S., $9.99. The Johnny Hodges All-Stars, an 81 U.S., sealed, $14.99. Wes Montgomery, 23. Wes Montgomery, 25. Wes Montgomery, 25. Oliver Nelson Images. Oliver Nelson with Eric Dolphy is a white label promo, $19.99. Images, beautiful white label promo, $19.99 on that. Touchdown USA, the Big Ten and other great college marches of the gridiron. VG Plus, $9.99, including Indiana, our state Indiana. VG Plus, $9.99. Inga Swesen, SWENSON, I'm Old Fashioned, on the Liberty label, a 64 U.S. mono, VG condition, $9.99. West 24. Okay, sell this to Amenities for $24. We have Cambridge, Pieces by John Lewis, Harold Faberman, dedicated to Dolphy. A 66 U.S. stereo, includes an invoice from the original label it was ordered from. EX $22.99 on that. We got Goldinger in South America, the Claus Goldinger Quartet, a 65 US stereo, OG Bossa Nova Soul Jazz, VG Plus $14.99. Memphis Horns, a 1970 white label promo, EX condition, $12.99 on Memphis Horns. Pristine Swingville, the Happy Jazz of Rex Stewart, a 1960 US OG mono, EX $12.99. Heaven, $40. See what that was. That was Heaven. This one right here. Sell this to TSO Houston for $40. Awesome. All right, thank you on that. Yanks, this is a soundtrack. It is $9.99, and it is in shrink wrap. Yanks is $9.99. We also have $9.99. Wow, you remind me, I saw your name pop up, TSO Houston. I was like, let me check the market. Oh, wow, gold is up $105 already today on today's market. Unbelievable. I pulled the trigger too soon on that 1 ounce gold. Oh my gosh, that's a big swing already. Up $105 already. 4,870. That's wild. Wow. Bossa Nova, let me find that for amenities. That was, where was that? Bossa Nova. That must have been something written on the back. 9. Which one was that? Goldinger. The OG Bossa Nova Soul Jazz was VG Plus $14.99. Got any more? No, I wish. If I did, I couldn't sell them at that price anymore. That'd be psychotic. Amenities, this was only $14.99, so I'll go ahead and tag you for it at $14.99. Now, I think literally the only gold I have is that 1 gram SpongeBob. Yeah, which carries a premium, but we've already sold a couple of them since I've had them. And the first one we sold, somebody bought when gold was like $3,500 an ounce. So now it's almost $5,000. But yeah, $400 on SpongeBob. That's all I have. Bernard Herrmann's Western Saga, sealed, 83 US, $19.99. We have Sugar Babies. Sugar Babies is an 83 US reissue, sealed, $14.99. The Herod Experiment, that is VG Plus, $9.99. Merrily We Roll Along, that is a soundtrack, sealed at $29.99. An 82 half-speed master. We have Elmer Bernstein, the original motion picture soundtrack, VG Plus, $9.99. First Men in the Moon, music by Laurie Johnson, an 80 US OG, sealed at $14.99. Haunted, this is a 77 US, $14.99. Cats in shrink and hop sticker at 82 US, $24.99. Zigzag soundtrack, Oliver Nelson, $14.99 on that. Inside Move soundtrack is sealed, $14.99. And The Swarm, that is a 78 US OG, sealed, $19.99. The Moses soundtrack, Ennio Morricone, sealed, $19.99. Spellbound, the classic film scores of Miklos Ruza, that's a 75 US OG comp, $14.99. Bernard Herrmann, the composer, conducts music from Psycho, North by Northwest, Vertigo, that is sealed, $19.99. Obsession, music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, a 76 US OG, that's sealed, $19.99. The film music of Bernard Herrmann, a US press, only time ever released, $19.99. Carney, that's a sealed soundtrack, $14.99. Hero soundtrack is sealed for $14.99. The Sisters soundtrack, a 75 US quad press, and the note from Paul is great movie, $29.99 on that. Dreamgirls is an 82 US OG, $14.99. The Gandhi soundtrack, sealed, $14.99. Shirley Horn, Where Are You Going? A 73 US promo, $9.99. Human Arts Ensemble with Oliver Lake and Lester Bowie, Under the Sun. A 1975 promo reissue, free jazz. It's not free, it's $14.99. Time is Free, David Earl Johnson, that's on Vanguard. A 77 US OG, jazz rock Latin, that's $24.99. Time is Free. Alfonso Johnson, Spellbound, that's a 77 watt label promo, $14.99. Human is sold to Ray Red for $10. Thank you. And then Alan Jaffe, Soundscape. This is a 78 US free jazz, sealed $24.99. Antonio Carlos Jobim, Terra Brasilis, Brasilis, a 1980 USOG Jobim, sealed $24.99. Keith Jarrett, Jack DeJohnette, Ruta Andacha, I think I've got to be close, $19.99, no Daita, D-A-I-T-Y-A, on the ECM label, that's $19.99. Hotline for Sound, Musical Explorations and Beats, Bongos, and Boffs, 66 US, that's $9.99. Ain't But a Few of Us Left, Milt Jackson, that is sealed for $19.99. The Joe Pass Trio, live at Dante's, an 81 USOG, sealed $24.99. And then Sarah Vaughan, Duke Ellington, Songbook 2, that's sealed at $14.99. Did you see my claim for Swingville? Oh, I didn't. Rick Barrand on Swingville. That was back before the soundtracks. My bad. Swingville was... Swingville. My bad. Thank you. So did Rick Barrand, EX12. And I almost missed a sale there. I don't want to do that. Okay, let me stack this empty crate. Now, there's one more thing I can do. The stuff from this morning's video, which was my hand-picked selections, I haven't shown those at Best Offer. So I've got the stuff left from this morning's video, which was my hand-picked, what I thought was some really good titles from some of the crates that Paul had marked. And so we'll take offers on these for the first time. There's some good ones in here. We have Freddie Hubbard live at the North Sea Jazz Festival, Holland, 1980, $29.99. Bobby Hutcherson, Conception, The Gift of Love, a 79 white label promo, that's $19.99. And Andrew Hill, One for One, 75 US, $69.99. SV for $7. What was SV? And there's 2 free jazz in there. There is. Do you want both of them? There's 2 under the genre of free jazz. There's this one and see if I can find the other one. There's Latin Jatin. That's Latin jazz rock, Jatin. I don't know where that happened to the other one. I'm looking at the back of the crates just so I can see notes. A lot easier doing that way. Half-speed master. There's only one in here that is marked free jazz. That's all soundtracks. Jazz, rock, Latin. Yeah, just this one right here. Alan Jaffe, Soundscape. Alan Jaffe, Soundscape. Okay, I only seen one. And then Sarah Vaughan. Okay. Sarah Vaughan, Duke Ellington. I'll do that one for $10. It's brand new and sealed from 1980. $10 on that one. It's What's Happening, the Veritone Sounds of Clark Terry. 67 US Stereo OG, $39.99. Impulsively, a 73 US sealed, $19.99. That's that compilation. Charlie Hayden, Sun Ra's on here. John Coltrane, Keith Jarrett, Gato Baribi. Kai Winding Solo, EX $12.99. Chico Hamilton Quintet in Hi-Fi, VG Plus $19.99. The Alternative, Wes Montgomery, that is sealed at $29.99. First Sessions, 1949-1950, $9.99 on this. And Coleman Hawkins, The Real Thing, sealed $19.99. The one with Keith Jarrett. Really? Okay, let me try to find that. And he wants to rap the rock Latin Keith Jarrett. I see this one here, but it's not marked on the back. What happened to the Latin jazz? This one right here. Okay. Time is free. That's so to amenities. That's the rock Latin. This is Keith Jarrett, Jack DeJohnette, Ruta, and Daita. But there's no, Paul didn't make a genre note, but it could be, is it under that genre of free jazz? He might just be saying that because he's looked it up on Discogs, but yeah. Okay, it's that time of the night for me to ask you this. Do you have any final requests? Do you have any final requests? Here's what I need to do. I've kind of already got the place cleaned up. As many crates as I've condensed and sorted. I've emptied tonight, going through the leftover discounts and just doing this and half off and best offer. I have emptied 2, 4, 6, 12 crates tonight, plus when I condense the new vinyl and get a couple videos left, there'll be like 14 empty crates after tonight. That's amazing. Okay. So I'm assuming Scott Dyer's passing on Sarah Vaughan at 10. There's only $3 between us. Go ahead and sell it to him for 8. Okay. And Ray Red on Andrew Hill 42. I'm going to counter you one time, Ray Red, $45 on that. I got to get the silver bar. Yeah, I was usually this time of the night where we've been selling like, this is usually the time of the night where we've been selling like $10,000 in silver. So I'm waiting for somebody to step up and be like, can I see your silver bars again? Can you show me those Morgan silver dollars one more time? Are you sure you don't have any more gold laying around there for melt, for market price? All right, this is so. Thank you, Scott Dyer. Thank you, David on Andrew Hill. Sell that for $45. Cutting deals for some of our best jazz buyers, as always. Y'all are a small but very, very powerful group, okay? The Collectco jazz buyers. Honestly, I could list about 20 or 25, and y'all make up for buying literally thousands of jazz albums. So, right now, and this is a great price. When this moves, it was just a moment ago. When this price right here moves more than 95, my price is going to go up. Right now, I'm selling you 95 per ounce. So a 5-ounce bar is $475. Earlier today, it almost, when I went live, what was it when I went live? I almost, it jumped up over, yeah, it was 95. Let's see, that's close right there. About where I went live, it surpassed. And I was like, okay, it's about time for a price increase. It's fluttering around that 95. Where I bought this, the price I bought this, I can still do 95. Now, I would be a psycho if the market moves the next couple of days, $2 or $3 more, and I don't increase prices. This is not like records where the price is going to stay the same for 6 months and then we'll discount it. This could go up, and right now with the premiums, it's not really going to go down too much. Even if it dropped, if spot dropped $2 today and took a little bit of a dip, this is still going to be 95 per ounce, because that would still be spot plus $2 or $3, which is a great price. So right now, I think it's at a steal if you wanted it 95 per ounce. And yes, I got to get this bar down in here. So a 5-ounce bar is $475. No Eagles. I'm working on a deal with a guy, and I might offer a pre-order if anybody wants to lock in any at $110. The other day, guy, when I told that price, he said, can I buy them for $110? Because he was ready to buy some, if you remember. And I was like, no, I don't have them on hand. But that's it. So about the only thing I can offer you are Morgans and bars. That's it. I got Morgans and bars. 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 That's it. And then a few pieces of collectible stuff. Boy, this crate here hadn't been moved in a long time. Morgans and bars. The bars are at a great deal. So think about it. Is there one more jazz crate? Yeah, I think there's still, I think there's one more, right? Let's see. Yeah, Jay Hoggard and David and everybody. I'm going to probably pick some stuff out of here. Yeah, I'm going to pick some stuff out of there probably for that morning video. Whatever doesn't sell, maybe late tomorrow again, we can go through that, show it again, or take offers. I guess I can condense these with that other one now. But if you're wanting to buy silver, these bars are your best bet. 100%. 100%. There will not be a $6.99 crate tonight. I got one left. We'll finish it up tomorrow. And then that's going to be the last one for a while. I sold some stuff on eBay. The smallest bar I can sell you is this right here. This is the smallest increment of silver I can sell you. $305.50, 100 grams. $305.50, 100 grams. The next one goes up to $475, that one right there. That's your cheapest options I have available. Oh no, I was about to say, I better get a tabletop before these fall. Golly, dang it. I would say I'd get a magnet. Magnets don't stick to silver. Golly, I got to move all this around again. Dang it. I knew that was going to happen. That's why I got this board out. I think that's it though. Yeah, I mean, there's bigger bars. I got Morgans. I got the cheaper ones. I'm going to stick at $85 right now. I got to really sort them and figure out. Some are going to be more and less. Not these Morgans. These are locked in. And I think she's going to go ahead and buy the rest of those. But I got to find out. And then the other ones I've got to basically price individually. Because some are going to be like maybe, I don't know, $1 or $2 more than others. I wish somebody would just buy them all. That would save me a lot of time. Coin dealing, but can become coin dealing can become a labor-intensive business, like trying to go through pennies, sorting wheatback pennies and looking for dates and stuff for people. You're literally going through hundreds of items looking for a 15-cent sale for somebody, so sometimes it's not worth it. 305 gram on the table, leave with this invoice. Leave with this invoice, as in the one that's going out today, or I mean the one that we're adding stuff to right now. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. This is Soda Danny. $305.50. Or you can go buy one on Ampex eBay for $353.90. It has 126 watchers. I told you these prices are insane. It's got about another half hour or about another, it's got until the end of the show, and then I think it's about time for a big price increase on all this stuff, like $98 per ounce. It sounds like most places that with any logical sense is charging $98 an ounce. That's spot plus $3. And then there won't be any going back from there. It'll be the new price on the Bisbee bar will be $345. And Danny will be like, holy crap. He'll be like, holy crap, why didn't I just go ahead and buy everything he had on table? I'll figure out a way to come up with the money. Holy crap. Why didn't I just go ahead and do that? So what are they charging? That's $353.90 divided by $353.90. They sold 94 of them. Yeah, that's crazy. So was that 3.215? So they're getting $110 an ounce. They're getting $110 an ounce before eBay fees. So that means a buyer, there's buyers out there willing to pay $110 per ounce on bars. Okay. I got to start researching autographs for tomorrow. If y'all hadn't seen that post already, then let me know. Or I'm going to show you this right now. I've got some amazing stuff going up tomorrow. Signed Yes album, signed Slayer, Stone Temple Pilots, Deftones, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Neil Young, Metallica, several John Denver photographs, several Motorhead items, lots of sports memorabilia. That's all being sold tomorrow at auction. I got to start researching it right now. Their price went up. Oh, it did? Yeah, it does. Yeah, they have Ampex is a big company, so they link like live quotes where stuff can change live. You probably can fresh this enough and you'll just see the price keep going up and up. So, and let's see what these Silvertown bars are selling for. This is the last golden run. And then everybody's going to be like, gosh, why didn't I buy these from Chad when I had the chance? It was right here in front of me. Oh, no. Oh, now it's going to be $125 an ounce. Oh, no. What am I doing? Silvertown bars, $550 a piece, selling like hotcakes on eBay. Selling like, everybody's like, oh no, why didn't I buy this from Chad? They're charging $568, $595. We've got ours at $475. And everybody's like, oh no, why didn't I just go ahead and buy all this from Chad right now? It's just going to keep skyrocketing. And I'm going to be sitting here twiddling my thumbs going, oh no, now it's $600 for a 5 ounce. And then $700 for a 5 ounce. And then I'm pulling my hair out and I'm going, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. Then we go to war with Denmark and we start invading Germany. And then silver's at $1,000 an ounce and everything's going crazy. And you're like, oh no, I should have bought all of it. Danny says he'll take the other one as well. He'll take the other one at $305.50. So that's $305.50 and $305.50 for Danny Thomason. $305.50 and $305.50 for Danny Thomason. $305.50 and $305.50 for Danny Thomason. Anybody else? Or do y'all want another end world scenario? Renee Marie said she'll take one at $475. So to Renee for $475. Listen, Danny, if you want to cancel that transaction in the next 10 seconds, I'll let you put them back. I do not really want to sell these. If you want to cancel it in the next 5 seconds, you can put it back. Or you can buy it tomorrow at $350. Renee sold $475. Thank you. It's not like I really want to be selling this stuff right now for 95 an ounce. That's just what I quoted before I started checking what some of these other places were charging in the last half hour. I'm like, oh my gosh, what have I done? Okay, there we go. So, yeah, he's not going to complain over that dollar, is he? Not at all. He's not going to complain at all over that dollar. He's like, okay, I better just zip it and say, thank you, Chad. Thank you for charging me that extra 50 cents. You're my best pal. You're the greatest human being to ever walk Earth. You're like Gandhi. I don't mind saying anything. The payment for these would be billed on Monday. Of course, you got a week to pay, but I don't want to take it any farther than that. I don't like these stuff like this. I don't want to take it out any further. All this stuff. So Tanner is at home. About an hour ago, Tanner was at home watching Sunday Night Sale and tagging stuff. We've got it all here, but he's going to come in tomorrow, and then he should start billing everybody. Right now, we're under the agreement if you're buying something now, you won't be invoiced until Monday. You won't be invoiced until Monday. That's what we're looking at right now. So, you know, it's the same scenario. You're billed on Monday, and then, you know, we'll give you a week to pay. But I don't really want to start doing any of this on future agreements because one or two things. The market's going to move either good or bad. And I've had some big silver deals lingering, and the market's moved the other way, and then I can't get payment from anybody. And so a lot of this stuff, and in the future on these big deals, if you've noticed, I've asked people, can we go ahead and get payment tomorrow? And then if it moves the other way, we're sitting on stuff and I'm just watching myself lose money because the price keeps going up and up, and I've locked in somebody at 475, and I'm like, oh, they hadn't paid yet, and I could have, you know, sold it for 550. So, all right, this is sold to amenities for 475. I went through all the unpaid coin orders. There's a guy that bought some silver that hadn't paid for it from a long time ago, and I've lost him. He's a local, and I think he's got 1 ounce coins up there he paid like $37 a piece for. And evidently, he don't have the money to pay for them. I'm like, dang, he messed up big time. He paid like $37 a piece for them. So, all right, thank you, amenities. So there's one more 5 ounce. These are, okay, so that's a 5 ounce, that's a 5 ounce. 10 ounce, 10 ounce. These are weird sizes. These are like 5.4, 5.4, 5.45, 5.44, 5.42, 4.6, 4.3, 4.4. Or excuse me, let me give you the decimals. We have 0.44, 0.43, 0.44, 0.42, 0.46, 0.44, 0.45. So these are 5 point whatever I just told you there. That's what those are. And then I have other 10 ounce bars, as you may have seen. But yeah, all this will be billed Monday. And he's going to try to get, because some of y'all have bought quite a bit, and I told Tanner, we got to get this stuff out immediately, because I think some people want to go ahead and pay us, and some people want to go ahead and get it in their hands, you know. So there's the Pioneer metal bars. Those are 10 ounces. Those are 10 ounces. Uh-oh, silver's on the rise. Yep, see? It surpassed 95. I told you, now I got to change my prices. It surpassed 95. I think it's about to go to... I've kept 95 for about as long as I have. It's almost been a week since we bought this stuff. I think it's been 1 week on Friday. Yeah, 1 week on Friday I've owned this stuff, and the market has shifted almost $6 an ounce, and I have not raised my prices. When I bought this from him, it was $89.35, and I've been charging $95 an ounce since then. That will be 1 week this Friday, so by this Friday, it's going to be up over $6 or $7, and I think it's about time for a price increase. So I better go ahead and end the sale before anybody buys anything else. What? I can't hear you. I'm breaking up. What? Okay, I'll see y'all tomorrow. What? I can't hear you. Trying to get all this back off this board over here. This is how I started the show, and here's how I'm going to end the show. Spreading out all of my in-stock inventory. Well, some of it. I got a few more collectible pieces over here. All right. On a real serious note, that's it. I got to run down to the old cookout and get me some quesadillas and chicken strips because I don't have any food, and I'm done. And I'll see y'all later. I'm going to sign off, and I'll see y'all tomorrow at probably around 6 o'clock. And from there, we'll have a great sale. We got a lot of high-end stuff, etc., etc. High-end stuff, etc., etc. The new 5-ounce price is $485. $485. Still a bargain. Pre-order Harry Styles. Does Laura not already have that posted? She might already have that posted. I need to text my guy and figure out what his spread is in the morning. There's no telling. He's probably doing spot plus, I don't know. $2 over spot's not bad at all. That's 97 per ounce for this stuff. I will honor one more sale for $4.75 to J Nutra, and that's the last one. Golly. See, people get, that's what the thing about silver, everybody's going to want those same prices from last week, and I'm like, it just can't happen anymore. At this point, everybody's going to be like, when is this stuff due a price increase, Chad? Right now. This is the last sale at 95 per ounce. Sold to J Nutra, $4.75. That's it. I'm signing off. That's it. It's over. Sold to J Nutra. See y'all tomorrow. I'm going to get off here before anybody else buys anything.